Part 2.
Chapter 26 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 26. The shock given to Ellis by this scene of apparent detection and disgrace prevented not Mr. Tedman from exulting at a mark of preference, which he considered as a letting down to what he called the quality. He ordered his footman to see Miss safe to her lodging, and regretted that he could not take her to it in his own coach, "which I would certainly, my dear, do," he said, "but for the particularity of my daughter, who will never consent to the most minimous thing in the world but what she thinks will be agreeable to the quality." Ellis passed the rest of the day in the most severe inquietude, ruminating upon the ill effects that would probably result from an attack which she had been so little able to parry. Vainly she expected Miss Arbe, from whom alone she had any hope of support, and the apprehension of being forsaken even by her professed patroness made the thought of appearing before Lady Kendover grow seriously formidable. But all fears were trifling compared to the consternation with which they terminated, when, the next day, while fancying that every sound would prove the chaise of Miss Arbe, hour after hour passed, without any carriage, any message, and finally the night closed in by the reception of a note from the steward of Lady Kendover, to demand the account of Miss Ellis, as Lady Barbara Frankland did not purpose to take any more lessons. The abruptness of this dismissal, and the indelicacy of sending it through a domestic, were not more offensive to the feelings of Ellis than the consequences to be expected from such a measure of hostility were menacing to her present plan of existence. She was still deliberating in what manner to address some sort of self-justification to Lady Kendover, when a similar note arrived from the butler of Lady Aramede. The indignant sensations which these testimonies of utter contempt excited in Ellis were embittered by every kind of perplexity. She had not courage to present herself to any other of her scholars, while uncertain whether she might not meet with treatment equally scornful, and in this state of depression and panic she rejoiced to receive a visit, the following morning, even from Miss Bydel, as some mark of female countenance and protection. Yet the opening to this interview seemed not very propitious. Miss Bydel, instead of ascending the stairs as usual, seated herself with Miss Matson, and sent for Ellis, who obeyed the call with extreme ill will, conscious how little fit for a milliner's shop was either what she might be called upon to say, or what she might be constrained to hear. Miss Bydel failed not to take this opportunity of making sundry inquiries into the manner in which Ellis passed her time, whom she saw, whither she went, what sort of table she kept, and what allowance she made for the trouble which she gave to the servants. "Well, my dear," she cried, "this is but a bad affair, this business of the day before yesterday. I have been to Mrs. Maple, and I have worked out the truth at last, though nobody would believe the pains it cost me before I could sift it to the bottom. However, the most extraordinary part is, that when all came to all, she did not tell me who you were, for she persists she don't know so much as know it herself." The surprise of the milliners and the disturbance of Ellis were alike unheeded by Miss Bydel, whose sole solicitude was to come to the point. "Now the thing I principally want to know, my dear, is whether this is true, for though I would not for ever so much doubt Mrs. Maple's word, this is such a prodigious old thing that I can't give it the least credit." Ellis, in much confusion, besought that she would have the goodness to walk upstairs. No, we are very well here. Only be so kind as to let me know why you make such a secret of who you are. Everybody asks me the question, go where I will, and it's making me look no better than a fool, to think I should be at such an expense as to hire a harp for a person I know nothing of." Affrighted at the effect which this display of her poverty, and detection of its mystery, might produce upon her hostess. Ellis was again entreating for a tete-a-tete, when Mr. Riley, descending from his room to pass through the shop, exclaimed, "Aha, the demoiselle! Why, I never had the pleasure to meet you down here before, ma'am." "Well, if this is not the gentleman who told us all those odd things about you at the concert," cried Miss Bydel, "I should not be sorry to speak a word or two to him myself. You are one of the passengers, I think, sir, who came over in the same boat with Mrs. Maple, and glad enough you must have been to have got back, though I suppose you were only there upon business, sir?" "Not a whit, madam, not a whit, faith. I never make bad better. I make that a rule. I always state the worst, that is to say the truth, in my own case as well as in my neighbours'." "Why then, pray, sir, if it's no secret, what might be the reason of your going over to such a place?" "Curiosity, madam, neither more nor less. I was agog to know what those famous monsieurs were about, and whether there were any revolution really going forward amongst them or not. For I used often to think they invented tales here in England, basking by their own firesides, that had not an atom of truth in them. I thought so, faith, but I paid for my scepticism. I was cast into prison by Master Robespierre, a demon of an attorney, that now rules the roost in France, without knowing what the devil it was for, while I was only gaping about me to see what sort of a figure Monsieur would make as a liberty boy. But I shall be content to look after my own liberty in future, I shall, faith. So one's never too old to learn, as you may find yourself, madam, if you'll take the trouble to cross the little canal on a visit to Master Robespierre. He'll teach you gratis, I give you my word, if you have a fancy to take a few lessons. He won't mind your age of a fig any more than he did mine, though I imagine you to be some years my senior." "I don't know what you may imagine, sir," said Miss Bydel, "but you can't know much of the matter, I think, if you have not seen my register." "Nay, madam, you may just as well be my junior, for any knowledge I have about it. Women look old so much sooner than men, that there is no judging by the exterior." "Well, sir, and if they do, I don't know any great right you have to call them to account for it." "Bless me, sir," cried Miss Matson, "if you knew Miss Ellis all this time, why did you ask us all so many questions about her, as if you had never seen her before in your life?" "Why, I never had, that's the problem that wants solving. Though I had spent a good 7 or 8 hours as near to her as I am to you, I never had seen her before." "Oh, you mean because of her disguise, I take it, sir," said Miss Bydel. "But I heard all that at the very first from Miss Selina Jodrell. But Miss Elinor told us it was only put on for escaping, so I thought no more about it, for Mrs. Maple assured us she was a young lady of family and fashion, for else she would never, she said, have let her act with us. And this we all believed easily enough, as Mrs. Maple's own nieces were such chief performers, so that who could have expected such a turn all at once, as fell out the day before yesterday, of her proving to be such a mere nothing?" Ellis would now have retired, but Miss Bydel, holding her gown, desired her to wait. "Faith, madam, as to her being a mere nothing," said Riley, "I don't know that any of us are much better than nothing when we sift ourselves to our origin. What are you yourself, ma'am, for one?" "I, sir? I'm descended from a gentleman's family, I assure you. I don't know what you mean by such a question." "Why, then you are descended from somebody who is rich without either trouble or merit, for that's all that your gentleman is, as far as belongs to birth. The man amongst your granddads who first got the money is the only one worth praising. And he, who was he? Why, someone who baked sugar or brewed beer better than his neighbors, or who slashed and hewed his fellow creatures with greater fury than they could slash and hew him in return, or who culled the daintiest herbs for the cure of gluttony, or filled his coffers with the best address in emptying those of the knaves and fools who had been set together by the ears. Such, ma'am, are the origins of your English gentlemen." "That, sir, is as people take things. But the most particular part of the affair here is that here is a person that we have got in the very midst of us without so much as knowing her name. For, would you believe it, Miss Matson, they tell me she had no name at all till I gave her one, for I was the very first person that called her Miss Ellis, and so here I have been a godmother without going to a christening." Miss Matson expressed her surprise, with a look towards Ellis that visibly marked a diminution of respect, while one of the young women, who had fetched Ellis a chair, at the back of which she had been courteously standing, now freely dropped into it herself. "But pray, sir, as we are upon the subject," continued Miss Bydel, "give me leave to ask what you have thought of this Miss we don't know who at the beginning." "Faith, madam, I had less to do with her than any of them. The demoiselle and I did not hit it off together at all. I could never get her to speak for the life of me. Ask what I would, she gave me no answer. I was in a devil of an ill humour with her sometimes. But I hope the demoiselle will excuse that, I was so plaguy qualmish. For when a man with an empty stomach can't eat but he turns sick, nor fast but he feels his bowels nipped with hunger, he is in no very good temper of mind for being sociable. However, the demoiselle must know but little of human nature, if she fancies she can judge before breakfast what a man may be after dinner." They were here broken in upon by the appearance of Mr. Tedman, who, gently opening the shop door, and carefully closing it again before he spoke or looked round, was beginning a whispering inquiry after the young music-maker, when, perceiving her, he exclaimed, "Mercy me, why, where were my eyes? Why, my dear, I never happened to light upon you in the shop before, and I often pop in to buy me a bit of ribbon for my pigtail, or some odd little matter or other. However, I have called now on purpose to have a little bit of a chat with you about that consort of music that we was at the day before yesterday." Miss Bydel, in a low voice, inquired the name of this gentleman, and hearing that he was a man of large fortune, said to Ellis, "Why, you seem to be intimate friends together, my dear. Pray, sir, if one may ask such a thing, how long may you and this young person have known one another?" "How long, ma'am? Why, I'd never sat eyes upon Miss a fortnight ago, but she's music learner to my daughter, and they tell me she's one of the best, which I think like enough to be true, for she toodles upon them wires the prettiest of anything I ever heard." "And pray, sir, if you have no objection to telling it, how might she come to be recommended to you, for I never heard Miss Arb mention having the pleasure of your acquaintance." "Miss Arb? I don't know that ever I heard the lady's name in my life, ma'am, though if she's one of the quality my daughter has, I make small doubt, for she sets great store upon knowing the names of all the quality, put in case she can light upon anybody that can count them over to her. But the way I heard of this music miss was at the bookshop, where my daughter always makes me go to subscribe, that our names, she said, may come out in print, with the rest of the gentry. And there my daughter was put upon buying one of those tootling things herself, for she heard say as a young lady was come over from France that learns all the quality. So that was enough for my daughter, for there's nothing the mode like coming from France. It makes anything go down. And 'twould be a remarkably cheap job, they said, for the young lady was in such prodigious want of cash, as one Miss Bydel, her particular friend, told us in the shop, that she'd jump at any price, put in case she could but get paid. So upon that—" The narration was here interrupted by Sir Lisle Sycamore, who, having caught a glimpse of Ellis through the glass door, entered the shop with a smile of admiration and pleasure, though at the sight of Mr. Tedman it was changed into one of insolence and derision. With a careless swing of his hat, and of his whole person, he negligently said that he hoped she had caught no cold at the concert, or at least none beyond what the cakes, the bread and butter, or the negus of her gallant and liberal admirer had been able to cure. Mr. Tedman, much affronted, mumbled the gilt head of his cane. Ellis gravely looked another way, without deigning to make any answer, and Riley exclaimed, "Oh, faith, if you expect a reply from the demoiselle, except she's in a talking humour, you'll find yourself confoundedly out in your reckoning, you will, faith. Unless you light upon something that happens to hit her taste, you may sail from the North Pole to the South, and return home by a voyage round the world before she'll have been moved to squeeze out a syllable." The young baronet, disdaining the plain appearance and rough dialect and manners of Riley, nearly as much as he despised the more civil garrulity and meanness of Tedman, was turning scoffingly upon his heel, when he overheard the latter say, in a low voice to Ellis, "Suppose we two go upstairs to your room to have our talk, my dear, for I don't see what we get by staying down with the quality, only to be made game of." Highly provoked, yet haughtily smiling. "I see," said the baronet, for whose interest I am to apply if I wish for the honor of a private audience." "Well, if you do," said Mr. Tedman, muttering between his teeth, "it's only a sign Miss knows I would not misbehave myself." Sir Lyle now, not able to keep his countenance, went to the other end of the shop, and pitched upon the prettiest and youngest of Miss Matson's workwomen, to ask some advice relative to his cravats. Mr. Tedman, in doubt whether this retreat were the effect of contempt, or of being worsted, whispered to Ellis, "One knows nothing of life, as one may say, without coming among the quality. I should have thought, put in case anybody had asked me my opinion, that that gentleman was quite behindhand as to his manners, for I'll warrant it would not be taken well from me if I was to behave so, but anything goes down from the quality by way of politeness." "Sir Lyle Sycamore," said Miss Bydel, who was as hard, though not as bold, as himself, "if it won't be impertinent, I should be glad to know how you first got acquainted with this young person, for I can't make out how it is so many people happen to know her. Not that I mean in the least to dive into anybody's private affairs, but I have a particular reason for what I ask, so I shall take it as a favor, Sir Lyle, if you'll tell me." "Most willingly, ma'am, upon condition you will be so kind as to tell me, in return, whether this young lady is under your care." "Under my care, Sir Lyle? Don't you know who I am, then?" The supercilious smile said no. "Well, that's really odd enough. Did you not see me with Mrs. Maple at that blind harper's concert?" "Faith, madam," cried Riley, "when a man has but one pair of eyes, you elderly ladies can't have much chance of getting a look, if a young lass is by. The demoiselle deserves a full pair to herself." "Why, yes, sir, that's true enough," said Mr. Tedman, simpering. "The young lady deserves a pair of eyes to herself. She's well enough to look at, to be sure." "If she has your eyes to herself, sir," said Sir Lyle, contemptuously, "she must be happy indeed." "She should have mine if she would accept them, though I had 100, cried Riley. Ellis now was only restrained from forcing her way up the stairs, through the apprehension of exciting fresh sneers by an offended pursuit of Mr. Tedman. "Don't mind them, my dear," cried Miss Bydel. "I'll soon set them right. If you have any naughty thoughts, gentlemen, relative to this young person, you must give me leave to inform you that you are mistaken. For though I don't know who she is, nor where she comes from, nor even so much as what is her name, except that I gave her myself, without in the least meaning it, still you may take my word for it she is a person of character, for Mrs. Maple herself, though she confessed how the young woman played upon her, with one contrivance after another, to ferret herself into the house, declared for positive that she was quite too particular about her acquaintances to let her stay if she had not been a person of virtue. And besides, Sir Lyle, my young Lord Melbury—" At this name Ellis started and changed colour. "My young Lord Melbury, Sir Lyle, as young lords will do, offered to make her his mistress, and I can give you my word for it, she positively refused him. This his young lordship told Mr. Ireton, from whom I had it. That is from Mrs. Maple, which is the same thing. Is it not true, Mrs. Ellis? Or Mrs. Something else, I don't know what?" The most forcible emotions were now painted upon the countenance of Ellis, who, unable to endure any longer such offensive discourse, disengaged herself from Miss Bydel, and, no longer heeding Mr. Tedman, hurried upstairs. Sir Lyle Sycamore stared after her for a few minutes, with mingled surprise, curiosity, admiration, and pique, and then loitered out of the shop. Riley, shouting aloud, said the demoiselle always amused him, and followed. Mr. Tedman, not daring, after the insinuations of Sir Lyle, to attempt pursuing the young music-maker, produced a paper packet, consisting of almonds and raisins and French plums, saying, "I intended to pop these nice things upon that young Miss's table, unbeknown to her, for a surprise, for I did not like to come empty-handed, for I know your young housekeepers never afford themselves little dainties of this kind. So I poked together all that was left out of all the plates after dessert yesterday, when we happened to have a very handsome dinner, because of company. So you be sure to give her the whole, Mrs. Matson. Don't leave 'em about now. They are but tempting things." Miss Bydel remained last, unable to prevail upon herself to depart, while she could suggest a single interrogatory for the gratification of her curiosity. End of chapter 26. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 27 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 27. The retreat sought by Ellis, from a recital as offensive to her ears as it was afflicting to her heart, was not long uninterrupted. Miss Arb next made her appearance. Gravely, but civilly, she lamented the disturbance at the concert, paradingly assuring Ellis that she should have called sooner, but that she had incessantly been occupied in endeavors to serve her. She had conversed with every one of her scholars, but nothing was yet quite decided as to what would be the result of that strange attack. Poor Mrs. Maple, to whom, of course, she had made her first visit, seemed herself in the utmost distress, one moment repining that she had suffered her charity to delude her into countenancing a person so unknown, and another vindicating herself warmly from all possible imputation of indiscretion by the most positive affirmations of the unblemished reputation of Miss Ellis. And these assertions, most fortunately, had at length determined Miss Bydel to support her. For how else, as she justly asked, should she get the money repaid that she had advanced for the harp? And Miss Bydel, continued Miss Arb, like all other old maids, is so precise about those sort of particulars, that, though she has not the smallest influence with anybody of any consequence, as to anything else, she is always depended upon for that sort of thing. We must not, therefore, show her that we despise her, for she may be useful enough, especially in letting you have the harp, you know, that we may still enjoy a little music together, for I can make her do whatever I please for the sake of my company. Ellis had long known that the civilities which she owed to Miss Arb had their sole motive in selfishness, but the total carelessness of giving them any other color became now so glaring that she could with difficulty conceal the decrease either of her respect or of her gratitude. Miss Arb, however, was but little troubled with that species of delicacy which is solicitous to watch, that it may spare the feelings of others. She continued, therefore, what she had to offer, hurrying to come to a conclusion, as she had not, she declared, 3 minutes to stay. If Lady Kendover, she said, could be brought over, everybody would follow, not excepting Lady Aramede, who was obliged to be so great a niggard in the midst of her splendid expenses that she would be quite enchanted to renew her daughter's lessons with so economical a mistress, if once she could be satisfied that she would be sustained by other persons of fashion. But Lady Kendover, who did not wait to be led, protested that she could by no means place her niece again under the tuition of Miss Ellis, till the concert scene should be explained. Miss Arb then asked whether Ellis would give it any explanation. Ellis dejectedly answered that she could offer no other than that necessity had forced her to disguise herself, that she might make her escape. "Well, but then people say," cried Miss Arb, "now that your escape is made, why don't you speak out? That's the cry everywhere." Ellis looked down, distressed, ashamed, and Miss Arb declared that she had not another moment at present for discussion, but would call again to settle what should be done on Monday. Meantime, she had brought some new music with her, which she wished to try, for the time was so unaccountable that she could not make out a bar of it. Ellis heartily felicitated herself upon every occasion by which she could lessen obligations of which she now felt the full weight, and, with the utmost alacrity, took her harp. Miss Arb here had so much to study, so many passages to pick out, and such an eagerness to practice till she could conquer the difficulties, that she soon forgot that she had not a moment to spare. And 2 hours already had been consecrated to her improvement, when intelligence was brought that Mr. Tedman's carriage was come for Miss Ellis. "You must not accept it for the world," cried Miss Arb. "If, at the moment people of distinction are shy of you, you are known to cultivate amongst mechanics and people of that sort, it's all over with you. Persons of fashion can't possibly notice you again." She then added that, after the scene of the preceding day, Ellis must make it a point to let the first house that she entered be that of somebody of condition. She might go amongst tradespeople as much as she pleased, when once she was established amongst persons of rank, for tradespeople were so much the best paymasters that nobody could be angry if artists were partial to them. But they must by no means take the lead, nor suppose that they were to have any hours but those that would not suit other people. As she could not, therefore, recommence her career at Lady Kendover's, or at Lady Aramede's, she must try to get received at Miss Sycamore's, or, if that should be too difficult, at the Miss Crawleys, who would object to nothing, as they cared for nobody's opinion, and made it a rule to follow nobody's advice. And this they took so little pains to hide from the world, that their countenance would not be of the least service, but for their living with Sir Marmaduke, who was scrupulosity itself. This being the case, joined to their extreme youth, they had not yet been set down, as they must necessarily be, in a few years, for persons of no weight, and rather detrimental than advantageous to people of no consequence. At present, therefore, Ellis might safely make her court to them, as she could always drop them when they became dangerous, or of no use. And just now she must snap at whoever and whatever could help to bring her again into credit. And the Miss Crawleys, though each of them was as wilful as a spoiled child, as full of tricks as a schoolboy, and of as boisterous mirth as a dairymaid, were yet sisters of a baronet, and born of a very good family, and therefore they would be more serviceable to her than that vulgar Miss Tedman, even though she were an angel. Ellis listened in silent, and scarcely concealed disdain, to these worldly precepts. Yet Miss Tedman was so utterly disagreeable, and the sneers of Sir Lisle Sycamore had added such repugnance to her distaste of the civilities of Mr. Tedman, that she did not attempt opposing the dictatorial proceedings of Miss Arb, who gave orders that the coachman should be told that Miss Ellis was indisposed, and sent her compliments, but could not wait upon Miss Tedman till the next week. She then again went on with her unacknowledged, but not less, to her tutress, laborious lesson, till she was obliged to hasten to her toilette for her dinner engagement, leaving Ellis in the utmost alarm for her whole scheme, and tormented with 1,000 fears, because unable to fix upon any standard for the regulation of her conduct. The next day was Sunday. Ellis had constantly on that day attended divine worship, during the month which she had spent at Brighthelmstone, and now, to a call stronger than usual for the consolation which it might afford her, she joined in opinion that to stay away, in her present circumstances, might have an air of absconding, or of culpability. She was placed, as usual, in a pew with some other decent strangers, by a fee to the pew-opener. But she had the mortification to find, when the service was over, that the dry, clear frost of the latter end of March, which had enabled her to walk to the church, was broken up by a heavy shower of rain. She had been amongst the first to hurry away, in the hope of escaping unnoticed, by hastening down the hill on which the church is built, before the higher ranks of the congregation left their pews. But arrived at the porch, she was compelled to stop. She was unprovided with an umbrella, and the rain was so violent that, without one, she must have been wet through in a minute. She would have made way back to the pew which she had quitted, to wait for more moderate weather, but the whole congregation was coming forth, and there was no repassing. She was the more sensibly vexed at being thus impeded, from finding herself, almost immediately, joined by Sir Lisle Sycamore, whose eagerness to speak to her by no means concealed his embarrassment in what manner to address or to think of her. He was making various offers of service, to find the pew opener, to give her a seat to herself, to fetch her a chaise from the nearest inn, or an umbrella from his own carriage, when Mrs. and Miss Brinville, who hurried from their pew the instant that they saw the baronet depart, cast upon them looks of such suspicious disdain, that he deemed it necessary, though he smiled and appeared gratified by their undisguised pique, to walk on with them to their carriage, whispering, however, to Ellis that he should return to take her under his care. Ellis, extremely shocked, could not endure to remain on the same spot, as if awaiting his services. She glided, therefore, into a corner, close to the door, hoping that the crowd, which incommoded, would at least protect her from being seen. But she had not been stationed there a moment before she had the unwelcome surprise of hearing the words, "Why, Mr. Stubbs, if here's not Miss Ellis," and finding that she had placed herself between young Gooch, the farmer's son, and Mr. Stubbs, the old steward. "Good now, ma'am," the young man cried. "Why, I've never seen you since that night of our all acting together in that play, when you out-topped us all so to nothing. I never saw the like, not even at the real play, and some of the judges said you were not much short of what they be at the grand London theatre itself. I suppose, ma'am, you are pretty well used to acting in France, for they say all the French are actors or dancers, except just them that go to the wars. I should like to know, ma'am, whether they pop off them players and fiddlers at the same rate they do the rest. For if they do, it's a wonder how they can get 'em to go on acting and piping and jiggetting about and such like, if they know they are so soon to have their heads off all the same. You could not get we English now to do so, just before being hanged or shot, but the French ain't very thoughtful. They're always ready for a jig." "I am sorry I had no notice of seeing you here today, ma'am," said Mr. Stubbs, "for if I had, I would have brought my bit of paper with me that I have writ down my queries upon, about raising the rents in those parts, and the price that land holds in general, and about a purchase that I am advised to make." "But I should like to know, ma'am," resumed Gooch, "whether it's true what I've been told at our club, that your commonest soldier in France, when once he can bring proof he has killed you his dozen or so with his own hand, is made a general upon the spot. If that's the case, to be sure it's no great wonder there's so much bloodshed, for such encouragement as that's enough to make soldiers of the very women and children." "Why, I am told the French have no great head," said Mr. Stubbs, "except for the wars, and that's what makes the land so cheap, for I am told you may buy an estate of 1,000 or 2 acres for an old song, and that's the reason I'm thinking of making a purchase. The only point is how to see the premises without the danger of crossing the seas, and how to strike the bargain." Ellis, thus beset, was not sorry to be joined by Mr. Scope, who, though more formal and tedious than either of the others, was a gentleman, spoke in a lower tone of voice, and attracted less attention. "I am happy, ma'am," he said, "to have met with you again, for I have wished for some time to hold a little discourse with you relative to the rites practised abroad, as to that goddess of reason that, as I am credibly informed, has been set up by Mr. Roberts Spear. Now I should wish to inquire what good they expect to accrue by proclaiming one day that there is no religion, and then the next day making a new one by the figure of a woman. It is hardly to be supposed that such sort of fickleness can serve to make a government respectable. And as to so many females being called goddesses of reason, for I am assured there are some score of them, one don't very well see what that means. The ladies in general, I speak without offence, as it's out of their line, not being particularly famous for their reason, at least not here, and I should suppose they can hardly be much more so in that light nation. The pagans, it is true, though from what mode of thinking we are now at a loss to discover, thought proper to have reason represented by a female, and that, perhaps, may be the cause of the French adopting the same notion, on account of their ancient character for politeness. though I cannot much commend their sagacity, taken in a political point of view, in putting the female head, which is very well in its proper sphere, upon coping, if I may use such an expression, with the male. This harangue, which Mr. Stubbs and young Gooch, though too respectful to interrupt, waited impatiently to hear finished, might have lasted unbroken for half an hour, if Miss Bydel, in passing by with her brother, to get to her carriage, had not called out, "Bless me, Mr. Scope, what are you talking of there with that young person? Have you been asking her about that business at the Blind Harper's concert? I should be glad to know myself, Miss Ellis, as I call you, what you intend to do next. Have any of your scholars let you go to them again? And what says Miss Arb to all this? Does she think you'll ever get the better of it?" Mr. Bydel, here, begged his sister to invite Mr. Scope to take a place in the carriage. Young Gooch, then, would have renewed his questions relative to the generals, but that, upon pronouncing again her name, Mr. Tedman, who, with his daughter, was passing near the porch, to examine whether they could arrive safely at their carriage, called out, "Well, if you are not here too, my dear, why, how will you do to get home? You'll be draggled up to your chin if you walk, put in case you haven't got your umbrella and your pattens. But I suppose some of your quality friends will give you a lift, for I see one of 'em just coming. It's Miss Ellis, the music-maker, ma'am," added he, to Lady Aramede, who just then came out with Miss Aramede. "The young girl as teaches our daughters the musics, and she'll spoil all her things, poor thing, if somebody don't give her a lift home." Lady Aramede, without moving a muscle of her face, or deigning to turn towards either the object or the agent of this implied request, walked on in silent contempt. Mr. Tedman, extremely offended, said, "The quality always think they may behave anyhow, and Lady Aramede is not a bit to choose from the worst among them. And even my own daughter," he whispered, "is just as bad as the rest, for she'd pout at me for a month to come, put in case I was to ride you home in our coach, now that the quality's taken miffed you." During this whisper, which Ellis strove vainly to avoid hearing, in which the familiar junction of young Gooch, who was related to Mr. Tedman, rendered more observable, she had the mortification of being evidently seen, though no longer, as heretofore, courteously acknowledged by all her scholars and acquaintances. Miss Sycamore, the heartiest, passed, staring disdainfully in her face. Mrs. Maple, the most cowardly, and who was accidentally at Brighthelmstone, pretended to have hurt her foot, that she might look down. The Miss Crawleys screamed out, "The Ellis! The Ellis! Look, the Marmaduke! 'Tis the Ellis!" Sir Marmaduke, turning back to address Miss Arb, said with concern, "Is it possible, madam, 'tis the Ellis, the elegant Ellis, that can join such low company?" Miss Arb shrugged her shoulders, crying, "What can one do with such people?" Lady Kendover's eyes kept carefully a straightforward direction, while Lady Barbara, whom she held by one hand, incessantly kissed the other at Ellis, with ingenuous and undisguised warmth of kindness, an action which was eagerly repeated by Selina, who closely followed her ladyship. Ireton, who brought up the rear, quitted the group to approach Ellis, and say, "I am positively quite confounded, my dear Ellis, at the mischief my confounded giddiness has brought about. I had not an idea of it, I assure you. I merely meant to play upon that confounded queer fellow, Riley. He's so cursed troublesome and so confounded free that I hate him horribly. That's all, I assure you." Ellis would make no answer, and he was forced to run after Selina. The rain being now much abated, the congregation began to disperse, and Mr. Tedman was compelled to attend his daughter. But he recommended the young music-maker to the care of his cousin Gooch, whose assistance she was declining, when she was again joined by Sir Lisle Sycamore, with a capacious umbrella, under which he begged to be her escort. She decidedly refused his services, but he protested that, if she would not let him walk by her side, he would follow her, like an Indian slave, holding the umbrella over her head, as if she were an Indian queen. Vexed and displeased, and preferring any other protection, she addressed herself to old Mr. Stubbs, who still stood under the porch, and begged him to have the kindness to see her home. Mr. Stubbs, extremely flattered, complied. The other candidates vainly opposed the decision. They found that her decree was irrevocable, and that, when once it was pronounced, her silence was resolute. Mr. Stubbs, nevertheless, had by no means the enjoyment that he expected from this distinction, for Ellis had as little inclination as she had spirit to exert herself for answering the numerous inquiries relative to lands and rents which he poured into her ears. End of chapter 27. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 28 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 28. Harassed and comfortless, Ellis passed the remainder of the day in painful recollections and apprehensive forebodings, though utterly unable, either by retrospection to avoid, or by anticipation to prepare for the evils that she might have to encounter. The next morning, Miss Arp came to her usual appointment. Though glad, in a situation so embarrassed, to see the only person whom she could look upon as a guide, her opinion of Miss Arp, already lowered during that lady's last visit, had been so completely sunk from her joining in the cry raised at the church, that she received her with undisguised coldness, and an open remonstrance against the cruel injustice of ascribing to choice circumstances the most accidental, and a position as unavoidable as it had been irksome and improper. Miss Arp, who came into the room with a gravely authoritative air, denoting that she expected not simply a welcome, but the humblest gratitude for the condescension of her visit, was astonished by the courage and disconcerted by the truth of this exhortation. She was by no means ignorant how unpleasantly Ellis might have been struck by her behavior at the church, but she thought her in a condition too forlorn to feel, much less to express, any resentment, and she meant, by entering the chamber with an wholly uncustomary importance, to awe her from hazarding any complaint. But the modesty of Ellis was a mixture of dignity with humility. If she thought herself oppressed or insulted, the former predominated. If she experienced consideration and kindness, she was all meek gratitude in return. But when, by the steadiness of her representation, Miss Arp found her own mistake, and saw what firmness could exist with indigence, what spirit could break through difficulty, she disguised her surprise, and changed, with alertness, the whole of her manner. She protested that some other voice must have been taken for hers, declared that she had always thought nobody so charming as Miss Ellis, rallied against the abominable world for its prejudices, warmly renewed her professions of regard, and then rang the bell to order her footman to bring up a little parcel of music from her coach, which she was sure would delight them both to try together. Ellis suffered the music to be fetched, but, before she would play it, entreated Miss Arp to spare a few minutes to discourse upon her affairs. "What, madam, am I to do now? 'Tis to your influence and exertions I am indebted for the attempt which I have made to procure that self-dependence which I so earnestly covet. I shall always be most ready to acknowledge this obligation, but permit me to solicit your directions, and I hope your aid, how I may try to allay the storm which accident has so cruelly raised around me, but which misconception alone can make dangerous or durable." "Very true, my dear Ellis, if everybody judged you as justly as I do. But when people have enemies—" "Enemies?" repeated Ellis, amazed. "Surely, madam, you are not serious. Enemies? Can I possibly have any enemies? That, in a situation so little known, and so unlikely to be understood, I may have failed to create friends. I can easily indeed conceive. But, offending no one, distressed yet not importune, and seeking to obviate my difficulties by my exertions, to supply my necessities by my labors, surely I cannot have been so strangely, so unaccountably unfortunate as to have made myself any enemies. Why, you know, my dear Miss Ellis, how I blamed you from the first for that nonsense of telling Miss Brinville that she had no ear for music. What could it signify whether she had or not? She only wanted to learn that she might say she learnt, and you had no business to teach but that you might be paid for teaching. And is it possible, madam, that I can have made her really my enemy, merely by forbearing to take what I thought would be a dishonourable advantage of her ignorance of that defect? Nay, she has certainly no great reason to be thankful, for she would never have found it out, and I am sure nobody else would ever have told it her. She is firmly persuaded that you only wanted to give Sir Lisle Sycamore an ill opinion of her accomplishments, for she declares that she has seen you unceasingly pursuing him, with all the wiles imaginable. One time she surprised you sitting entirely aloof at the Welshman's benefit, till he joined you. Another time she caught you waiting for him in the aisle of the church, and in short— Miss Arb, cried Ellis, interrupting her, with undisguised resentment, if Miss Brinville can be amused by inventing, as well as propagating, premeditated motives for accidental occurrences, you must permit me to decline being the auditress, if I cannot escape being the object of such fictitious censure. Miss Arb, somewhat ashamed, repeated her assurances of personal good opinion, and then, with many pompous professions of regard and concern, owned that there had been a discussion at Lady Kendover's, after church-time on Sunday, which had concluded by a final decision of her ladyship's, that it was utterly impossible to admit a young woman, so obscurely involved in strange circumstances, and so ready to fall into low company, to so confidential a kind of intercourse as that of giving instructions to young persons of fashion. Everybody else, of course, would abide by her ladyship's decision. And therefore, my dear Ellis, she continued, I am excessively sorry, but our plan is quite overset. I am excessively sorry, I assure you, but what can be done? However, I have not above 3 minutes to stay, so do let us try the sweet adagio. I want vastly to conquer the horrid long bars of that eternal cadenza. Ellis, for a few moments, stood almost stupefied with amazement at so selfish a proposition, at the very instant of announcing so ruinous a sentence. But disdain soon supplied her with philosophy, and scorning to make an appeal for a consideration so unfeelingly withheld, she calmly went to her harp. When Miss Arb, however, rose to be gone, she begged some advice relative both to the debts which she had contracted, and those which she was entitled to claim. But Miss Arb, looking at her watch, and hurrying on her gloves, declared that she had not a second to lose. I shall see you, however, she cried, in quitting the chamber, as often as possible. I can find 1,000 pretenses for coming to Miss Matson's, without anybody's knowing why, so we can still have our delightful little musical meetings. The contempt inspired by this worldly patroness, so intent upon her own advantage, so insensible to the distress of the person whom she affected to protect, occupied the mind of Ellis only while she was present. The door was no sooner shut than she felt wholly engrossed by her own situation, and her disappointment at large. This scheme, then, she cried, is already at an end. This plan for self-dependence is already abortive, and I have not my disappointment only to bear. It is accompanied with disgrace, and exposes me to indignity. Deeply hurt, and strongly affected, how insufficient, she exclaimed, is a female to herself! How utterly dependent upon situation, connections, circumstance! How nameless, how forever fresh springing are her difficulties, when she would owe her existence to her own exertions! Her conduct is criticized, not scrutinized. Her character is censured, not examined. Her labors are unhonored, and her qualifications are but lures to ill will. Calumny hovers over her head, and slander follows her footsteps. Here she checked herself. Candor, the reigning feature of her mind, repressed her murmurs. "Involved as I am in darkness and obscurity," she cried, "ought I to expect milder judgment? No, I have no right to complain. Appearances are against me, and to appearances are we not all either victims or dupes?" She now turned her thoughts to what measures she must next pursue, but felt no chance of equally satisfying herself in any other attempt. Music was her favorite study, and in the practice of that elegant, grateful, soul-soothing art, she found a softening to her cares, that momentarily, at least, lulled them to something like forgetfulness. And though this was a charm that could by no means extend to the dull and dry labor of teaching, it was a profession so preferable to all others, in her taste, that she bore patiently and cheerfully the minute, mechanical, and ear-wearing toil of giving lessons to the unapt, the stupid, the idle, and the wilful. For such, unhappily, are the epithets most ordinarily due to beginners in all sciences and studies. The necessity, however, of adopting some plan that should both be speedy and vigorous was soon alarmingly enforced by a visit from Miss Matson, who civilly, but with evidently altered manners, told her that she had a little account to settle with some tradesmen, and that she should take it as a favor if her own account could be settled for her lodgings. There are few attacks to which we are liable that give a greater shock to upright and unhackneyed minds than a pecuniary demand which they know to be just, yet cannot satisfy. Pride and shame assault them at once. They are offended by a summons that seems to imply a doubt of their integrity, while they blush at appearing to have incurred it by not having more scrupulously balanced their means with their expenses. She suffered, therefore, the most sensible mortification from her inability to discharge, without delay, a debt contracted with a stranger, upon whose generosity she had no claim, upon whose forbearance she had no tie. Far from having this power, she had other bills to expect which she as little could answer. The £20 of Lady Aurora were already nearly gone, in articles which did not admit of trust, and in the current necessaries which her situation indispensably and daily required. She feared that all the money which was due to her would be insufficient to pay what she owed, or at least would be wholly employed in that act of justice, which would leave her, therefore, in the same utter indigence as when she began her late attempt. Her look of consternation served but to stimulate the demands of Miss Matson, which were now accompanied with allusions to the conversation that had been held in the shop between Miss Bydel and Mr. Riley, relative to her poverty and disguise, that were designedly offensive. Ellis, with an air grave and commanding, desired to be left alone, calmly saying that Miss Matson should very speedily be satisfied. The impulse of her wishes was to have recourse to the deposit of Harley, that her answer to this affront might be an immediate change of lodging as well as payment. But this was a thought that scarcely outlived the moment of its formation. "Alas," she cried, "he who alone could serve me, whose generosity and benevolence would delight in aiding me, has put it out of my power to accept his smallest assistance. Had my friendship contented him, how essentially might I have been indebted to his good offices." She was here broken in upon by one of the young apprentices, who, with many apologies, brought, from the several tradespeople, all the little bills which had been incurred through the directions of Miss Arbe. However severely she was shocked, she could not be surprised. She wrote immediately to communicate these demands to Miss Arbe, stating her distress, and entreating that her late scholars might be urged to settle their accounts with the utmost expedition. She felt her right to make this application to Miss Arbe, whose advice, or rather insistence, had impelled her into the measures which produced her present difficulties. Her request, therefore, though urged with deference and respect, had a tone which she was sure could not justly be disputed. She wished earnestly to address a few words to Lady Kendover, of such a nature as might speak in her favor to her scholars at large. But so many obstacles were in the way to her giving any satisfactory explanation that she was obliged to be contented with silent acquiescence. Miss Arb sent word that she was engaged and could not write. The rest of the day was passed in great anxiety, but when the following also wore away without producing any reply, she wrote again, proposing, if Miss Arb had not time to attend to her request, to submit it to Miss Bydel. In about half an hour after she had sent this second note, Mr. Giles Arb desired to be admitted, that he might deliver to her a message from his cousin. She recollected having heard from Selina that he was a very absent but worthy old man, and that he had the very best temper of any person breathing. She did not hesitate, therefore, to receive him, and his appearance announced at once the latter quality, by a smile the most inartificial, which was evidently the emanation of a kind heart, opening to immediate good-will at sight of a fellow creature. It seemed the visible index of a good and innocent mind, and his manners had the most singular simplicity. His cousin, he said, had desired him to acquaint her that she could not call because she was particularly engaged, and could not write because she was particularly hurried. And whenever I have a commission from my cousin, he continued, I always think it best to deliver it in her own words, for 2 or 3 reasons, one of which is that my own might not be half as good, for she is the most accomplished young lady living, I am told, and my other reasons you'll do me a favor by not asking me to mention. I may at least infer then, sir, that when less hurried and less engaged, Miss Arb means to have the goodness to come, or to write to me? I don't doubt it. Those ladies that she don't like should see her with you, can hardly keep watching her all day long. What ladies, sir? Oh, I must not mention names, returned he, smiling. My cousin charged me not. My fair cousin likes very well to be obeyed. But may be so do you, too, for they tell me it's not an uncommon thing among ladies. And if that's the case, I shall find myself in a dilemma, for my cousin has the best right, and yet what have you done to me that I should deny you what you ask me? Then looking earnestly, but with an air so innocent that it was impossible to give offence, in her face, he added, My cousin has often told me a great many things about you, yet she never mentioned your being so pretty, but may be she thought I might find it out. Ellis inquired whether he were acquainted with the nature of her application to Miss Arb. He nodded an assent, but checking himself from confirming it, cried, My cousin bid me say nothing, for she will have it that I always mention things that should not be told, and that makes me very careful, so I hope you won't be angry if you find me rather upon my guard. Ellis disclaimed all inquisitive designs, beyond desiring to know whether Miss Arb meant that she should discuss her situation with him, and receive his counsel how she should proceed. My cousin never asks my counsel, he answered. She knows everything best herself. She's very clever, they tell me. She often recounts to me how she surprises people. So does her papa. I believe they think I should not discover it else. And I don't know but they are in the right, for I am a very indifferent judge. But I can't make out, with that gentle air of yours, and so pretty a face, how you can have made those ladies take such a dislike to you. A dislike, sir? Yes, Lady Aramide talks of you with prodigious contempt, and... Ellis, colouring at this word, hung back, evidently declining to hear another, but Mr. Giles, not remarking this, went on. And Miss Burnville can't endure you neither. It's a curious thing to see what an angry look comes over her features when she talks of you. Do you know the reason? I flatter myself it is not to be known, sir. Certainly I am innocent of any design of offending her. Why, then, perhaps she does not know what she has taken amiss herself, poor lady. She's only affronted and can't tell why. It will happen so sometimes to those pretty ladies when they begin going a little downhill. And they can't help it. They don't know what to make of it themselves, poor things. But we can see how it is better, we lookers on. He then seated himself upon an armchair, and leaning back at his ease, continued talking, but without looking at Ellis or seeming to address her. "I always pity them the moment I see them, those pretty creatures, even when they are in their prime. I always think what they have got to go through, after seeing everybody admire them, to see nobody look at them, and when they cast their eyes on a glass, to find themselves every day changing, and always for the worse. It is but hard upon them, I really think, when they have done nothing to deserve it. It is but a short time ago that Miss Brinville was almost as pretty as this young harp-player here." "Sir!" cried Ellis, surprised. "Ma'am?" cried he, starting and looking round, and then, smiling at himself, adding, "I protest I did not think of your being so near me. I had forgot that, but I hope you won't take it ill." "By no means," she answered, and asked whether she might write a few lines by him to Miss Arbe. He willingly consented. She then drew up an animated representation to that lady of the irksome situation into which she was cast, from the evident distrust manifested by Miss Matson, and the suspicious speed with which the other bills had been delivered. She meant to send her small accounts immediately to all her scholars, and entreated Miss Arbe to use her interest in hastening their discharge. When she raised her head to give this, with an apology, to Mr. Giles, she saw him unfolding some small papers, which he began very earnestly to examine. Not to interrupt him, she took up some needlework, but upon looking, soon after, at the chimney-piece, she missed the packet which she had placed there, of her bills, and then, with the utmost surprise, perceived that it was in his hands. She waited a few instants, in expectation that he would either put it down, or make some excuse for his curiosity, but he seemed to think of nothing less. He sorted and counted the bills, and began casting them up. "Have you then the goodness, sir," said Ellis, "to prepare yourself for acquainting Miss Arbe with the state of my affairs?" He started again at this question, and looked a little scared, but after a minute's perplexity he suddenly arose, and hastily refolding and placing them upon the chimney-piece, said, with a good deal of confusion, "I beg your pardon 1,000 times. I don't well know how this happened, but the chimney-piece looks so like my own, and the fire was so comfortable, that I suppose I thought I was at home, and took that parcel for one that the servant had put there for me. And I was wondering to myself, when I had ordered all those linens and muslins and the like, I could not recollect one article of them." He then, after again begging her pardon, took leave. While Ellis was ruminating whether this strange conduct were the effect of absence, oddity, or curiosity, he abruptly returned, and said, "I protest I was going without my errand at last. Did you bid me tell my cousin that all those bills were paid?" "All paid? Alas, no, not one of them." "And why not? You should always pay your bills, my dear." Ellis looked at him in much perplexity, to see whether this were uttered as a sneer or as a remonstrance, but soon perceived, by the earnestness of his countenance, that it was the latter, and then with a sigh answered, "You are undoubtedly right, sir. I am the first to condemn all that appears against me, but I made my late attempt with the persuasion that I was as secure of repaying others as of serving myself. I would not else have run any risk where I should not have been the sole sufferer." "But what?" said he, staring and shutting the door, and not seeming to comprehend her. "What is the reason that you can't pay your bills?" "A very simple reason, sir. I have not the power." "Not the power? What, are you very poor, then?" Ellis could not forbear smiling, but seeing him put his hand in his pocket, hastened to answer, "Yes, sir, but very proud, too. I am sometimes, therefore, involved in the double distress of being obliged to refuse the very assistance I require." "But you would not refuse mine?" "Without a moment's hesitation." "Would you indeed? And from what motive?" Again Ellis could scarcely keep her countenance at a question so unexpected, while she answered, "From the custom, sir, of the world, I have been brought up to avoid all obligations with strangers." "How so?" I don't at all see that. Have you not an obligation to that linen draper and hosier, and I don't know who there, upon your chimney-piece, if you take their things, and don't pay for them? Yet more struck with the sense of unbiased equity manifested by this question, than by the simplicity shown by that which had preceded it, Ellis felt her face suffused with shame, as she replied, "I blush to have incurred such a reprimand, but I hope to convince you, by the exertions which I shall not a moment delay making, how little it is my intention to practice any such injustice, and how wide it would be from my approbation." She sat down, sensibly affected by the necessity of uttering this vindication. "Well then," said he, without observing her distress, "won't it be more honest to run in debt with an old bachelor, who has nobody but himself to take care of, than with a set of poor people who, perhaps, have got their houses full of children?" The word honest, and the impossibility of disproving a charge of injuring those by whom she had been served, so powerfully shocked her feelings in arraigning her principles, that she could frame no answer. Conceiving her silence to be assent, he returned to the chimney-piece, and, taking the little packet of bills, prepared to put it into his pocket-book, but hastily then, rising, she entreated him to restore it without delay. Her manner was so earnest that he did not dare contest her will, though he looked nearly as angry as he was sorry. "I meant," he said, "to have given you the greatest pleasure in the world. That was what I meant. I thought your debts made you so unhappy that you would love me all your life for getting them off your hands. I loved a person so myself, who paid for some tops for me when I was a boy, that I had bought for some of my playmates, without recollecting that I had no money to pay for them. However, I beg your pardon for my blunder, if you like your debts better." He now bowed to her, with an air of concern, and wishing her health and happiness, retreated, but left her door wide open, and she heard him say to the milliners, "My dears, I've made a great mistake. I wanted to set that pretty lady's heart at rest by paying her bills, but she says she had rather owe them, though she did not mention her reason. So I hope the poor people are in no great hurry. However, whether they be or not, don't let them torment her for the money, for she says she has none, so 'twould only be plaguing her for nothing. And I should be sorry for her, for she looks as if she were very smart, besides being so pretty." End of chapter 28. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 29 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 29. Ellis, for some minutes, hardly knew whether to be most provoked or diverted by this singular visit, but all that approached to amusement was short-lived. The most distant apprehension that her probity could be arraigned was shocking, and she determined to dedicate the evening to calculating all that she had either to pay or to receive, and sooner to leave herself destitute of every means of support, but such as should arise from day to day, than hazard incurring any suspicion injurious to her integrity. These estimates, which were easily drawn up, afforded her at once a view of her ability to satisfy her creditors, and of the helpless poverty in which she must then remain herself. Her courage, nevertheless, rose higher, from the conviction that her honor would be cleared. She was thus employed, when, late in the evening, Miss Arb, full dressed, and holding her watch in her hand, ran upstairs. "I have but a quarter of an hour," she cried, "to stay, so don't let us lose a moment. I am just come from dining at Lady Kendover's, and I am going to an assembly at the Sycamores. But I thought I would just steal a few minutes for our dear little Lyre. You can give me your answer, you know, as I am going downstairs. Come quick, my dear Miss Ellis. 'Tis such a delight to try our music together." "My answer, madam?" cried Ellis, surprised. "I had hoped for yours. And, as you will probably meet all the ladies to whom you have had the goodness to mention me at Miss Sycamore's, I entreat—" "I am so dreadfully hurried," cried she, unrolling her music, "that I can't say a word of all that now. But we'll arrange it, and you can tell me how you like our plan, you know, as I am putting up my music and going. But we can't possibly play the harp while I am drawing on my gloves and scampering downstairs." This logic, which she felt to be irrefutable, she uttered with the most perfect self-complacency, while spreading her music, and placing herself at the harp. But once there, she would neither say nor hear another word, and it was equally in vain that Ellis desired an explanation of the plan to which she alluded, or an answer to the petition which she had written herself. Miss Arbe could listen to no sounds but those produced by her own fingers, and could balance no interests but those upon which she was speculating, of the advantages which she should herself reap from these continual, though unacknowledged, lessons. And Ellis found all her painful difficulties, how to extricate herself from the distresses of penury, the horror of creditors, and the fears of want, treated as but minor considerations, when put in competition with the importance of Miss Arbe's most trivial and even stolen improvement. She saw, however, no redress. Displeasure was unnoticed, distaste was unheeded, and she had no choice but to put aside every feeling and give her usual instructions, or to turn a professed protectress into a dangerous and resentful enemy. She sat down, therefore, to her business. The quarter of an hour was scarcely past before Miss Arbe started up to be gone, and, giving her music to Ellis to fold while she drew on her gloves, cried, "Well, you can tell me now what I must say to Lady Kendover. I hope you like my scheme." Ellis protested herself utterly ignorant what scheme she meant. "Bless me," she cried, "did not my cousin tell you what I've been doing for you? I've quite slaved in your service, I can assure you. I never made such exertions in my life. Everybody had agreed to give you up. It's really shocking to see how people are governed by their prejudices. But I brought them all round. For, after Lady Aurora's letter, they none of them could tell what to resolve upon, till I gave them my advice. That, indeed, is no unusual thing to happen to me. So few people know what they had best do." This self-eulogium having elated her spirits, her haste to depart sufficiently slackened to give her time to make a farther demand whether her cousin had executed her commission. Ellis knew not even that he had had any to execute. "Well," she cried, "that old soul grows more provoking every day. I have resolved 1,000 times never to trust him again, only he is always at hand, and that's so convenient. One does not know how to resist making use of him. But he really torments me more than anything existing. If he had literally no sense, one should not be so angry. But when it's possible to make him listen, he understands what one says well enough. And sometimes, which you will scarcely believe, he suddenly utters something so keen and so neat that you'd suppose him all at once metamorphized into a wit. But the fact is, he is so tiresomely absent that he never knows what he does, nor hears what one says. At breakfast he asks whether there is nothing more coming for dinner. At dinner he bids his servant get ready his nightcap and slippers, because he shall eat no supper. If anybody applies to him for a pinch of snuff, he brings them an armchair. If they ask him how he does, he fetches his hat and cane, buttons his greatcoat up to his chin, and says he is ready to attend them. If they inquire what it is o'clock, he thanks them for their kindness, and runs over a list of all his aches and pains. And the moment anybody enters the room, the first word he commonly says to them is goodbye." Ellis earnestly begged to know what was meant by the letter of Lady Aurora. Miss Arbe again declared herself too much hurried to stay, and spent more time in censuring Mr. Giles for not having spared her such a loss of it than would have been required for even a minute recital of the business which he had forgotten. Ellis, however, at length learnt that Miss Arbe had had the address to hit upon a plan which conciliated all interests, and to which she had prevailed upon Lady Kendover to consent. "Her ladyship's name," she continued, "with my extensive influence, will be quite enough to obtain that of everybody else worth having at Brighthelmstone. And she was vastly kind indeed, for though she did it, she said, with the extremest repugnance, which to be sure is natural enough, not being able to imagine who or what she serves, Yet, in consideration of your being patronized by me, she would not refuse to give you her countenance once more. Nothing in the world could be kinder. You must go immediately to thank her." "Unhappily, madam," answered Ellis, colouring, "I have too many obligations of my own unrepaid to have the presumption to suppose I can assist in the acknowledgments of others, and this plan, whatever it may be, has so evidently received the sanction of Lady Kendover solely to oblige Miss Arb, that it would be folly, if not impertinence, on my part to claim the honour of offering her ladyship my thanks." Miss Arb, whose watch was always in her hand, when her harp was not, had no time to mark this discrimination. She went on, therefore, rapidly with her communication. "Lady Kendover," she said, "has asserted that if Miss Ellis had been celebrated in any public line of life, there would be less difficulty about employing her. But as she had only been seen or noticed in private families, it was necessary to be much more particular as to her connections and conduct, because in that case she must of course be received upon a more friendly footing, and with a consideration of confidence by no means necessary for a public artist. If, therefore, all were not clear and satisfactory—" Ellis, with mingled spirit and dignity, here interrupted her. "Spare me, madam, this preamble for both our sakes, for though the pain it causes is only mine, the useless trouble, pardon me, will be yours. I do not desire, I could not even consent to enter any house where to receive me would be deemed a disgrace." "Oh, but you have not heard my plan. You don't know how well it has all been settled. The harp professor now here, a proud, conceited old coxcomb, full of the most abominable airs, but a divine performer, wants to obtrude his daughter upon us in your place, though she has got so cracked a voice that she gives one the headache by her squeals. Well, to make it his interest not to be your enemy, I have prevailed with Lady Kendover to desire him to take you in for one of his band, either to play or sing at the great concert room." Ellis, amazed, exclaimed, "Can you mean, madam, can Lady Kendover mean to propose my performing in public?" "Precisely that. 'Tis the only way in the world to settle the business and conquer all parties." "If so, madam, they can never be conquered, for never, most certainly never, can I perform in public." "And why not? You'll do vastly well, I dare say. Why should you be so timid? 'Tis the best way to gain your admission into great houses, and if your performance is applauded, you'll have as many scholars as you like, and you may be as impertinent as you will. Your humility, now, won't make you half so many friends, as a set of airs and graces, then, will make you partisans." "I am much obliged to you for a recommendation so powerful, madam," answered Ellis, dryly, "but I must entreat you to pardon my inability to avail myself of it, and my frank declaration that my objections to this plan are unsuperable." Miss Arb only treated this as an ignorant diffidence, scarcely worth even derision, till Ellis solemnly and positively repeated that her resolution not to appear in public would be unalterable. She then became seriously offended, and, slightly wishing her good night, ran downstairs, without making any other answer to her inquiry concerning the request in her note, than that she knew not what it meant, and could not stay another moment. Ellis now was deeply disturbed. Her first impulse was to write to Lady Aurora, and implore her protection, but this wish was soon subdued by an invincible repugnance to drawing so young a person into any clandestine correspondence. Yet there was no one else to whom she could apply. "Alas," she cried, "how wretched a situation! And yet, compared with what it might have been, let me dwell upon that contrast. What then can make me miserable?" With revived vigor from this reflection, she resolved to assume courage to send in all her accounts without waiting any longer for the precarious assistance of Miss Arb. But what was to follow? When all difficulty should be over with respect to others, how was she to exist herself? Music, though by no means her only accomplishment, was the only one which she dared flatter herself to possess with sufficient knowledge for the arduous attempt of teaching what she had learnt. Even in this she had been frequently embarrassed. All she knew upon the subject had been acquired as a dilettante, not studied as an artist, and though she was an elegant and truly superior performer, she was nearly as deficient in the theoretical as she was skillful in the practical part of the science of which she undertook to give lessons. Wide is the difference between exhibiting that which we have attained only for that purpose, from the power of dispensing knowledge to others. Where only what is chosen is produced, only what is practiced is performed, where one favorite piece, however laboriously acquired, however exclusively finished, gains a character of excellence, that, for the current day, and with the current throng, disputes the prize of fame, even with the solid rights of professional candidates. The young and nearly ignorant disciple may seem upon a par with the experienced and learned master, but to disseminate knowledge by clearing that which is obscure, and explaining that which is difficult, to make what is hard appear easy, by giving facility to the execution of what is abstruse to the conception, to lighten the fatigue of practice by the address of method, to shorten what requires study by anticipating its result, and while demonstrating effects to expound their cause by the rules of art, to hide the want of science, and to supply the dearth of genius by divulging the secrets of embellishments. These were labors that demanded not alone brilliant talents, which she amply possessed, but a fund of scientific knowledge, to which she formed no pretensions. Her modesty, however, aided her good sense in confining her attempts at giving improvement within the limits of her ability. And rare indeed must have been her ill fortune had a pupil fallen to her lot, sufficiently advanced to have surpassed her powers of instruction. But this art, the favorite of her mind, and in which she had taste and talents to excel, must now be relinquished. And drawing, in which she was also, though not equally, an adept, presented the same obstacles of recommendation for obtaining scholars as music. Her theatrical abilities, though of the first cast, were useless, since from whatever demanded public representation her mind revolted, and her original wish of procuring herself a safe and retired asylum by becoming a governess to some young lady was now more than ever remote from all chance of being gratified. "How few," she cried, "how circumscribed are all the attainments of women, and how much fewer and more circumscribed still are those which may, in their consequences, be useful as well as ornamental to the higher or educated class! Those through which, in the reverses of fortune, a female may reap benefit without abasement! Those which, while preserving her from pecuniary distress, will not aggravate the hardships or sorrows of her changed condition, either by immediate humiliation, or by what, eventually, her connections may consider as disgrace." Thus situated, she could have recourse only to the dull, monotonous, and cheerless plan, from which Miss Arbe had turned her aside, that of offering her services to Miss Matson as a needlewoman. Her first step, upon this resolution, was to send back the harp to the music shop. Since no further hope remained of recovering her scholars, she would not pay her court to Miss Arbe at the expense of Miss Bydel. She next dispatched her small accounts to Lady Candover, Lady Aramede, Miss Sycamore, Miss Brinville, the Miss Crawleys, and Miss Tedman. But notwithstanding her poverty, she desired to be allowed to have instructed Selina simply from motives of gratitude. To give up her large apartment was her next determination, and she desired to speak with Miss Matson, to whom she made known her intention, soliciting at the same time some employment in needlework. This was a measure not more essential than disagreeable. "Mercy, ma'am," Miss Matson cried, seating herself upon the sofa, "I hope at least you won't leave my first floor before you pay me for it. And as to work, what is the premium you mean to propose to me?" Ellis answered that she could propose none. She desired only to receive and to return her work from day to day. Looking at her now with an air extremely contemptuous, Miss Matson replied that that was by no means her way, that all her young ladies came to her with some handsome premiums, and that she had already 8 or 9 upon her list, more than she was able to admit into her shop. Ellis, affrighted at the prospect before her, earnestly inquired whether Miss Matson would have the kindness to aid her in an application elsewhere for some plain work. "That, ma'am, is one of the things the most difficult in the world to obtain. Such loads of young women are out of employ that one's quite teased for recommendations. Besides which, your being known to have run up so many debts in the town, you'll excuse me, ma'am, makes it not above half reputable to venture staking one's credit, after all those droll things that Mr. Riley, you know, ma'am, said to Miss Bydel." Ellis could bear no more. She promised to hasten her payment, and begged to be left alone. End of chapter 29. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 30 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 30. Ellis had but just cast herself, in deep disturbance, upon a chair, when her door was opened, without tapping or any previous ceremony, by Mr. Giles Arb, who smilingly inquired after her health, with the familiar kindness of an intimate old friend, but, receiving no immediate answer, gave her a nod that said, "Don't mind me," and, sitting down by her side, began talking to himself. Roused by this interruption, she begged to know his commands. He finished his speech to himself before he took any notice of hers, and then, very good-humoredly, asked what she wanted. "May I hope," she cried, "that you have the goodness to bring me some answer to my note?" "What note, my pretty lady?" "That which you were so obliging as to undertake delivering for me to Miss Arb." He stared and looked amazed, repeating, "Note? What note?" But when, at last, she succeeded in making him recollect the circumstance, his countenance fell, and leaning against the back of his chair, while his stick, and a parcel which he held under his arm, dropped to the ground. "I am frightened to death," he cried, "for fear it's that I tore last night to light my little lamp." Then, emptying everything out of his pockets, "I can soon tell, however," he continued, "because I put the other half back, very carefully, determining to examine what it was in the morning, for I was surprised to find a folded note in my pocket, but I thought of it no more afterwards, from that time to this." Collecting, then, the fragments, "Here," he continued, "is what is left." Ellis immediately recognized her handwriting. "I protest," cried he, in great confusion, "I have never above twice, or thrice, perhaps, in my life, been more ashamed. And once was when I was so unfortunate as to burn a gentleman's stick, a mighty curious sort of cane, that I was unluckily holding in my hand, just as the fire wanted stirring, and not much thinking at that moment, by great ill luck, of what I was about, I poked it into the middle of the grate, and not a soul happened to take notice of it, any more than myself, till it made a prodigious crackling, and all that was not consumed split into splinters. I never was so out of countenance in my life. I could not make a single apology, so they all thought I did not mind it. Do you think so too now? For I am very sorry I tore your note, I assure you." Ellis readily accepted his excuse. "Well, and another time," he continued, "I had a still worse accident. I was running after an ill-natured gnat that had stung a lady, with my hand uplifted to knock him down, and, very unluckily, after he had led me a dance all over the room, he darted upon the lady's cheek, and in my hurry to crush him, I gave her such a smart slap at the face that it made her quite angry. I was never so shocked since I was born. I ran away as fast as I could, for I had not a word to say for myself." He then began relating a third instance, but Ellis interrupted him, and again desired to know his business. "Good, true," cried he, "you do well to put me in mind, for talking of one thing makes a man sometimes forget another. It's what has happened to me before now. One isn't always upon one's guard. I remember once my poor cousin was disappointed of a chaperone to go with her to a ball, after being dressed out in all the best things that she had in the world, and looking better than ever she did before in her life, as she told me herself. And she asked me to run to a particular friend, to beg that she would accompany her, instead of the one that had failed her. So I set off as fast as possible, for I saw that she was in a prodigious fidget, not much caring, I suppose, to be dizened out, and to put on her best looks, to be seen by nobody but her papa and me, which is natural enough, for her papa always thinks her pretty, and as to me, I don't doubt but she may be so neither, though I never happened to take much notice of it." "Well, sir, to our business?" cried Ellis. "Well, when I arrived at this friend of my cousin's, I met there a friend of my own, and one that I had not seen for 15 years. I had so prodigious much to say to him, that it put all my poor cousin's fine clothes and best looks out of my head. And I'm quite ashamed to own it, but we never once ceased our confabulation, my old friend and I, till, to my great surprise, supper was brought upon the table. I was in extreme confusion indeed, for, just then, somebody asked me how my cousin did, which made me recollect my commission. I told it in all haste to the lady, and begged, so urgently, that she would oblige my cousin, who would never forgive me for not delivering my message sooner, if I carried a refusal, that, at last, I persuaded her to comply. But I was so abashed by my forgetfulness that I never thought of mentioning the ball, so that when she arrived, all in her common gear, my poor cousin, who supposed that she had only waited for her hairdressers and shoemakers, looked at her with as much amazement as if she had never seen her before in her life. And the lady was prodigiously picked not to be received better, so that they were upon the very point of a quarrel, when they discovered that all the fault was mine. But by the time that they came to that part, I was so out of countenance, you would have judged that I had done it all on purpose. I was frightened out of my wits, and I made off as fast as possible, and when I got to my own room, there was not a chair nor a table that I did not put against the door, for fear of their bursting the lock. They were both of them in such prodigious passions to know why I had served them so, and yet the whole time I was as innocent of it as you are, for I never once thought about either of them, never in my life." Again Ellis inquired what were his commands, frankly avowing that she was too much engrossed by the melancholy state of her own affairs to attend to any other. "What then? I'm afraid those poor people ain't paid yet." "A poorer person, sir, as I believe and hope," answered she, sighing, "than any amongst them is unpaid also. They would not else have this claim upon your compassion." "What, have you got any bad debts yourself?" "Inquire, sir, of Miss Arb, and if you extend your benevolence to representing what is due to my creditors, it may urge her to consider what is due to me." "Does anybody owe you any money, then?" "Yes, sir, and as much as will acquire all I myself owe to others." "What is the reason, then, that they don't pay you?" "The want of knowing, sir, the value of a little to the self-supported and distressed. The want, in short, of consideration." "Bad, bad, that ain't right," cried he. "I'll put an end to it, however," rising hastily. "I'll make my cousin go to every one of them. They must be taught what they should do. They mean very well, but that's of no use if they don't act well, too. And if my cousin don't go to them, I'll go myself." He then quitted the house in the greatest haste, leaving behind him his parcel and his stick, which were not perceived till his departure. Ellis knew not whether to lament or to rejoice at this promised interference, but wholly overset by these new and unexpected obstacles to providing for her immediate subsistence, she had no resource but to await with patience the effect of his efforts. The following day, while anxiously expecting him, she was surprised by another visit from Miss Arb, who, with an air as sprightly as her own was dejected, cried, "Well, I hope this new plan will make an end of all our difficulties. You have had time enough now to consider of it, for I have such a little minute always to stay, that I can never pretend to discuss 100 pros and cons, though indeed I flatter myself 'tis impossible your scruples should still hold out. But where in the world have you hid your harp? I have been peeping about for it ever since I came in. And my music, have you looked it over? Is it not delightful? I longed to play it with you. I tried it 20 times by myself, but I could not manage it. But everything's so much easier when one tries it together, that I dare say we shall conquer all those horrid hard passages at once. But where's your harp? Tell me, however, first what you decide about our plan, for when once we begin playing, there's no thinking of anything else. If it be the concert you mean, madam, I can only repeat my thanks, and that I can never, except to those ladies who are, or who would venture to become my pupils, consent to be a performer. What 1,000 pities, my dear Ellis, to throw away your charming talents through that terrible diffidence! However, I can't give you up so easily. I must positively bring you round. Only if we stop now, we shan't have a moment for those horrid hard passages. So where's my music, and where have you conjured your harp? The music, she answered, she had neither seen nor heard of. The harp, useless since no longer necessary, she had sent home. The smiles and sprightly airs of Miss Arb now instantly vanished, and were succeeded by undisguised displeasure. To send back, without consulting her, an instrument that could never have been obtained but through her recommendation, she called an action the most extraordinary. She was too much hurried, however, to enter into any discussion, and must drive home immediately to inquire what that eternal blunderer, her cousin Giles, had done, not only with her note, but with her music, which was of so much consequence that his whole life could not make her amends if it had met with any accident. Ellis had been so far from purporting to cast herself into any dependence upon Miss Arb, that, upon this unjust resentment, she suffered her to run downstairs without offering any apology. Conceiving, however, that the parcel left by Mr. Giles might possibly contain the music in question, she followed her with it into the shop, where she had the mortification of hearing her say, "Miss Matson, as to your debts you must judge for yourself. I can't pretend to be responsible for the credit of everybody that solicits my patronage." With the silent displeasure of contempt, Ellis put the parcel into her hands and retreated. "Why, how's this? Here is my note unopened," cried Miss Arb. Ellis, returning, said that she had not seen any note. Miss Arb declared that she had placed it herself within the pack-thread that was tied round the music, but it appeared that Mr. Giles had squeezed it under the brown paper cover, whence it had not been visible. "And I wrote it," cried Miss Arb, "purposely that you might be ready with your answer, and to beg that you would not fail to study the passages I marked with a pencil, that we might know how to finger them when we met. However, I shall certainly never trust that monstrous, tiresome creature with another commission." She then, accompanied by Miss Bydel, who now entered the shop, and invited herself to be of the party, followed Ellis upstairs to read the note and talk the subject over. From this note, Ellis discovered that the plan was entirely altered. The professor was wholly omitted, and she was placed herself at the head of a new enterprise. It was to be conducted under the immediate and avowed patronage of Miss Arb, upon a scheme of that lady's own suggestion and arrangement, which had long been projecting. A subscription was to be raised amongst all the ladies of any fashion or consequence in or near Brighthelmstone, who, whether as mothers, aunts, guardians, or friends, had the care of any young ladies possessing musical talents. Lady Kendover had consented that her name should be placed at the head of the list, as soon as any other lady of sufficient distinction to be named immediately after her ladyship should come forward. The concert was to be held alternately at the houses of the principal subscribers, whose apartments and inclinations should best be suited to the purpose. The young ladies were to perform, by rotation or selection, according as the lady directress of the night, aided by Miss Arb's counsel, should settle. A small band was to be engaged, that the concert might be opened with the dignity of an overture, that the concertos might be accompanied, and that the whole might conclude with the eclat of a full piece. Ellis, whose advancement, and in whose name, the money was to be raised, that was to pay herself, the other artists, and all the concomitant expenses, was to play upon the harp, and to sing an air in the course of every act. This plan was far less painful to her feelings than that which had preceded it, since the concert was to be held in private houses, and young ladies of fashion were themselves to be performers. But, though her thanks were graceful and sincere, her determination was immovable. "It is not," she said, "believe me, madam, from false notions of pride, that, because I alone am to be paid, I decline so honorable a method of extricating myself from my present difficulties. My pride, on the contrary, urges me to every exertion that may lead to self-dependence. But who is permitted to act by the sole guidance of their own perceptions and notions? Who is so free, I might better perhaps say so desolate, as to consider themselves clear of all responsibility to the opinions of others?" "Of others? Why do you belong then really to anybody, Mrs. Ellis?" cried Miss Bydel. "They must be pretty extraordinary people," said Miss Arb, contemptuously dropping her eyes, "if they can disprove a scheme that will show your talents to so much advantage, besides bringing you into the notice of so many people of distinction." Then, rising, she would forbear, she said, to trouble her any more, inform Lady Kendover of her refusal, and let Lady Aurora know that her farther interference would be unacceptable. At the name of Lady Aurora, Ellis entreated some explanation, but Miss Arb, without deigning to make any, hurried to her carriage. Miss Bydel, pouring forth a volley of interrogatories upon the intentions of Ellis, her expectations, and her means, would have remained, but she reaped so little satisfaction that, tired at length herself, she retreated, though not till she had fully caught the intention of Ellis by the following words: "I have been very ready, Mrs. Ellis, to serve you in your distress, but I hope you won't forget that I always intended to be disbursed by your music teaching, so if you don't do that any more, I can't see why you won't do this, that you pay me." She then took leave. Ellis was far more grieved than offended by this reprimand, which, however gross, did not seem unjust. "To judge me," she cried, "by my present appearance, my resisting this offer must be attributed to impertinence, ingratitude, or folly, and how can I expect to be judged but by what is seen, what is known? Who is willing to be so generous, who is capable to be so noble, as to believe, or even to conceive, that lonely distress, like mine, may call for respect and forbearance, as well as for pity and assistance? O Lady Aurora, sole charm, sole softener of my sufferings! O liberal, high-minded Harley! Why are there so few to resemble you? And why must your virtues and your kindness for me be null? Why am I doomed to seek, so hardly, the support that flies me, yet to fly to the consolation that offers?" End of chapter 30. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 31 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 31. The sole hope of Ellis for extrication from these difficulties hung now upon Mr. Giles Arb, whom she had begun to apprehend had forgotten his promise, when, to her great relief, he appeared. Nothing could be less exhilarating than his air and manner. He looked vexed and disconcerted, sat down without answering the civilities of her reception, sucked for some minutes the head of his stick, and then began talking to himself, from time to time ejaculating little broken phrases aloud, such as, "It ain't right. It can't be right. I wish they would not do such things. Fair young creatures, too, some of 'em. Fie, fie. They've no thought. That's it. They've no thought. Mighty good hearts. And very pretty faces, too, some of 'em. But sad little empty heads, except for their own pleasures. No want of flappers there. Fie, fie." Then, letting fall 2 guineas and a half upon the table, "There, my dear," he cried, in a tone of chagrin, There's all I've been able to gather amongst all your scholars put together. What they do with their money I don't know, but they are all very poor, they tell me, except Lady Aramede, and she's so rich that she can't possibly attend, she says, to such pitiful claims. Though I said to her, if the sum, ma'am, is too small for your ladyship's notice, the best way to show your magnificence is to make it greater, which will also be very acceptable to this young person. But she did not mind me. She only said that you might apply to her steward at Christmas, which was the time, she believed, when he settled her affairs. But as to herself, she never meddled with such insignificant matters. Christmas? Repeated Ellis, and 'tis now but the beginning of April. I went next to the Miss Crawleys, but they only fell a-laughing. All I could say, and all I could do, and all I could represent, only set 'em a-laughing. I never knew what at, nor they neither, but they did not laugh the less for that. One of them stretched her mouth so wide that I was afraid she would have cut her cheek through to her ears, and the other frightened me more still, for she giggled herself so black in the face that I thought she must have expired in a fit, and not one among us knew what it was all for. But the more I stared at them, the louder they laughed. They never stopped till they were so weak that they could not stand, and then they held their sides and were quiet enough, till I happened to ask them if they had done, and that set them off again. They are merry little souls, not very heavy, I believe, in the head. I don't suppose they have a thought above once in a 12-month. He had then applied to their brother. Sir Marmaduke professed himself extremely shocked at the circumstances which had prevented his sisters from profiting longer by the instructions of so fine a virtuosa as the Ellis. But he hoped that something might yet be adjusted for the future, as he was utterly ashamed to offer such a trifle as this account to so accomplished a young person as the Ellis. I told him then, continued Mr. Giles, that it was no trifle to you, for you were so very poor that you could not pay for your clothes, but I could never obtain any other answer from him than that he had too much consideration for you to think of offering you a sum so unworthy your merit. This, indeed, is rather singular, cried Ellis, half smiling, that the smallness of my demands should make one person decline paying me from contempt, and another from respect. Next, he related, he went to Miss Brinville, who, with great displeasure, denied at first having ever been a scholar of Miss Ellis. The young woman had been with her, indeed, she said, to choose her a harp, or tunet, or something of that sort, but she had found her so entirely unequal to giving any lessons, and the professor, her present master, had so completely convinced her of the poor young woman's ignorance, that it was quite ridiculous to suppose having seen anybody once or twice for an odd hour or two was sufficient for being considered as their scholar. Upon this, continued Mr. Giles, I told her that if she were not amongst your pupils, she must be amongst your friends, and in that case I doubted not, from your great good nature, you would dispense with her payment. Well, sir, cried Ellis, laughing, and what said my friend? Good me, all was changed in a minute. She had never, she said, had such a thought as receiving you but as her music mistress. So then again I demanded the money. For if she is not your friend, said I, you can't expect her to teach you for nothing. But she told me she was just quitting Brighthelmstone, and could not pay you till she got to London. I really can't find out what makes them all so poor, but they are prodigiously out of cash. Those operas and gauzes, I believe, ruin them. They dress themselves so prettily, and go to hear those tunes so often, that they have not a shilling left for other expenses. It ain't right. It can't be right, and so I told her. I gave her some advice. There's a great concert tonight, Miss Brinville, said I. If you take my counsel, you won't go to it, nor to ever another for a week or two to come, and then you can pay this young lady what you owe her, without putting yourself to any difficulty. But she made me no reply. She only eyed me askance, as if she would have liked prodigiously to order me out of the room. I thought I never saw her nose look so thick. I never took so much notice of it before, but it spoils her beauty sadly. After this, I went to Miss Sycamore, and I surprised her playing upon her harp. This is lucky enough, said I. Miss Sycamore, I find you in the act of reaping advantage from the very person who wants to reap advantage from you. So then I demanded your money. But she told me that she has none to spare, and that she could not pay you yet. Why then, said I, Miss Sycamore, you must really give her back her instructions. I thought this would have piqued her, but she won't easily be put out of her way. So she threw her arms round her harp, with the prettiest languishment you can imagine, making herself look just like a picture, and then she played me a whole set of airs and graces, quite ravishing, I protest, and when she had done, "There," she cried, "there, Mr. Arb, those were her instructions. Carry them back." I declare I don't know how I could be angry with her. She did it with such an elegant toss. But it was not right. It could not be right. So I was angry enough after the first moment. "Pray, Miss Sycamore," said I, "what have you done for this young lady to expect that she should do all this for you? Have you got her any place? Have you procured her any emolument? Have you given her any pleasure? Have you done her any honor?" She had not a word to answer, so she twirled her fingers upon her harp, and sung and played till I was almost ravished again. But I would not give way, so I said, "Miss Sycamore, if she owes you neither place nor profit, neither pleasure nor honor, I should be glad to know upon what pretense you lay claim to her time, her trouble, her talents, and her patience." "Oh, could such a question," cried Ellis, "be put more at large for all the harassed industrious, to all the unfeeling indolent, what reflections might it not excite? What injustice might it not obviate?" "Why, I'll say it anywhere, my dear, if you think it will do any good. I always give my opinion, for I never see what a man has one for, if he must not utter it. However, I could make nothing of Miss Sycamore. Those young ladies who play and sing in public, at those private rooms, of 400 or 500 people, have their poor little heads so taken up, between the compliments of the company when they are in the world, and their own when they are by themselves, that there ain't a moment left them for a little thought." His next visit was to Lady Kendover, by whom he was received, he said, with such politeness, and by whom Ellis was mentioned with so much consideration, that he thought he should quite oblige her ladyship by giving her an opportunity to serve a young person of whom she spoke with so much civility. "Upon which," continued he, "I told her about your debts, and how much you would thank her to be as quick as possible in helping you pay them. But then she put on quite a new face. She was surprised, she said, that you should begin your new career by running into debt, and much more at my supposing that she should sanctify such imprudence by her name and encouragement. Still, however, she talked about her concern and her admiration in such elegant sentences, that, thinking she was coming round, 'Ma'am,' said I, 'as your ladyship honours this young lady with so generous a regard, I hold it but my duty to tell you how you may show it the most to her benefit. Send for all her creditors, and let them know your ladyship's good opinion of her, and then I don't doubt they'll wait her own convenience for being paid.' Well, all at once her face turned of a deep brick red, as if I had offered her an affront in only naming such a thing. So then I grew very angry indeed, for, as she is neither young nor pretty, there is no one thing to excuse her. If she had been young, one might have hoped she would mend, and if she were pretty, one might suppose she was only thinking of her looking-glass. But her ladyship is plain enough, as well as old, so I felt no scruple to reprimand her. But I gained no ground, for just as I was beginning to cry down the uselessness of that complimentary language, if it meant nothing, she said that she was very sorry to have the honor to leave me, but that she must go and dress for dinner. But then, just as I was coming away, and upon the point of being in a passion, I was stopped by little Lady Barbara, that sweet fine child, who asked me 100 kind questions about you, without paying any regard to the winking or blinking of her Aunt Kendover. She is a mighty agreeable little soul. I have taken a great kindness to her. She let out all their secrets to me, and I should like nothing better than to tell them all to you, only Lady Kendover charged me to hold my tongue. The ladies are very fond of giving that recommendation to us men. I don't know," smiling, "whether they are as fond of giving the example. In particular, she enjoined me not to mention Lady Aurora's being your banker." "Lady Aurora?" "Yes, because my cousin would be quite affronted, for she arranges things, Lady Kendover says, so extremely well, that she deserves to have her own way. She likes to have it, too, I believe, very well." "Lady Aurora, my banker!" Yes, they wrote to Lady Aurora about it, and she sent them word that, if the scheme was agreeable to you, she begged to be considered as responsible for any expenses that you might incur in its preparation." "Lady Aurora, then, approves the plan?" cried Ellis, in much disturbance. "Yes, mightily, I believe, though I am not quite sure, for she desired you might not be pressed, nor hurried, for if, she says, in a letter to Lady Barbara, it is not her own desire, don't let anybody be so cruel as to urge her. We know not her history, and cannot judge her objections, but she is so gently mannered, so sweetly well bred, so inexpressibly amiable, that it is impossible she should not do everything that is right." "Sweet, trusting, generous Lady Aurora!" cried Ellis, while tears gushed fast into her eyes, with strong but delighted emotion. "Mr. Giles, I see now what path I may pursue, and you, who are so benevolent, will aid me on the way." She then entreated him, through the medium of Lady Barbara, to supplicate that the beneficence of Lady Aurora might be exerted in the payment of the debts already contracted, not in obviating new ones, which she felt no disposition to incur. "I'll undertake that with all my heart, my dear, and you'll be sure to have the money for what you like best, because it's a man who is to be your paymaster." "A man?" "Yes, for Lady Aurora says that though she shall pay the whole herself ultimately, the draft upon the banker, for the present, must be in the name of her brother." Ellis changed color, and, with far deeper emotion, now walked about her room, now seated herself, now hid her face with her hands, and now ejaculated, How shall I decide?" She then inquired from whom Mr. Giles had received the 2 guineas and the half-guinea which he had put upon the table. From Mr. Tedman. Mr. Tedman, she said, was the only person of the whole set who owed her nothing, but to whom, on the contrary, she was herself indebted, not having yet had an opportunity to clear what he had advanced. "So he told me," cried Mr. Giles, "for I don't believe he forgets things of that sort. But he said he had such a regard for you, that he would stand to trusting you with as much again, put in case you would give him your receipt for paying it off in lessons to his daughter. And for this much, in the meanwhile, as you are not by, he consented to take mine." "You are very kind, sir," said Ellis. "And Mr. Tedman himself, notwithstanding his deficiency in education and language, is, I believe, really good. Nevertheless, I am too uncertain of my power to continue my musical project, to risk a new bankruptcy of this nature." She then begged him to take back the money, with a promise that she would speedily settle what yet remained undischarged of the former account. He blamed her warmly. "Mr. Tedman," he said, "is rich and good-natured. You are poor and helpless. He ought to give. It's only being just. You ought to accept, or you are only very foolish." "Do not be hasty to blame me, my good Mr. Giles. There are certain points in which everyone must judge for himself. With regard to me, I must resist all pecuniary obligations." "Except to poor tradespeople," cried he, nodding a little reproachfully, "and those you will let work and toil for you gratis." Ellis, shocked and struck to the quick, looked deeply distressed. "Perhaps," she said, "I may be wrong. Justice, certainly, should take place of whatever is personal, however dear or near its interest." She paused, ruminated, irresolute and dissatisfied, and then said, "Were I to consult only myself, my own feelings, whatever they may be, should surely and even instantly give way to what is due to others. But I must not imagine that I shall be doomed forever to this deplorable condition, and those to whom I may yet belong may blame, may resent any measures that may give publicity to my situation. Will not this objection have some weight, sir, to lessen your censure of my seeming insensibility, to claims of which I acknowledge the right?" "What then, you think, I suppose, that when your friends come to you, they'll be quite pleased to find you have accepted goods and favors from your shoemaker, and your hosier, and your linen draper, though they would be too proud to let you receive money from the rich and idle. Better sing those songs, my dear, much better sing those songs. Then you'll have money for yourself and everybody." Ellis now breathed hard. "Alas," she cried. "Justice, reason, common sense all seem against me. If, therefore, Lady Aurora approved this scheme, my fears and my feelings must yield to such a tide." Again, painfully, she paused, and then, sighing bitterly, added, "Tell Miss Arb, sir, to acquaint Lady Candover. Let Lady Aurora be informed that I submit to their opinions, and accept, upon their own terms, their benevolent assistance." He held out his hand to her, now with exulting approbation, but she seemed overwhelmed with grief, apprehension, and regret. He looked at her with surprise. "Why now, my dear," he said, tenderly, "what's the matter with you? Now that you are going to do all that is right, you must be happy." "What is right, alas! For me at least," she cried. "I know not. I should not else be thus perplexed, but I act in the dark. The measure in which I acquiesce, I may forever repent. Yet I know not how else to extricate myself from difficulties the most alarming, and remonstrances, if not menaces, the most shocking." Heavily she sighed, yet definitively she agreed that, since unhappily the debts were incurred, and her want of credit made immediate payment necessary, she could not herself, in combining the whole of her intricate situation, find any plan more eligible than that of performing at this subscription concert. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 32 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 32. This resolution once made known, not an instant was allowed to retract, or even to deliberate. To let it reach Miss Arb was to put it into execution. That lady appeared now in her chosen element. She suggested all that was to be attempted. She directed all that was to be done. A committee of ladies was formed, nominally for consultation, but, in fact, only for applause, since whoever ventured to start the smallest objection to an idea of Miss Arb's was overpowered with conceited insinuations of the incompetency of her judgment for deciding upon such matters. Or, if anyone, yet bolder, presumed to hint at some new arrangement, Miss Arb looked either sick or angry, and declared that she could not possibly continue to offer her poor advice if it were eternally to be contested. This annihilated rather than subdued interference, for the whole party was of opinion that nothing less than utter ruin to the project could ensue from her defection. This helpless submission to ignorant dominion, so common in all committees where the leaders have no deeper science than the led, impeded not the progress of the preparations. Concentrated or arbitrary government may be least just, but it is most effective. Unlimited in her powers, uncontrolled in their exertion, Miss Arb saved as much time by the rapidity as contention by the despotism of her proceedings. All seemed executed as soon as planned. The rooms were fitted up, the music was selected for the performance, the uniform for the lady artists was fixed upon. All succeeded, all flourished, save only the subscription for the concert. But this, the essential point, neither her authority nor her influence was sufficiently potent to accelerate. Nothing is so quick as the general circulation of money, yet nothing requires more address than turning it into new channels. Curiosity was amply awakened for one evening's entertainment, but the subscription, which amounted to 10 guineas, was for 3 nights in the week. The scheme had no interest adequate to the expense either of time or of money thus demanded. except for matrons who had young ladies, or young ladies who had talents to display. And even these, in the uncertainty of individual success, were more anxious to see the sum raised from others than alert to advance it themselves. This slackness of generosity and dearth of spirit, however offensive to the pride, rather animated than damped the courage of Miss Arbe. She saw, she said, that the enterprise was arduous, but its difficulties, and not the design, should be vanquished. Her preparations, therefore, were continued with unabated confidence, and within a week all the performers were summoned to a rehearsal. Ellis was called upon with the rest, for in the name of Miss Ellis, and for the sake and the benefit of Miss Ellis, all the orders were given, all the measures were taken, and all the money was to be raised. Yet in no one point had Ellis been consulted, and she would hardly have known that a scheme which owed to her its name, character, and even existence, was in agitation, but from the diligence with which Miss Arbe ordered the restoration of the harp, and from the leisure which that lady now found, in the midst of her hurries, for resuming her lessons. Ellis, from the time that she had agreed to this scheme, devoted herself completely to musical studies, and the melodious sounds drawn forth from her harp in playing the exquisite compositions of the great masters, with whose works her taste, industry, and talents had enriched her memory, softened her sorrows, and soothed her solitude. Her vocal powers, also, she cultivated with equal assiduity, and she arrived at the house of Miss Sycamore, where the first rehearsal was to be held, calmly prepared to combat every internal obstacle to exertion, and to strive, with her best ability, to obtain the consideration which she desired, from the satisfaction, rather than solely from the indulgence, of her auditors. But the serenity given, at least assumed, by this resolution, was suddenly shaken through a communication made to her by Mr. Giles Arbe, who was watching for her upon the staircase, that £50 had been deposited, for her use, with his cousin, Miss Arbe, by Lady Aurora Granville. Intelligence so important and so touching filled her with emotion. Why had not Miss Arbe transmitted to her a donation so seasonable and so much in unison with her wishes? Instantly, and without scruple, she resolved to accept it, to adopt some private plan of maintenance, and to relinquish the concert enterprise altogether. This idea was enforced by all her feelings. Her original dislike to the scheme augmented into terror, upon her entrance into the apartment destined for its opening execution, when she perceived that her own harp, placed in the most conspicuous part of the upper end of the room, which was arranged for an orchestra, while the numerous forms with which the floor was nearly covered showed her by how many auditors she was destined to be judged, and by how many spectators to be examined. Struck and affrighted, her new hope of deliverance was doubly welcomed, and she looked eagerly round for Miss Arbe, to realize it without delay. Miss Arbe, however, was so encircled that there seemed little chance of obtaining her attention. The situation of Ellis was awkward and painful, for while the offences by which she had so lately been wounded made her most want encouragement, the suspicions which she had excited seemed to distance all her acquaintance. No mistress of the house deigned to receive or notice her, and though, as a thing of course, she would herself have approached any other than Miss Sycamore, there was a lively yet hardy insolence in that young lady, which she had not courage to encounter. The company, at large, was divided into groups, to the matron part of which Miss Arbe was dictatorially haranguing, with very apparent self-applause. The younger set were engaged in busy whispering trios or quartettos, in corners or at the several windows. Embarrassed, irresolute, Ellis stopped nearly upon her entrance, vainly seeking some kind eye to invite her on. But how advance where no one addressed or seemed to know her? Ah, ye proud, ye rich, ye high, thought she, Why will you make your power, your wealth, your state, thus repulsive to all who cannot share them? How small a portion of attention, of time, of condescension, would make your honors, your luxuries, your enjoyments, the consolation, not the oppression, of your inferiors or dependents. While thus, sorrowingly, if not indignantly, looking round, and seeing herself unnoticed, if not avoided, even by those whose favour, whose kindness, whose rising friendship had most eminently distinguished her since the commencement of her professional career, she recollected the stories of her disguises and of her surreptitious name, which were spread abroad. Her justice then felt appeased, and she ceased to resent, though she could not to grieve, at the mortification which she experienced. Catching, nevertheless, the eye of Selina, she ventured to curtsy and smile, but neither curtsy nor smile was returned. Selina looked away, and looked confused, but rapidly continuing her prattling, though without seeming to know herself what she was uttering, to Miss Aramede. Ellis, disconcerted, then proceeded, with no other interruption than an "Aha! Are you there, the Ellis?" from Miss Crawley, and an "Oh ho! How do, the Ellis?" from Miss Di. At the sound, however, of her name, Lady Barbara Frankland, starting from a little group, of which she had been the orator, exclaimed, "Ellis, is Miss Ellis come?" and, skipping to the place where Ellis was seated, expressed the most lively pleasure at her sight, mixed with much affectionate regret at their long separation. This was a kindness the most reviving to Ellis, who was now approached also by Lady Candover, and, while respectfully curtsying to a cold salutation from that lady, one of her hands was suddenly seized and warmly pressed by Selina. Excited by the example of Lady Candover, various ladies, who, from meeting Ellis at the houses of her several scholars, had been struck with her merit, and had conceived a regard for her person, flocked towards her, as if she had now first entered the room. Yet the notice of Lady Candover was merely a civil vehicle to draw from her attractions the young and partial Lady Barbara. Miss Arb no sooner saw her thus surrounded, than, alertly advancing, and her assuming the character and state of a patroness, she complacently bowed around her, saying, "How kind you all are to my protégée!" Miss Sycamore ended this scene by calling upon one of the young ladies to open the rehearsal. She called, however, in vain. Everyone declared herself too much frightened to take the lead, and those whose eager eyes rolled incessantly round the room, in search of admirers, and whose little laughs, animated gestures, and smiling refusals invited solicitation, were the most eloquent in talking of their timidity, and delaying their exhibition, each being of opinion that the nearer she could place her performance to the conclusion, the nearer she should approach to the post of honour. To finish these difficulties, Miss Arb desired Ellis to sing and play. Ellis, whose hopes were all alive that she might spare herself this hazardous experiment, demanded a previous conference, but Miss Arb was deaf and blind to whatever interfered with the vivacity of her proceedings, and Ellis, not daring, without more certain authority than that of Mr. Giles Arb, to proclaim her intended change of measures, was forced to give way, though with an unwillingness so palpable that she inspired general pity. Mr. Scope himself would have handed her to the orchestra, but that he apprehended such a step might be deemed an action of gallantry, and as such affect the public opinion of his morals. And Mr. Giles Arb would have been enchanted to have shown her his high regard, but that the possibility of so doing occurred to him only when the opportunity was past. Sir Marmaduke Crawley, however, studiously devoted to the arts, set apart alike the rumours which, at one time, raised Ellis to a level with the rest of the company, and, at another, sunk her beneath their domestics, and simply considering her claim to good breeding and attention as an elegant artist, courteously offered her his hand. Somewhat comforted by this little mark of respect, Ellis accepted it with so much grace, and crossed the apartment with an air so distinguished that the urbanity of Sir Marmaduke soon raised an almost general envy of his office. Everyone now was attentive, singing charms universally. No art, no accomplishment has such resistless attraction. It catches alike all conditions, all ages, and all dispositions. It subdues even those whose souls are least susceptible either to intellectual or mental harmony. Foremost in the throng of listeners came Lady Barbara Frankland, attended by Selina, unopposed either by Lady Kendover or Mrs. Maple, those ladies not being less desirous that their nieces should reap every advantage from Ellis than that Ellis should reap none in return. But Ellis was seized with a faint panic that disordered her whole frame. Terror took from her fingers their elasticity, and robbed her mind and fancy of those powers which, when free from alarm, gave grace and meaning to her performance, and what to herself she had played with a taste and an expression that the first masters would have admired, because best have understood, had now neither mark, spirit, nor correctness, while her voice was almost too low to be heard, and quite too feeble and tremulous to give pleasure. The assembly at large was now divided between sneerers and pitiers. The first insinuated that Ellis thought it fine and ladylike to affect being frightened. The second saw and compassionated, in her failure, the natural effect of distressed modesty, mingled with wounded pride. Nevertheless, her fervent but indiscriminating juvenile admirer, Lady Barbara, echoed by Selina, enthusiastically exclaimed, "How delightfully she plays and sings! How adorably!" Miss Arbe, well aware that fear alone had thus unstrung the lyre of Ellis, secretly exulted that the dilettanti would possess her name and services for their institution without her superiority. The Miss Crawleys were laughing so immoderately at Mr. Giles Arbe's requesting them to be quiet that they did not find out that the rehearsal was begun, and the rest of the ladies had seized the moment of performance for communicating to one another innumerable little secrets, which never so aptly occurred upon such occasions, Miss Sycamore excepted, who, with a cold and cutting sneer, uttered a malicious "Bravissima." Inexpressibly hurt and chagrined, Ellis precipitately quitted the orchestra, and addressing Miss Arbe, said, "Alas, madam, I am unequal to this business. I must relinquish it altogether, and, if I have not been misinformed, Lady Aurora Granville—" Miss Arbe, reddening, and looking much displeased, repeated, "Lady Aurora? Who has been talking to you about Lady Aurora?" Ellis would have declined giving her authority, but Miss Arbe, without scruple, named Mr. Giles. "That tiresome old creature," she cried, "is always doing some mischief. He's my cousin, to be sure, and he's a very good sort of man, and all that, but I don't believe it's possible for an old soul to be more troublesome. As to this little sum of Lord Melbury's—" "Lord Melbury's?" repeated Ellis, much agitated. "If it be Lord Melbury's, I have indeed no claim to make, but I had hoped Lady Aurora—" "Well, well, Lady Aurora, if you will. It's Lady Aurora, to be sure, who sends it for you, but still—" "She has, indeed, then, sent it for me!" cried Ellis, rapturously. "Sweet, amiable Lady Aurora! Oh, when will the hour come?" She checked her speech, but could not check the brilliant color, the brightened countenance, which indicated the gay ideas that internally consoled her recent mortification. "And why, madam?" she soon more composedly, yet with spirit, added, "might I not be indulged with the knowledge of her ladyship's goodness to me? Why is Mr. Giles Arbe to be blamed for so natural a communication? Had it happily reached me sooner, it might have spared me the distress and disgrace of this morning." She then earnestly requested to receive what was so kindly meant for her succor, upon milder terms than such as did violence to her disposition, and were utterly unfitting to her melancholy situation. Somewhat embarrassed and extremely piqued, Miss Arbe made no reply but a fretful "Psh!" "Lady Aurora," continued Ellis, "is so eminently good, so feelingly delicate, that if any one would have the charity to name my petition to her ladyship, she would surely consent to let me change the destination of what she so generously assigns to me." Her eyes here glanced anxiously towards Lady Barbara, who, unable to resist their appeal, sprang from Lady Kendover into the little circle that was now curiously forming around Ellis, eagerly saying, "Miss Ellis, 'tis to me that Lady Aurora wrote that sweet letter about the £50, and I'll send for it to show you this moment." "Do, little lady, do," cried Mr. Giles, smiling and nodding. "You are the sweetest little soul amongst them all." Laughing and delighted, she was dancing away, but Lady Kendover, gently stopping her, said, "You are too young yet, my dear, to be aware of the impropriety of making private letters public." "Well then, at least, Miss Ellis," she cried, "I will tell you that one paragraph, for I have read it so often and often that I have got it by heart. It's so very beautiful. You will entreat Miss Arbe, my dear Lady Barbara, since she is so good as to take the direction of this concert enterprise, to employ this little loan to the best advantage for Miss Ellis, and the most to her satisfaction. Loan I call it, for Miss Ellis, I know, will pay it, if not in money, at least in 1,000 sweetnesses of 1,000 times more value." Ellis, touched with unspeakable pleasure, was forced to put her hand before her eyes. "Don't let her consult Miss Ellis about its acceptance. Miss Ellis will decline everything that is personal, and everything that is personal is what I most wish to present to her. I beg Miss Arbe will try to find out what she most requires, and endeavour to supply it unnamed. Oh, could I but discover what would soothe, would console her! How often I think of her! How I love to recollect her enchanting talents, and to dwell upon every hour that I passed in her endearing society! Why did not Lady Kendover know her at that time? She could not then, my dear Lady Barbara, have wished you a sweeter companion. Even Mrs. Howell was nearly as much captivated by her elegance and manners as I was, and must ever remain, by her interesting qualities and touching sensibility. Oh, be kind to her, Lady Barbara. For my sake, be kind to her. I am quite unhappy that I have no power to be so myself." Tears now rolled in resistless streams down the cheeks of Ellis, though from such heartfelt delight that her eyes, swimming in liquid lustre, shone but more brightly. Nevertheless, the respect which such a panegyric might have excited in the assembly at large was nearly lost through the rapidity with which it was uttered by the eager Lady Barbara, and nothing short of the fascinated attention and quick consciousness given by deep personal interest could have made it completely intelligible even to Ellis. But to the sounds we wish to hear, the heart beats responsive. It seizes them almost unpronounced. Revived, reanimated, enchanted, Ellis now, with grace, with modesty, yet with firmness, renewed her request to Miss Arbe, who, assuming a lively air, though palpably provoked and embarrassed, answered that Miss Ellis did not at all understand her own interest, and declared that she had taken the affair in hand herself, merely to regulate it to the best advantage, adding, "You shall see now the surprise I had prepared for you, if that blabbing old cousin of mine had not told you everything beforehand." Then, in a tone of perfectly restored self-complacency, she produced a packet, and with a parading look that said, "See what I bestow upon you," ostentatiously spread its contents upon a table. "Now," she cried, "Miss Ellis, I hope I shall have the good fortune to please you. See what a beautiful gown I have bought you." The gown was a sarcenet of a bright rose color, but its hue, though the most vivid, was pale to the cheeks of Ellis, as she repeated, "A gown, madam? Permit me to ask, for what purpose?" "For what purpose? To sing at our concert, you know. It's just the thing you want the most in the world. How could you possibly do without it, you know, when you come to appear before us all in public?" while Ellis hesitated what to reply to a measure which, thus conducted and thus announced, seemed to her unequivocally impertinent. The packet itself was surrounded by an eager tribe of females, and 5 or 6 voices broke forth at once, with remarks or animadversions upon the silk. "How vastly pretty it is!" cried Miss Aramede, addressing herself courteously to Miss Arbe. "Yes, pretty enough for what it is meant for," answered Miss Sycamore, glancing her eyes superciliously towards Ellis. "Pray, Miss Arbe, what did you give a yard for it?" demanded Miss Bydel. "And how much will the body lining come to? I hope you know of a cheap mantua-maker." "Bless me, how fine you are going to make the Ellis!" cried Miss Crawley. "Why, I shall take her for a rose." "Why, then the Ellis will be the rose," said Miss Di, "but I should sooner take her for my wax doll, when she's all so pinky-winky." "Why, then the Ellis will be the doll," cried Miss Crawley. The 2 sisters now seated, or rather threw themselves upon a sofa, to recover from the excessive laughter with which they were seized at their own pleasantry, and which was exalted nearly to ecstasy by the wide stare and uplifted hands of Mr. Giles Arbe. "It's hardly provoking one can't wear that color oneself," said Miss Aramede, "for it's monstrously pretty." "Pretty?" repeated Miss Burnville. "I hope, Miss Aramede, you don't wish to wear such a frightful vulgar thing because it's pretty." "Well, I think it's vastly well," said Miss Sycamore, yawning, "so don't abuse it. As our uniform is fixed to be white, with violet ornaments, it was my thought to beg Miss Arbe would order something of this showy sort for Miss Ellis, to distinguish us dilettanti from the artists." It was not Ellis alone who felt the contemptuous haughtiness of this speech. The men all dropped their eyes, and Lady Barbara expressively exclaimed, "Miss Ellis can't help looking as beautiful and as elegant as an angel, let her dress how she will." All obstacles being now removed for continuing the rehearsal, the willing lady artists flocked around Miss Arbe, and songs were sung, and lessons upon the pianoforte or harp were played, with a readiness of compliance, taken by the fair performers, for facility of execution, and with a delight in themselves that elevated their spirits to rapture, since it was the criterion whence they calculated the pleasure that they imparted to others. The pieces which they had severally selected were so long, and the compliments which the whole company united to pour forth after every performance were so much longer, that the day was nearly closing when Ellis was summoned to finish the act. Ellis, who had spent this interval first in curious, next in civil, and lastly in forced attention, rose now with diminished timidity to obey the call. It was not that she thought better of the scheme, but that it appeared to her less formidable. Her original determination, therefore, to make her best exertions, returned with more effect, and she executed a little prelude with precision and brilliancy, and then accompanied herself in a slow and plaintive air, and with a delicacy, skill, and expression at once touching and masterly. This concluded the first act, and the first act was so long that it was unanimously agreed that some new regulations must be adopted before the second and third could be rehearsed. Every piece which had followed the opening performance, or rather failure, of Ellis, had been crowned with plaudits. Every hand had clapped every movement. Every mouth had burst forth with exclamations of praise. Ellis alone was heard in silence, for Ellis was unprotected, unsustained, unknown. Her situation was mysterious, and seemed open at times to the most alarming suspicions, though the unequivocal regularity and propriety of her conduct snatched her from any positive calumny. Yet neither this nor the most striking talents could have brought her forward, even for exhibition, into such an assembly, but for the active influence of Miss Arbe, who, shrewd, adroit, and vigilant, never lost an opportunity to serve herself while seeming to serve others. The fortune of this young lady was nearly as limited as her ambition and vanity were extensive. She found, therefore, nothing so commodious as to repay the solid advantages which she enjoyed gratuitously from various artists by patronage, and she saw, in the present case, an absolute necessity either to relinquish her useful and elegant mistress as an unknown adventurer, not proper to be presented to people of fashion, or to obviate the singular obstacles to supporting her by making them become a party themselves in the cause of her protégée, through the personal interest of a subscription for their own amusement. Nevertheless, Ellis, after a performance which, if fairly heard and impartially judged, must have given that warm delight that excites spirit-stirring praise, was heard in silence. Though had a single voice been raised in her favor, nearly every voice would have joined in chorus. But her patroness was otherwise engaged, and Lady Barbara was gone. No one, therefore, deemed it prudent to begin. Neglect is still more contagious than admiration. It is more natural, perhaps, to man, from requiring less trouble, less candor, less discernment, and less generosity. The dilettanti, also, already reciprocally fatigued, were perfectly disposed to be as parsimonious to all without her own line, as they were prodigal to all within it, of those sweet draughts of flattery which they had so liberally interchanged with one another. Miss Arbe considered her own musical debts to be cancelled from the moment that she had introduced her protégée into this assembly. She was wholly, therefore, indifferent to what might give her support or mortification, and had taken the time of her performance to demand a general consultation, whether the first harmonic meeting should be held in the apartment of Lady Aramede, which was the most magnificent, or in that of Miss Sycamore, which, though superb, was the least considerable amongst the select subscribers. This was a point of high importance and of animated discussion. The larger apartment would best excite the expectations of the public, and open the business in the highest style. But the smaller would be the most crowded. There would not be room to stir a step. Scarcely a soul could get a seat. Some of the company must stand upon the stairs. "Oh, charming! Oh, delightful!" was echoed from mouth to mouth, and the motion in favor of Miss Sycamore was adopted by acclamation. Ellis now, perceiving that the party was breaking up, advanced to Miss Arbe and earnestly requested to be heard. But Miss Arbe, looking as if she did not know, and was too busy to inquire what this meant, protested herself quite bewildered with the variety of matters which she had to arrange, and, shaking hands with Miss Sycamore, was hurrying away, when the words, "Must I address myself, then, madam, to Lady Aurora?" startled her, and she impatiently answered, "By no means. Lady Aurora has put the money into my hands, and I have disposed of it to the very best advantage." "Disposed of it? I hope not. I trust that, knowing the generous wishes of Lady Aurora to indulge, as well as to relieve me, you have not disposed of so considerable a sum, without permitting me first to state to you how and in what manner her ladyship's benevolence may most effectually be answered." Miss Arbe, evidently more disturbed, though more civil, lowered her tone, and taking Ellis apart, gently assured her that the whole had been applied exclusively for her profit, in music, elegant desks, the hire of instruments, and innumerable things requisite for opening the concert upon a grand scale, as well as for the prettiest gown in the world, which she was sure would become her of all things. Ellis, with undisguised astonishment, asked by what arrangement it could justly be settled that the expenses of a subscription concert should be drawn from the bounty of one lady, that lady absent and avowedly sending her subscription merely for the service of an individual of the set. "That's the very thing," cried Miss Arbe with vivacity. "Her ladyship's sending it for that one performer has induced me to make this very arrangement.
For, to tell you the truth, if Lady Aurora had not been so considerate for you, the whole scheme must have been demolished, and if so, poor Miss Ellis, what would become of you, you know?" Then, with a volubility that showed at once her fear of expostulation and her haste to have done, she sought to explain that, without the necessary preparations, there could be no concert. Without a concert, Miss Ellis could not be known. Without being known, how could she procure any more scholars? And without procuring scholars, how avoid being reduced again to the same pitiable state as that from which Miss Arb had had the pleasure to extricate her? And, in short, to save further loss of time, she owned that it was too late to make any change, as the whole £50 was entirely spent. It was not now chagrin alone, nor disappointment, nor anxiety, that the speaking features of Ellis exhibited. Indignation had a strong portion of their expression, but Miss Arb awaited not the remonstrance that they announced. More courteous, while more embarrassed, she took Ellis by the hand, and caressingly said, "Lady Aurora knows, for I have written to her ladyship myself, that every smiling is laid out for your benefit. Only we must have a beginning, you know, so you won't distress poor Lady Aurora by seeming discontented after all that she has done for you. It would be cruel, you know, to distress her." With all its selfishness, Ellis felt the truth of this observation with respect to Lady Aurora as forcibly as its injustice with regard to herself. She sighed from helplessness how to seek any redress, and Miss Arb, still fawningly holding her hand, added, "But you don't think to steal away without giving us another air? Miss Sycamore, Sir Marmaduke, Sir Lisle, pray help me to persuade Miss Ellis to favour us with one more air." Disgusted and fatigued, Ellis would silently have retired, but the signal being given by Miss Arb, all that remained of the assembly professed themselves to be dying for another piece, and Ellis, pressed to comply with an eagerness that turned solicitation into persecution, was led once more by Sir Marmaduke to the orchestra. Here her melancholy and distressed feelings again marred her performance. She scarcely knew what she played, nor how she sung. Her execution lost its brilliancy, and her expression its refined excellence. But Miss Arb, conscious of the cause, and alarmed lest any appeal to Lady Aurora should sully her own character of patroness, hoped by the seductive bribe of flattery to stifle complaint. She was the first, therefore, to applaud, and her example animated all around, except the supercilious Miss Sycamore and the jealous Miss Burnville, whom envy rendered inveterate. "How exquisite! How sweet! How incomparable! What taste! What sounds! What expression!" now accompanied almost every bar of the wavering, incorrect performance, though not even an encouraging buzz of approbation had cheered the exertions of the same performer during the elegant and nearly finished piece by which it had been preceded. The public at large is generally just, because too enormous to be individually canvassed, but private circles are almost universally biased by partial or prejudiced influence. Miss Arb chose now to conclude that every objection was obviated, and Ellis strove vainly to obtain a moment's further attention from the frivolous flutter and fancied perplexities of busy self-consequence. The party broke up, the company dispersed, and the poor, unconsidered, unaided protégée dejectedly left the house, at the same moment that it was quitted triumphantly by her vain, superficial, unprotecting patroness. End of chapter 32. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 33 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 33. Discouraged and disgusted as Ellis returned from this rehearsal, the sad result of her reflections upon all that had passed, and upon her complicate difficulties with her debtors and creditors, served but to convince her of the necessity of perseverance in what she had undertaken, and of patience in supporting whatever that undertaking might require her to endure. From the effects of a hard shower of rain in which she had been caught while returning from the first rehearsal, she was seized with a hoarseness that forced her to decline her own vocal performance at the second. This was immediately spread about the room as an excess of impertinence, and the words, "What ridiculous affection! What intolerable airs! So she must have a cold! Bless us, how fine!" were repeated from mouth to mouth with that contemptuous exultation which springs from the narrow pleasure of envy in fixing upon superior merit the stigma of insolence or caprice. Ellis, who unavoidably heard these murmurs, was struck with fresh alarm at the hardship of those professions which cast their votaries upon the mercy of superficial judges, who, without investigation, discernment, or candor, make their decisions from commonplace prejudice, or current but unexamined opinions. Having no means to obviate similar injustice for the future, but by chasing the subject of suspicion, the dread of public disapprobation, to which she was now first awakened, made her devote her whole attention to the cure of her little malady. Hitherto, a desire to do well, that she might not displease or disappoint her few supporters, had been all her aim, but sarcasms, uttered with so little consideration in this small party, represented to her the disgrace to which her purposed attempt made her liable, in cases of sickness, of nervous terrors, or of casual inability, from an audience by which she could be regarded only as an artist, who, paid to give pleasure, was accountable for fulfilling that engagement. She trembled at this view of her now dependent condition, and her health, which, hitherto left to nature and the genial vigor of youth, had disdained all aid, and required no care, became the first and most painful object of her solicitude. She durst not venture to walk out except in the sunshine. She forbore to refresh herself near an open window, and retreated from every unclosed door, lest humidity, or the sharpness of the wind, or a sudden storm, should again affect her voice. And she guarded her whole person from the changing elements as sedulously as if age, infirmity, or disease had already made her health the salve of prudential forethought. These precautions, though they answered in divesting her of a casual and transient complaint, were big with many and greater evils, which threatened to become habitual. The faint warmth of a constantly shut-up apartment, the total deprivation of that spring which exercise gives to strength, and fresh air to existence, soon operated a change in her whole appearance. Her frame grew weaker, the roses faded from her cheeks. She was shaken by every sound, and menaced with becoming a victim to all the tremors and all the languors of nervous disorders. "Alas," she cried, "how little do we know either of the labors or the privations of those whose business it is to administer pleasure to the public. We receive it so lightly that we imagine it to be lightly given." Alarmed now for her future and general health, she relinquished this dangerous and enervating system, and, committing herself again to the chances of the weather and the exertions of exercise, was soon again restored to the enjoyment of her excellent constitution. Meanwhile, the reproaches of Mr. Giles Arb for her seeming neglect of her own creditors, who had applied for his interest, constrained her to avow to him the real and unfeeling neglect which was its cause. Extremely angry at this intelligence, he declared that he should make it his especial business to urge those naughty ladies to a better behavior. Accordingly, at the next rehearsal, for, as the relation of Miss Arb, he was admitted to every meeting, he took an opportunity, upon observing 2 or 3 of the scholars of Ellis in a group, to bustle in amongst them, and, pointing to her, as she sat upon a form in a distant corner, "Do but look," he said, "at that pretty creature, ladies. Why don't you pay her what you owe her? She wants the money very much, I assure you." A forced little laugh from the ladies whom this concerned strove to turn the attack into a matter of pleasantry. Lady Kendover alone, and at the earnest desire of her niece, took out her purse. But when Mr. Giles, smiling and smirking, with a hand as open as his countenance, advanced to receive what she meant to offer, she drew back, and, saying that she could not, just then, recollect the amount of the little sum, walked to the other end of the room. "Oh, I'll bring you word what it is directly, my lady," cried Mr. Giles, "so don't get out of the way. And you too, my Lady Aramede, and you, Miss Sycamore, and you, Miss Burnville. If you'll all stand together here in a cluster, I'll bring every one of you the total of your accounts from her own mouth. And I may as well call those 2 merry young souls, the Miss Crawleys, to come and pay too. She has earned her money hardly enough, I'm sure, poor pretty lady." "Oh, very hardly, to be sure," cried Lady Aramede. "To play and sing are vast hardships." "Oh, quite insupportable," said Miss Sycamore. "I don't wonder she complains, especially as she has so much else to do with her time." "Do you think it very agreeable, then, ladies," cried Mr. Giles, "to teach all that thrim-thrum?" "Why, what harm can it do her?" said Miss Burnville. "I don't see how she can well do anything that can give her less trouble. She had only just to point out one note or one finger instead of another." "Why, yes, that's all she does, sure enough," said Miss Bydel, "for I have seen her give her lessons." "What then, ladies?" cried Mr. Giles, surprised. "Do you count for nothing being obliged to go out when one had rather stay at home, and to dress when one has nothing to put on, as well as to be at the call of folks who don't know how to behave, and to fag at teaching people who are too dull to learn?" Ellis, who was within hearing, alarmed to observe that, in these last 2 phrases, he looked full at Miss Sycamore and Miss Burnville, upon whose conduct towards herself she had confidentially entrusted him with her feelings, endeavored to make him some sign to be upon his guard, though, as neither of those 2 ladies had the misfortune to possess sufficient modesty to be aware of their demerits, they might both have remained as secure from offence as from consciousness, if her own quick fears had as completely escaped notice. But when Mr. Giles perceived her uneasiness, he called out, "Don't be frightened, my pretty lady. Don't think I'll betray my trust. No, no. I can assure you, ladies, you can't be in better hands with respect to any of your faults or oversights, for she never names them but with the greatest allowances. For as to telling them to me, that's nothing, because I can't help being naturally acquainted with them, from seeing you so often." "She's vastly good, amazingly kind," was now, with affected contempt, repeated from one to another. "Goodness, Mr. Giles!" cried Miss Bydel. "Why, what are you thinking of? Why are you calling all the ladies to account for not paying this young music mistress, just as if she were a butcher or a baker or some useful tradesman?" "Well, so she is, ma'am, so she is, Mrs. Bydel, for if she does not feed your stomachs, she feeds your fancies, which are all no better than starved when you are left to yourselves." "Nay, as to that, Mr. Giles," said Miss Bydel, "much as it's my interest that the young woman should have her money for getting me back my own, I can't pretend to say I think she should be put upon the same footing with eating and drinking. We can all live well enough without music and painting and those things, I hope, but I don't know how we are to live without bread and meat." "Nor she neither, Mrs. Bydel, and that's the very reason that she wants to be paid." "But I presume, sir," said Mr. Scope, "you do not hold it to be as essential to the morals of a state to encourage luxuries as to provide for necessities. I don't speak in any disparagement to this young lady, for she seems to me a very pretty sort of person. I put her therefore aside, and beg to discuss the matter at large. Or rather, if I may take the liberty, I will speak more closely to the point. Let me therefore, sir, ask whether you opine that the butcher, who gives us our richest nourishment, and the baker, to whom we owe the staff of life, as Solomon himself calls the loaf, should barely be put upon a par with an artist of luxury, who can only turn a sonata, or figure a minuet, or daub a picture. Why, Mr. Scope, a person who pipes a tune, or dances a jig, or paints a face, may be called, if you will, an artist of luxury, but then 'tis of your luxury, not his. Mine, sir? Yes, yours, sir, and Mrs. Maple's, and Mrs. Vidal's, and Miss Brinville's, and Miss Sycamore's, and Mrs. and Miss Everybody's, except only his own. Well, this, said Miss Vidal, is curious enough. So because there are such a heap of squallers and fiddlers and daubers, I am to have the fault of it. This I could not expect indeed, said Mrs. Maple, that a gentleman so amazingly fond of charity and the poor and all that as Mr. Giles Arb should have so little principle as to let our worthy farmers and tradespeople languish for want, in order to pamper a set of lazy dancers and players and painters, who think of no one thing but idleness and outward show and diversion. No, Mrs. Maple, I am not for neglecting the farmers and tradespeople, quite the contrary, for I think you should neither eat your meat, nor drink your beer, nor sit upon your chairs, nor wear your clothes, till you have rewarded the industrious people who provide them. Till then, in my mind, everybody should bear to be hungry, and dry, and tired, and ragged, for what right have we to be fed, and covered, and seated, at other folks' cost? What title to gormandize over the butcher's fat joints, and the baker's quartern loaves, if they who furnish them are left to gnaw bones and live upon crumbs? We ought all of us to be ashamed of being warmed, and dizened in silks and satins, if the poor weavers, who fabricate them, and all their wives and babies, are shivering in tatters, and to toss and tumble ourselves about on couches and armchairs, if the poor carpenters and upholsterers and joiners, who have had all the labor of constructing them, can't find a seat for their weary limbs. What you advance there, sir, said Mr. Scope, I can't dispute. But still, sir, I presume, putting this young lady always out of the way, you will not controvert my position, that the morals of a state require that a proper distinction should be kept up between the instruments of subsistence and those of amusement. You are right enough, Mr. Scope, cried Miss Vidal. For if singing and dancing and making images are ever so pretty, one should not pay folks who follow such light callings as one pays people that are useful. I hope not, truly, said Mrs. Maple. Mr. Scope, thus encouraged, went on a formal dissertation upon the morality of repressing luxury, which was so cordially applauded by Miss Vidal, and enforced by sneers so personal and pointed against Ellis, by Mrs. Maple, Miss Brinville, and Miss Sycamore, that Mr. Giles, provoked at length to serious anger, got into the middle of the little auditory, and, with animated gesticulation, stopping all the attempts of the slow and prosing Mr. Scope to proceed, exclaimed, Luxury! What is it all of you mean by luxury? Is it your own going to hear singing and playing, and to see dancing and capering, and to loll at your ease, while a painter makes you look pretty, if you are ever so plain? If it be, do those things no more, and there will soon be an end to them. But don't excite people to such feats, and then starve them for their pains. Luxury! Do you suppose, because such sights, and such sounds, and such flattery, are luxuries to you, they are luxuries to those who produce them? Because you are in ecstasies to behold yourselves grow younger and more blooming every moment, do you conclude that he who mixes your colors, and covers your defects, shares your transports? No, he is sick to death of you, and longing to set his pencil at liberty. And because you, at idle hours, and from mere love of dissipation, lounge in your box at operas and concerts, to hear a tune, or to look at a jump, do you imagine he who sings, or who dances, must be a voluptuary? No, all he does is pain and toil to himself, learnt with labor, and exhibited with difficulty. The better he performs, the harder he has worked. All the ease and all the luxury are yours, Mrs. Maple, and yours, Miss Bidle, and yours, ladies all, that are the lookers-on. For he does not pipe or skip at his own hours, but at yours. He does not adorn himself for his own warmth or convenience, but to please your tastes and fancies. He does not execute what is easiest and what he likes best, but what is hardest and has most chance to force your applause. He sings, perhaps, when he may be ready to cry. He plays upon those harps and fiddles when he is half dying with hunger, and he skips those gavots and fandangos when he would rather go to bed. And all this to gain himself a hard and fatiguing maintenance in amusing your dainty idleness and insufficiency to yourselves. This harangue, uttered with an energy which provocation alone could rouse in the placid, though probing Mr. Giles, soon broke up the party. Miss Sycamore, indeed, only hummed, rather louder than usual, a favourite passage of a favourite air, and the Miss Crawleys nearly laughed themselves sick. But Mrs. Maple, Miss Bidle, and Miss Burnville were affronted, and Miss Arb, who had vainly made various signs to her cousin to be silent, was ashamed and retreated. Without Miss Arb nothing could go on, and the rehearsal was adjourned. The attempt of Mr. Giles, however, produced no effect, save that of occasioning his own exclusion from all succeeding meetings. End of chapter 33. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 34 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 34. The dilettanti, in a short time, thought themselves perfect, yet the destined concert was not opened. The £50, which had been sent for Ellis, had been lavished improvidently in ornamental preparations, and the funds otherwise raised were inadequate for paying the little band which was engaged to give effect in the orchestra. Severely as Ellis dreaded the hour of exhibition, a delay that, in its obvious consequences, could only render it more necessary, gave her no satisfaction. A new subject for conjecture and reflection speedily ensued. The visits of Miss Arb, hitherto wearisome and oppressive, alike from their frequency and their selfishness, suddenly, and without any reason assigned or any visible motive, ceased. The relief which, in other circumstances, this defection might have given to her spirits, she was now incapable of enjoying. For though Miss Arb rather abused than fulfilled the functions of a patroness, Ellis immediately experienced that even the most superficial protection of a lady of fashion could not, without danger, be withdrawn from the indigent and unsupported. Miss Matson began wondering, with a suspicious air, what was become of Miss Arb. The young workwomen, when Ellis passed them, spared even the civility of a little inclination of the head, and the maid of the house was sure to be engaged, on the very few occasions on which Ellis demanded her assistance. Some days elapsed thus, in doubt and uneasiness, not even broken into by a summons to a rehearsal. Another visit, then, from Mr. Giles Arb explained the cause of this sudden desertion. He brought a manuscript air, which Miss Arb desired that Ellis would copy, and immediately, though unintentionally, divulged that his cousin had met with the newly arrived professor at Miss Burnville's, and had instantly transferred to him the enthusiasm of her favour. Ellis but too easily comprehended that the ruin of her credit and consequence in private families would follow the uselessness of her services to her patroness. The prosecution, therefore, of the concert scheme, which she had so much disliked in its origin, became now her own desire, because her sole resource. The next morning, while she was busy in copying the MS.,
The customary sound of the carriage and voice of Miss Arb struck her ears, and struck them, for the first time, with pleasure. "I have not," cried that lady, "a moment to stay, but I have something of the greatest importance to tell you, and you have not an instant to lose in getting yourself ready. What do you think you are to sing next week at Mr. Vinstreagle's benefit?" "I, madam?" "Yes, for you must know, my dear Miss Ellis, he has asked it of me himself. So you see what a compliment that is. I am quite charmed to bring you such news, so be sure to be ready with one of your very best scenas." She was then, with a lively air, decamping, but Ellis gently, yet positively, declined performing at any concert open to the public at large. "Fo, don't begin all those scruples again, pray. It must be so, I assure you. I'll tell you how the matter stands. Our funds are not yet rich enough for beginning our own snug script concert, without risk of being stopped short the first or second night. And that, you know, would raise the laugh against us all horridly. I mean against us dilettanti. So that, if we don't hit upon some new measure, I am afraid we shall all go to town before the concert can open. And that, you know, would quite ruin you, poor Miss Ellis, which would really give me great concern. So I consulted with Sir Marmaduke Crawley, and he said that you ought, by all means, to sing once or twice in public, to make yourself known, for that would raise the subscription directly, especially as it would soon be spread that you are a protégé of mine. So you see, we must either take this method or give the thing quite up, which will be your utter destruction, I am sorry to say. So now decide quick, for there is not a second to spare." Ellis was alarmed, yet persisted in her negative. Piqued and offended, Miss Arb hurried away, declaring aloud, in passing through the shop, that people who were so determined to be their own enemies might take care of themselves, that, for her part, she should do nothing more in the affair, and only wished that Miss Ellis might find better means for paying her debts, and procuring herself a handsome maintenance. However shocked by this petulant indelicacy, Ellis saw not without the most serious concern that the patronage of Miss Arb was clearly at an end. Personal interest which, it was equally clear, had excited it, now ran in another channel. For if, by flattery or good offices, she could obtain gratis the instruction of an eminent professor, what could she want with Ellis, whom she had never sought, nor known, nor considered, but as a musical preceptress? And yet, far from elevating as was such patronage, its extinction menaced the most dangerous effects. With little or no ceremony, Miss Matson, the next morning, came into her room, and begged leave to inquire when their small account could be settled. And, while Ellis hesitated how to answer, added that the reason of her desiring a reply as quickly as possible was an interview that she had just had with the other creditors the preceding evening, because she could not but let them know what had passed with Miss Arb. "For after what I heard the lady say, Miss Ellis, as she went through my shop, I thought it right to follow her and ask what she meant, as it was entirely upon her account my giving you credit. And Miss Arb replied to me in so many words, 'Miss Ellis can pay you all if she pleases. She has the means in her own power. Apply to her, therefore, in whatever way you think proper, for you may do her a great service by a little severity. But, for my part, remember, I take no further responsibility.' So upon this, I talked it all over with your other creditors, and we came to a determination to bring the matter to immediate issue." Seized with terror, Ellis now hastily took, from a locked drawer, the little packet of Harlay, and, breaking the seal, was precipitately resolving to discharge every account directly, when other conflicting emotions, as quick as those which had excited, checked her first impulse, and, casting down with a trembling hand the packet, "Oh, let me think!" she internally cried. "Surrounded with perils of every sort, let me think at least before I incur new dangers." She then begged that Miss Matson would grant her a few minutes for deliberation. "Certainly," Miss Matson said, but instead of leaving the room, took possession of the sofa, and began a long harangue upon her own hardships and trade, Ellis neither answering nor listening. Presently the door opened, and Mr. Giles Arb, in his usually easy manner, made his appearance. You are busy, I see," he cried. "But don't disturb yourselves. I'll look for a book and wait." Ellis, absorbed in painful ruminations, scarcely perceived him, and Miss Matson loquaciously addressed to him her discourse upon her own affairs, too much interested in the subject herself to mark whether or not it interested others, till Mr. Giles caught her attention, and awakened even that of Ellis, by saying aloud, though speaking to himself, "Why now, here's money enough. Why should not all those poor people be paid?" Ellis, turning round, saw then that he had taken up Harleigh's packet, of which he was examining the contents, and spreading, one by one, the notes upon a table. She hastily ran to him, and, with an air extremely displeased, seized those which she could reach, and begged him instantly to deliver to her those which were still in his hand. Her discomposed manner brought him to the recollection of what he was doing, and making abundant apologies. "I protest," he cried, "I don't know how it happened that I should meddle with your papers, for I meant only to take up a book, but I suppose it was because I could not find one." Ellis, in much confusion, refolded the notes and put them away. "I am quite ashamed to have done such a thing, I assure you," he continued, "though I am happy enough at the accident, too, for I thought you very poor, and I could hardly sleep sometimes for fretting about it. But I see now you are better off than I imagined, for there are 10 of those 10-pound banknotes, if I have not miscounted, and your bills don't amount to more than 2 or 3 of them." Ellis, utterly confounded, retreated to the window. Miss Matson, who, with the widest stare, had looked first at the banknotes, and next at the embarrassed Ellis, began now to offer the most obsequious excuses for her importunity, declaring that she should never have thought of so rudely hurrying such a young lady as Miss Ellis, but that the other creditors, who were really in but indifferent circumstances, were so much in want of their money that she had not been able to quiet them. And then, begging that Miss Ellis would take her own time, she went, curtsying, downstairs. "So you have got all this money and would not own it," said Mr. Giles, when she was gone. "That's odd, very odd, I confess. I can't well understand it. But I hope, my pretty lady, you won't turn out a rogue. I beg you won't do that, for it would vex me prodigiously." Ellis, dropping upon a chair, ejaculated with a heavy sigh, "What step must I take?" "What? Why, pay them all, to be sure. What do other people do when they have got debts and got money? I shall go and tell them to come to you directly, every one of them." Ellis, starting, supplicated his forbearance. "And why?" cried he, looking a little angry. "Do you really want to hide up all that money, and make those poor good people, who have served you at their own cost, believe that you have not gotten any?" She assured him that the money was simply a deposit left in her hands. This intelligence overset and disappointed him. He returned to his chair, and drawing it near the fire, gave himself up to considering what could be done, ejaculating from time to time, "That's bad, that's very bad. Being really so poor is but melancholy. I am sorry for her, poor pretty thing. Very sorry. But still, taking up goods one can't pay for. Who has a right to do that? How are tradespeople to live by selling their wares gratis? Will that feed their little ones?" Then, turning to Ellis, who, in deep disturbance at these commentaries, had not spirits to speak. "But why?" he cried. "Since you have gotten this money, should not you pay these poor people with it, rather than let it lie dead by your side? For as to the money's not being yours, theirs is not yours neither." "Should I raise myself, sir, in your good opinion, by contracting a new debt to pay an old one?" "If you contracted with a friend to pay a stranger, yes. And these notes, I suppose, of course, belong to a friend?" "Not to an enemy, certainly," she answered, much embarrassed. But is that a reason that I should betray a trust? What becomes of the trust of these poor people, then, that don't know you, and that you don't know? Don't you betray that? Do you think that they would have let you take their goods if they had not expected your payment? Oh, heavens, Mr. Arb, cried Ellis, how you probe, perplex, entangle me. Don't vex, said he kindly, for that will fret me prodigiously. Only another time, when you are in want, borrow from the rich and not from the poor, for they are in want themselves. This friend of yours is rich, I take for granted. I believe so. Well then, which is most equitable, to take openly from a rich friend and say, I thank you, or to take underhand from a hard-working stranger whom you scorn to own yourself obliged to, though you don't scruple to harass and plunder? Which, I say, is most equitable?
Ellis shuddered, hesitated, and then said,
The alternative, thus stated, admits of no contest. I must pay my debts, and extricate myself from the consequences as I can.
Why, then, you are as good as you are pretty, cried he, delighted. Very good, and very pretty indeed, and so I thought you at first, and so I shall think you to the end.
He then hurried away, to give her no time to retract, nodding and talking to himself in her praise, with abundant complacency, and saying, as he passed through the shop, Miss Matson, you'll be all of you paid tomorrow morning at farthest, so be sure bid all the good people come, for the lady is a person of great honor as well as prettiness, and there's money enough for every one of you, and more too.
End of chapter 34. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 35 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 35. Ellis remained in the deepest disturbance at the engagement into which she had entered. "Oh, cruel necessity, cruel, imperious necessity!" she cried. "To what a resource dost thou drive me! How unjust, how improper, how perilous! Ah, rather let me cast myself upon Lady Aurora. Yet, angel as she is, can Lady Aurora act for herself? And Lord Mulberry, guileless like his nature, as may now be his intentions, what protection can he afford me that calumny may not sully? Alas! How may I attain that self-dependence which alone, at this critical period, suits my forlorn condition?" The horror of a new debt, incurred under circumstances thus delicate, made the idea even of performing at the public benefit present itself to her in colors less formidable, if such a measure, by restoring to her the patronage of Miss Arb, would obviate the return of similar evils, while she was thus hanging, in solitary obscurity, upon herself. Vainly she would have turned her thoughts to other plans and objects yet untried. She had no means to form any independent scheme, no friends to promote her interest, no counselors to point out any pursuit or direct any measures. Her creditors failed not to call upon her early the next morning, guided and accompanied by Mr. Giles Arb, who, bright with smiles and good humor, declared that he could not refuse himself the pleasure of being a witness to her getting rid of such a bad business as that of keeping other people's money, by doing such a good one as that of paying everyone his due. "You are much obliged to this pretty lady, I can tell you," he said to the creditors, "for she pays you with money that is not her own. However, as the person it belongs to is rich, and a friend, I advise you, as you are none of you rich yourselves, and nearly strangers to her, to take it without scruple." To this counsel there was not one dissentient voice. "Can the same person," thought Ellis, "be so innocent, yet so mischievous, so fraught with solid notions of right, yet so shallow in judgment and knowledge of the world?" With a trembling hand and revolting heart, she changed 3 of the notes, and discharged all the accounts at once. Mr. Giles, eagerly and unbidden, having called upon Miss Matson to take her share. Ellis now deliberated whether she might not free herself from every demand by paying also Miss Bydel. But the reluctance with which she had already broken into the fearful deposit soon fixed her to seal up the remaining notes entire. The shock of this transaction, and the earnestness of her desire to replace money which she deemed it unjustifiable to employ, completed the conquest of her repugnance to public exhibition, and she commissioned Mr. Giles to acquaint Miss Arbe that she was ready to obey her commands. This he undertook with the utmost pleasure, saying, "And it's lucky enough you're consenting to sing those songs, because my cousin, not dreaming of any objection on your part, had already authorized Mr. Vinstreagle to put your name in his bills." "My name!" cried Ellis, starting and changing color, but the next moment adding, No, my name will not appear, yet should anyone who has ever seen me—" She shuddered. A nervous horror took possession of her whole frame, but she soon forced herself to revive, and assume new courage, upon hearing Mr. Giles, from the landing-place, again call Miss Matson, and bid all her young women, one by one, and the 2 maidservants, hurry upstairs directly, with water and burnt feathers. Ellis made every inquiry in her power of who was at Brighthelmstone, and begged Mr. Giles to procure her a list of the company. When she had read it, she became more tranquil, though not less sad. Miss Arbe received the concession with infinite satisfaction, and introduced Ellis as her protégé to her new favorite, who professed himself charmed that the presentation of so promising a subject to the public should be made at his benefit. "And now, Miss Ellis," said Miss Arbe, "you will very soon have more scholars than you can teach. If once you get a fame and a name, your embarrassments will be at an end. For all inquiries about who people are, and what they are, and those sort of niceties, will be over. We all learn of the celebrated, be they what they will. Nobody asks how they live, and those sort of things. What signifies, as Miss Sycamore says? We don't visit them, to be sure, if there is anything awkward about them, but that's not the least in the way against their making whole oceans of riches." This was not a species of reasoning to offer consolation to Ellis, but she suppressed the disdain which it inspired, and dwelt only upon the hoped accomplishment of her views, through the private teaching which it promised. In 5 days' time the benefit was to take place, and in 3 Ellis was summoned to a rehearsal at the Rooms. She was putting on her hat, meaning to be particularly early in her attendance, that she might place herself in some obscure corner, before any company arrived, to avoid the pain of passing by those who, knowing, might not notice, or noticing, might but mortify her, when one of the young workwomen brought her intelligence that a gentleman, just arrived in a post-chaise, requested admittance. "A gentleman?" she repeated, with anxiety. "Tell him, if you please, that I am engaged and can see no company." The young woman soon retired. "The gentleman says, ma'am, that he comes upon affairs of great importance, which he can communicate only to yourself." Ellis begged the young woman to request that Miss Matson would desire him to leave his name and business in writing. Miss Matson was gone to Lady Kendover's, with some new patterns just arrived from London. The young woman, however, made the proposition, but without effect. The gentleman was in great haste, and would positively listen to no denial. Strong and palpable affright now seized Ellis. "Am I, oh heaven," she murmured to herself, "pursued?" And then began, but checked an inquiry, whether there were any private door by which she could escape. Yet, pressed by the necessity of appearing at the rehearsal, after painfully struggling for courage, she faintly articulated, "Let him come upstairs." The young woman descended, and Ellis remained in breathless suspense, till she heard some one tap at her door. She could not pronounce "Who's there?" but she compelled herself to open it, though without lifting up her eyes, dreading to encounter the object that might meet them, till she was roused by the words, "Pardon my intrusion," and perceived Harleigh gently entering her apartment. She started, but it was not with terror. She came forward, but it was not to escape. The color which had forsaken her cheeks returned to them with a crimson glow. The fear which had averted her eyes was changed into an expression of even ecstatic welcome, and, clasping her hands with sudden, impulsive, irresistible surprise and joy, she cried, "Is it you, Mr. Harleigh, you?" Surprise now was no longer her own, and her joy was participated in yet more strongly. Harleigh, who, though he had forced his way, was embarrassed and confused, expecting displeasure, and prepared for reproach, who had seen with horror the dismay of her countenance, and attributed to the effect of his compulsory entrance the terrified state in which he found her. Harleigh, at sight of this rapid transition from agony to delight, at the flattering ejaculation of "Is it you?" and the sound of his own name, pronounced with an expression of even exquisite satisfaction, Harleigh, in a sudden trance of irrepressible rapture, made a nearly forcible effort to seize her hand, exclaiming, "Can you receive me, then, thus sweetly? Can you forgive an intrusion that—" when Ellis, recovering her self-command, drew back and solemnly said, "Mr. Harleigh, forbear, or I must quit the room." Harleigh reluctantly, yet instantly desisted, but the pleasure of so unhoped a reception still beat at his heart, though it no longer sparkled in her eyes, and though the enchanting animation of her manner was altered into the most repressing gravity, the blushes which still tingled, still dyed her cheeks, betrayed that all within was not chilled, however all without might seem cold. Checked therefore, but not subdued, he warmly solicited a few minutes' conversation, but, gaining firmness and force every instant, she told him that she had an appointment which admitted not of procrastination. "I know well your appointment," cried he, agitated in his turn, too well. 'Tis that fatal, or rather let me hope that happy, that seasonable information which I received last night, in a letter containing a bill of the concert from Ireton, that has brought me hither, that impelled me, uncontrollably, to break through your hard injunctions, that pointed out the accumulating dangers to all my views, and told me that every gleam of future expectation—" Ellis interrupted him at this word. He entreated her pardon, but went on. "You cannot be offended at this effort. It is but the courage of despondence. I come to demand a final hearing." "Since you know, sir," cried she, with quickness, "my appointment, you must be sensible I am no longer mistress of my time. This is all I can say. I must be gone, and you will not, I trust, if I judge you rightly, you will not compel me to leave you in my apartment." "Yes, you judge me rightly. For the universe I would not cause you just offense. Trust me, then, more generously. Be somewhat less suspicious, somewhat more open, and take not this desperate step without hearkening to its objections, without weighing its consequences." She could enter, she said, into no discussion, and prepared to depart. "Impossible!" he cried with energy. "I cannot let you go. I cannot, without a struggle, resign myself to irremediable despair." Ellis, recovered now from the impression caused by his first appearance, with a steady voice and sedate air, said, "This is a language, sir, you know it well, to which I cannot, must not listen. It is as useless, therefore, as it is painful to renew it. I beseech you to believe in the sincerity of what I have already been obliged to say, and to spare yourself, to spare, shall I add, me, all further oppressive conflicts." A sigh burst from her heart, but she strove to look unmoved. if you are generous enough to share, even in the smallest degree, cried he, the pain which you inflict, you will at least not refuse me this one satisfaction. Is it for Elinor, and for Elinor only, that you deny me thus all confidence? Oh, no, 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 cried she, hastily. If Miss Joddrell were not in existence— She checked herself, and sighed more deeply, but presently added, Yet surely Miss Joddrell were cause sufficient. You fill me, he cried, with new alarm, new disturbance. I supplicate you, nevertheless, to forego your present plan, and to show some little consideration to what I have to offer. She interrupted him. I must be unequivocally, sir, for both our sakes, understood. You must call for no consideration from me. I can give you none. You must let me pursue the path that my affairs, that my own perceptions, that my necessities point out to me, without interference, and without expecting from me the smallest reference to your opinions or feelings. Why, continued she, in a tone less firm, why will you force from me such ungrateful words? Why leave me no alternative between impropriety or arrogance? Why, let me rather ask, why must I find you forever thus impenetrable, thus incomprehensible? I will not, however, waste your patience. I see your eagerness to be gone. Yet, in defiance of all the rigor of your scruples, you must bear to hear me avow, in my total ignorance of their cause, that I feel it impossible utterly to renounce all distant hope of clearer prospects. How, then, can I quietly submit to see you enter into a career of public life, subversive, perhaps, to me, of even any eventual amelioration? Ellis blushed deeply as she answered, If I depended, sir, upon you, if you were responsible for my actions, or if your own fame, or name, or sentiments were involved in my conduct, then you would do right, if such is your opinion, to stamp my project with the stigma of your disapprobation, and to warn me of the loss of your countenance. But till then, permit me to say, that the business which calls me away has the first claim to my time. She opened the door. One moment, cried he, earnestly. I conjure you, the hurry of alarm, the certainty that delay would make every effort abortive, have precipitated me into the use of expressions that may have offended you. Forgive them, I entreat, and do not judge me to be so narrow-minded, or so insensible to the enchantment of talents and the witchery of genius, as not to feel as much respect for the character, where it is worthy, as admiration for the abilities of those artists whose profession it is to give delight to the public. Had I first known you as a public performer, and seen you in the same situations which have shown me your worth, I must have revered you as I do at this instant. I must have been devoted to you with the same unalterable attachment. But then, also, if you would have indulged me with a hearing, must I not have made it my first petition that your accomplishments should be reserved for the resources of your leisure, and the happiness of your friends, at your own time and your own choice? Would you have branded such a desire as pride? Or would you not rather have allowed it to be called by that word which your own every action, every speech, every look bring perpetually to mind, propriety? Ellis sighed. Alas, she said, my own repugnance to this measure makes me but too easily conceive the objections to which it may be liable. And if you, so singularly liberal, if even you— She stopped, but Harleigh, not less encouraged by a phrase thus begun than if she had proceeded, warmly continued. If then, in a case such as I have presumed to suppose, to have withdrawn you from the public would not have been wrong, how can it be faulty, upon the same principles, and with the same intentions, to endeavour, with all my might, to turn you aside from such a project? I see you are preparing to tell me that I argue upon premises to which you have not concurred. Suffer me, nevertheless, to add a few words in explanation of what else may seem presumption or impertinence. I have hinted that this plan might cloud my dearest hopes. Imagine not thence that my prejudices upon this subject are invincible. No, but I have relations who have never deserved to forfeit my consideration, and these, not one like me, by the previous knowledge of your virtues. Ellis would repeatedly have interrupted him, but he would not be stopped. Hear me on, he continued. I beseech you, by my plainness only I can show my sincerity, for these are ties from which we are never emancipated, ties which cling to our nature, and which, though voluntary, are imperious, and cannot be broken or relinquished without self-reproach. Ties formed by the equitable laws of fellow-feeling, which bind us to our family, which unites us with our friends, and which, by our own expectations, teach us what is due to our connections. Ah, then, if ever brighter prospects may open to my eyes, let me see them sullied by mists hovering over the approbation of those with whom I am allied. How just, cried Ellis, trying to force a smile. Yet how useless is this reasoning! I cannot combat sentiments in which I concur, yet I can change nothing in a plan to which they must have no reference. I am sorry to appear ungrateful where I am only steady, but I have nothing new to say, and must entreat you to dispense with fruitless repetitions. Already I fear I am beyond the hour of my engagement. She was now departing. You distract me, cried he with vehemence. You distract me. He caught her gown, but, upon her stopping, instantly let it go. Pale and affrighted. Mr. Harleigh, she cried, is it to you I must own a scene that may raise wonder and surmise in the house, and aggravate distresses and embarrassments which already I find intolerable? Shocked and affected, he shut the door, and would impetuously, yet tenderly, have taken her hand, but upon her shrinking back, with displeasure and alarm, he more quietly said, Pardon, and before you condemn me inexorably to submit to such rigorous disdain and contempt. Why will you use such words? Contempt, good heavens! She began, with an emotion that almost instantly subsided, and she added, Yet of what consequence to you ought to be my sensations, my opinions? They can avail you nothing. Let me go, and let me conjure you to be gone. You are then decided against me, cried he, in a voice scarcely articulate. I am, she answered, without looking at him, but calmly. He bowed, with an air that relinquished all further attempt to detain her, but which showed him too much wounded to speak. Carefully still avoiding his eyes, she was moving off, but when she touched the lock of the door, he exclaimed, Will you not, at least, before you go, allow me to address a few words to you as a friend, simply, undesignedly, only as a friend? Ah, Mr. Harleigh, cried Ellis, irresistibly softened, as a friend, could I indeed have trusted you, I might long since, perhaps, have confided in your liberality and benevolence. But now 'tis wholly impossible. No! exclaimed he, warmly, and touched to the soul. Nothing is impossible that you wish to effect. Hear me, then, trust and speak to me as a friend, a faithful, a cordial, a disinterested friend. Confide to me your name, your situation, the motives to your concealment, the causes that can induce such mystery of appearance in one whose mind is so evidently the seat of the clearest purity, the reasons of such disguise. Disguise, I acknowledge, sir, you may charge me with, but not deceit. I give no false coloring. I am only not open. That is what first struck me as a mark of a distinguished character, that noble superiority to all petty artifices, even for your immediate safety, that undoubting innocence that framed no precautions against evil constructions, that innate dignity which supported without a murmur such difficulties, such trials. Ah, Mr. Harleigh, a friend and a flatterer, are they, then, synonymous terms? If indeed you would persuade me you feel that they are distinct, you will not make me begin a new and distasteful career, since to begin it I think indispensable, with the additional chagrin of appearing to be wanting in punctuality. No further opposition, I beg. Oh, yet one word, one fearful word must be uttered, and one fatal or blessed reply must be granted. The excess of my suspense upon the most essential of all points must be terminated. I will wait with inviolable patience the explanation of all others. Tell me, then, to what barbarous cause I must attribute this invincible, this unrelenting reserve. How I may bear an abrupt answer I know not, but the horror of uncertainty I experience, and can endure no longer. Is it, then, to the force of circumstances I may impute it, or is it— Mr. Harleigh, interrupted Ellis with strong emotion, there is no medium, in a situation such as mine, between unlimited confidence or unbroken taciturnity. My confidence I cannot give you. It is out of my power. Ask me, then, nothing. One word, one little word, and I will torment you no longer. Is it to pre-engagement? Her face was averted, and her hand again was placed upon the lock of the door. Speak, I implore you, speak. Is that heart which I paint to myself the seat of every virtue, is it already gone, given, dedicated to another? He now trembled himself, and durst not resist her effort to open the door, as she replied, I have no heart. I must have none. She uttered this in a tone of gaiety that would utterly have confounded his dearest expectations, had not a glance, with difficulty caught, showed him a tear starting into her eye, while a blush of fire, that defied constraint, dyed her cheeks, and kept no pace with the easy freedom from emotion that her voice and manner seemed to indicate. Flushed with tumultuous sensations of conflicting hopes and fears, he now tenderly said, You are determined, then, to go? I am, but you must first leave my room. Is there, then, no further appeal? None. None. We may be heard disputing downstairs. Persecute me no longer. Her voice grew tremulous and spoke displeasure, but her eyes still sedulously shunned his, and still her cheeks were crimsoned. Harleigh paused a moment, looking at her with speechless anxiety, but upon an impatient motion of her hand that he would depart, he mildly said, As your friend, at least, you will permit me to see you again, and, without risking a reply, slowly descended the stairs. Ellis, shutting herself into her room, sunk upon a chair and wept. She was soon interrupted by a message from Mr. Vinstreagle, to acquaint her that the rehearsal was begun. She felt unable to sing, play, or speak, and, sending an excuse that she was indisposed, desired that her attendance might be dispensed with for that morning. End of chapter 35. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 36 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 36. Ellis passed the rest of the day in solitary meditation upon the scene just related, her singular situation, and complicated difficulties. If, at times, her project yielded to the objections to which she had been forced to give ear, those objections were soon subdued by the painful recollection of the unacknowledged yet broken £100. To replace them, by whatever efforts, without giving to Harleigh the dangerous advantage of discovering what she owed to him, became now her predominant wish. Yet her distaste to the undertaking, her fears, her discomfort, were cruelly augmented, and she determined that her airs should be accompanied only by herself upon the harp, to obviate any indispensable necessity for appearing at the rehearsals. To this effect she sent, the next morning, a message that pleaded indisposition to Mr. Vinstriegel, yet that included an assurance that he might depend upon her performance on the following evening at his concert. Once more, therefore, she consigned herself to practice, but vainly she attempted to sing. Her voice was disobedient to her desires. She had recourse, however, to her harp, but she was soon interrupted by receiving the following letter from Harleigh. To Miss Ellis. With a satisfaction which I dare not indulge, and yet how curb, I have learnt from Ireton that you have renounced the rehearsals. 'Tis but, however, the trembling joy of a reprieve that, while welcoming hope, sees danger and death still in view. For me and for my feelings you disclaim all consideration. I will not, therefore, intrude upon you again my wishes or my sufferings. Yet as you do not, I trust, utterly reject me as a friend, permit me, in that capacity, to entreat you to deliberate, before you finally adopt a measure to which you confess your repugnance. Your situation I know not, but where information is withheld, conjecture is active. And while I see your accomplishments, while I am fascinated by your manners, I judge your education, and thence your connections, and original style of life. If, then, there be any family that you quit, yet that you may yourself desire should one day reclaim you, and if there be any family, leave mine alone, to which you may hereafter be allied, and that you may wish should appreciate, should revere you, as you merit to be revered and appreciated, for such let me plead. Wound not the customs of their ancestors, the received notions of the world, the hitherto acknowledged boundaries of elegant life. Or, if your tenderness for the feelings, say the failings, if you please, the prejudices, the weaknesses of others, has no weight, let, at least, your own ideas of personal propriety, your just pride, your conscious worth, point out to you the path in society which you are so eminently formed to tread. Or, if singularly independent, you deem that you are accountable only to yourself for your conduct, that notion, beyond any other, must show you the high responsibility of all actions that are voluntary. Remember, then, that your example may be pleaded by those who are not gifted, like you, with extraordinary powers for sustaining its consequences, by those who have neither your virtues to bear them through the trials and vicissitudes of public enterprise, nor your motives for encountering dangers so manifest, nor your apologies, pardon the word, for deviating, alone and unsupported as you appear, from the long-beaten track of female timidity. Your example may be pleaded by the rash, the thoughtless, and the wilful, and therefore may be pernicious. An angel, such I think you, may run all risks with impunity, save those which may lead feeble minds to hazardous imitation. Is this language plain enough, this reasoning sufficiently sincere, to suit the character of a friend? And as such may I address you without incurring displeasure? Or, which is still, if possible, more painful to me, exciting alarm? Oh, trust me, generously trust me, and be your ultimate decision what it may, you shall not repent your confidence. A.H. This was not a letter to quiet the shaken nerves of Ellis, nor to restore to her the modulation of her voice. She read it with strong emotion, dwelling chiefly upon the phrase, long beaten track of female timidity. Ah, she cried, delicacy is what he means, though he possesses too much himself to mark more strongly his opinion that I swerve from it. And in that shall I be wanting? And what he thinks, he the most liberal of men, will surely be thought by all whose esteem, whose regard I most covet. How dreadfully I am involved! In what misery of helplessness! What is woman with the most upright designs, the most rigid circumspection? What is woman unprotected? She is pronounced upon only from outward semblance. And indeed, what other criterion has the world? Can it read the heart? Then, again perusing her letter, "You alone, O Harleigh," she cried, "you alone escape the general contagion of superficial decision. Your own heart is the standard of your judgment. You consult that, and it tells you that honor and purity may be in the breasts of others, however forlorn their condition, however mysterious their history, however dark, inexplicable, nay, impervious, the latent motives of their conduct. O generous Harleigh, abandoned as I seem, you alone—" Tears rolled rapidly down her cheeks, and she lifted the letter up to her lips, but ere they touched it, started, shuddered, and cast it precipitately into the fire. One of Miss Matson's young women now came to tell her that Mr. Harleigh begged to know whether her commissions were prepared for London. Hastily wiping her eyes, she answered that she had no commissions, but, upon raising her head, she saw the messenger descending the stairs, and Harleigh entering the room. He apologized for hastening her, in a calm and formal style, palpably intended for the hearing of the young woman, but, upon shutting the door, and seeing the glistening eyes of Ellis, calmness and formality were at an end, and approaching her with a tenderness which he could not resist, "You are affected," he cried. "Why is it not permitted me to soothe the griefs it is impossible for me not to share? Why must I be denied offering even the most trivial assistance, where I would devote with eagerness my life? You are unhappy, you make me wretched, and you will neither bestow nor accept the consolation of sympathy. You see me resigned to sue only for your friendship. Why should you thus inflexibly withhold it? Is it, answer me sincerely, is it my honor that you doubt?" He colored, as if angry with himself even for the surmise, and Ellis raised her eyes with a vivacity that reproached the question, but dropped them almost instantaneously. "That generous look," he continued, "revives, reassures me. From this moment, then, I will forego all pretensions beyond those of a friend. I am come to you completely with that intention. Madness, indeed, but for the circumstances which robbed me of self-command, madness alone could have formed any other, in an ignorance so profound as that in which I am held of all that belongs to propriety. Does not this confession show you the reliance you may have upon the sincerity with which I mean to sustain my promised character? Will it not quiet your alarms? Will it not induce you to give me such a portion of your trust as may afford me some chance of being useful to you? Speak, I entreat. Devise some service, and you shall see, when a man is piqued with being disinterested, how completely he can seem to forget at least, all that would bring him back exclusively to himself. Will you not, then, try me?" Ellis, who had been silent to recover the steadiness of her voice, now quietly answered, "I am in no situation, sir, for hazarding experiments. What you deem to be your own duties, I have no doubt that you fulfill. You will the less, therefore, be surprised that I decidedly adhere to what appears to me to be mine. Your visits, sir, must cease. Your letters I can never answer, and must not receive. We must have no intercourse whatever, partial nor general. Your friendship, nevertheless, if under that name you include goodwill and good wishes, I am far from desiring to relinquish. But your kind offices, grateful to me at this moment as all kindness would be—" She sighed, but hurried on. "Those, in whatever form you can present them, I must utterly disclaim and repel. Pardon, sir, this hard speech. I hold it right to be completely understood, and to be definitive." Turning, then, another way, she bid him good morning. Harleigh, inexpressibly disappointed, stood for some minutes, suspended, whether resentfully to tear himself away, or importunately to solicit again her confidence. The hesitation, as usual where hesitation is indulged in matters of feeling, ended in directing him to follow his wishes, though he became more doubtful how to express them, and more fearful of offending or tormenting her. Yet in contrasting her desolate situation with her spirit and firmness, redoubled admiration took place of all displeasure. What at first appeared icy inflexibility seemed, after a moment's pause, the pure effect of a noble disdain of trifling, a genuine superiority to coquetry. But doubly sad to him was the inference thence deduced. She cruelly wanted assistance. A sigh escaped her at the very thought of kindness, yet she rejected his most disinterested offers of aid, evidently in apprehension lest, at any future period, he might act or think as one who considered himself to be internally favored. Impressed with this idea, "I dare not," he gently began, "disobey commands so peremptory, yet—" He stopped abruptly, with a start that seemed the effect of sudden horror. Ellis, again looking up, saw his color changed, and that he was utterly disordered. His eyes directed her soon to the cause. The letter which she had cast into the fire, and from which, on his entrance, he had scrupulously turned his view, now accidentally caught it, by a fragment unburnt, which dropped from the stove upon the hearth. He immediately recognized his handwriting. This was a blow for which he was wholly unprepared. He had imagined that, whether she answered his letter or not, she would have weighed its contents, have guarded it for that purpose, perhaps have prized it. But to see it condemned to annihilation, to find her inexorably resolute not to listen to his representations, nor, even in his absence, to endure in her sight what might bring either him or his opinions to her recollection, affected him so deeply that, nearly unconscious what he was about, he threw himself upon a chair, exclaiming, "The illusion is past." Ellis, with gravity, but surprised, ejaculated an interrogative, "Sir?" "Pardon me," he cried, rising, and in great agitation. "Pardon me that I have so long and so frequently intruded upon your patience. I begin indeed now to perceive, but too well, how I must have persecuted, have oppressed you. I feel my error in its full force, but that eternal enemy to our humility, our philosophy, our contentment in ill success, hope, or rather perhaps self-love, had so dimmed my perceptions, so flattered my feelings, so loitered about my heart, that still I imagined, still I thought possible, that as a friend, at least, I might not find you unattainable, that my interest for your welfare, my concern for your difficulties, my irrepressible anxiety to diminish them, might have touched those chords whence esteem, whence good opinion vibrate, might have excited that confidence which, regulated by your own delicacy, your own scruples, might have formed the basis of that zealous yet pure attachment, which is certainly the second blessing, and often the first balm of human existence, permanent and blameless friendship." Ellis looked visibly touched and disturbed as she answered, "I am very sensible, sir, of the honor you do me, and of the value of your approbation. It would not be easy to me, indeed, to say, unfriended, unsupported, nameless that I am, how high a sense I feel of your generous judgment. But as you pleaded to me just now," half smiling, "in one point, the customs of the world, you must not so far forget them in another, as not to acknowledge that a confidence, a friendship, such as you describe, with one so lonely, so unprotected, would oppose them utterly. I need only, I am sure, without comment, without argument, without insistence, call this idea to your recollection, to see you willingly relinquish an impracticable plan, to see you give up all visits, Forgo every species of correspondence, and hasten yourself to finish an intercourse which, in the eye of that world, and of those prejudices, those connections to which you appeal, would be regarded as dangerous, if not injurious." "What an inconceivable position!" cried Harley, passionately. "How incomprehensible a state of things! I must admire, must respect the degree that tortures me, though profoundly in the dark with regard to its motives, its purposes. I had nearly said its apologies, for not trifling must be the cause that can instigate such determined concealment, where an interest is excited so warm, so sincere, and would you trust it, honorable as mine." "You distress, you grieve me," cried Ellis, with an emotion she could not repress, "by these affecting yet fruitless conflicts. Could I speak, can you think I would so perseveringly be silent?" "I think, nay, I am convinced, that you can do nothing but what is dictated by purity, what is intentionally right. Yet here I am persuaded 'tis some right of exaggeration, some right stretched by false reasoning or undue influence nearly to wrong. That the cause of the mystery which envelops you is substantial, I have not any doubt, but surely the effects which you attribute to it must be chimerical. To reject the most trivial succor, to refuse the smallest communication." "You probe me, sir, too painfully. I appear to you, I see, wilfully obstinate and causelessly obscure. Yet to be justified to you, I must incur a harsher censure from myself. Thus situated, we cannot separate too soon. Think over, I beg of you, when you are alone, all that has passed. Your candor, I trust, will show you that my reserve has been too consistent in its practice to be capricious in its motives. I can add nothing more. I entreat, I even supplicate you, to desist from all further inquiry, and to leave me." "In such utter, such impenetrable darkness, with no period assigned, not even any vague, any distant term in view, for letting in some little ray of light?" He spoke this in a tone so melancholy, yet so unopposingly respectful, that Ellis, resistlessly affected, put her hand to her head, and half and almost unconsciously pronounced, "Were my destiny fixed, known even to myself—" She stopped, but Harley, who, slowly and by hard self-compulsion, had moved towards the door, sprang back, with a countenance wholly reanimated, and with eyes brightly sparkling, in the full lustre of hope and joy, exclaimed, "Is it not, then, fixed? Your destiny, mine rather, is still open to future events? Oh, say that again! Tell me but that my condemnation is not irrevocable, and I will not ask another word. I will not persecute you another minute. I will be all patience, all endurance. If there be barely some possibility that I have not seen and admired you only to regret you, that I have not known and appreciated merely to lose you—" "You astonish! You affright me, sir!" cried Ellis, recovering a dignity that nearly amounted to severity. "If anything has dropped from me that can have given rise to expressions, deductions of this nature, I beg leave immediately to explain that I have been utterly misunderstood. I see, however, too clearly the danger of such contests to risk their repetition. Permit me, therefore, unequivocally, to declare that here they end. I have courage to act, though I have no power to command. You, sir, must decide whether you will have the kindness to quit my apartment immediately, or whether you will force me to so unpleasant a measure as that of quitting it myself. The kindness, I say, for however ill my situation accords with the painful perseverance of your investigations, my memory must no longer hold its seat when I lose the impression I have received of your humanity, your goodness, your generosity. You will leave me, Mr. Harley, I am sure." Harley, as much soothed by these last words as he was shocked by all that had preceded them, silently bowed, and, unable with a good grace to acquiesce in a determination which he was yet less entitled to resist, slowly, sadly, and speechless, with concentrated feelings, left the room. "All good betide you, sir, and may every blessing be yours," in a voice of attempted cheerfulness, but involuntary tremor, was pronounced by Ellis, as, hastily rising, she herself shut the door. End of chapter 36. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 37 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 37. The few but precious words that marked, in parting, a sensibility that he had vainly sought to excite while remaining, bounded to the heart of Harleigh, but were denied all acknowledgment from his lips by the sight of Miss Bydel and Mr. Giles Arb, who were mounting the stairs. Miss Bydel tapped at the door of Ellis, and Harleigh, ill as he felt fitted for joining any company, persuaded himself that immediately to retreat might awaken yet more surmise than, for a few passing minutes, to re-enter the room. He looked at Ellis in taking this measure, and saw that, while she struggled to receive her visitors with calm civility, her air of impatience for his departure was changed, by this surprise, into confusion at his presence. He felt culpable for occasioning her so uneasy a sensation, and, to repair it as much as might be in his power, assumed a disengaged countenance, and treated as a mark of good fortune, having chanced to inquire whether Miss Ellis had any commands for town, at the same time that Miss Bydel and Mr. Giles Arb made their visit. "Why, we are come, Mrs. Ellis," said Miss Bydel, "to know the real reason of your not being at the rehearsal this morning. Pray, what is it? Not a soul could tell it me, though I asked everybody all round. So I should be glad to hear the truth from yourself. Was it real illness now, or only a pretext?" "Illness!" cried Mr. Giles Arb, "with all those roses on her cheeks? No, she's very well as very pretty. But you should not tell stories, my dear, though I am heartily glad to see that there's nothing the matter. But it's a bad habit, though it's convenient enough sometimes. But when you don't like to do a thing, why not say so at once? People mayn't be pleased, to be sure, when they are refused, but do you think them so ill-natured as to like better to hear that you are ill?" Ellis, abashed, attempted no defence, and Harleigh addressed some discourse to Miss Bydel upon the next day's concert, while Mr. Giles went on with his own idea. "We should always honestly confess our likings and dislikings, for else what have we got them for? If every one of us had the same taste, half the things about us would be of no service, and we should scramble till we came to scratches for the other half. But the world has no more business, my dear lady, to be all of one mind than all of one body." "Oh, now pray, Mr. Giles," cried Miss Bydel, "don't go beginning your comical talk, for if you once do that, one can't get in a word." "But for all that, we should all round try to help and be kind to one another. What else are we put all together for in this world? We might just as well, each of us, have been popped upon some separate bit of a planet, one by himself one. All I recommend is to tell the truth, or to say nothing. We whip poor pretty children for telling stories when they are little, and yet hardly speak a word, without some false turn or other, ourselves when we grow big." "Well, but Mr. Giles," said Miss Bydel, "where's the use of talking so long about all that, when I'm wanting to ask Mrs. Ellis why she did not come to the rehearsal?" "For my own part, ma'am," continued Mr. Giles, "if anybody puts me to a difficulty, I do the best I can, but I'd rather do the worst than tell a fib. So when I am asked an awkward question, which some people can't cure themselves of doing, out of an over-curiosity in their nature, as, 'Giles, how do you like Miss Such-a-one, or Mr. Such-a-one, or Mrs. Such-a-one?' As Miss Bydel, for instance, if she came into anybody's head, or—"
"Nay, Mr. Giles," interrupted Miss Bottle, "I don't see why I should not come into a person's head as well as another, so I don't know what you say that for. But if that's your notion of being so kind to one another, Mr. Giles, I can't pretend to say it's mine, for I see no kindness in it." "I protest, ma'am, I did not think of you in the least," cried Mr. Giles, much put out of countenance. "I only took your name because happening to stand just before you put it, I suppose, at my tongue's end. But you were not once in my thoughts, I can assure you, ma'am, upon my word of honor. No more than if you had never existed, I protest."
Miss Bottle, neither accepting nor repelling this apology, said that she did not come to talk of things of that sort, but to settle some business of more importance. Then turning to Ellis, "I hear," she continued, "Mrs. Ellis, that all of a sudden you are grown very rich, and I should be glad to know if it's true, and how it has happened." "I should be still more glad, madam," answered Ellis, "to be able to give you the information." "Nay, Mrs. Ellis, I had it from your friend Mr. Giles, who is always the person to be telling something or other to your advantage, so if there be any fault in the account, it's him you are to call upon, not me." Mr. Giles, drawn by the silence of Ellis to a view of her embarrassment, became fearful that he had been indiscreet, and made signs to Miss Bottle to say no more upon the subject. But Miss Bottle, by no means disposed at this moment to oblige him, went on. "Nay, Mr. Giles, you know as well as I do 'twas your own news. Did not you tell us all just now at the rehearsal, when Miss Brinville and Miss Sycamore were saying what a monstrous air they thought it, for a person that nobody knew anything of, to send excuses about being indisposed, just as if she were a fine lady, or some famous singer, that might be as troublesome as she would? Did you not tell us, I say, that Mrs. Ellis deserved as much respect as any of us, on account of her good character, and more than any of us on account of her prettiness and her poverty? Because her prettiness, says you, tempts others, and her poverty tempts herself. And yet she is just as virtuous as if she were as rich and as ordinary as any one of the greatest consequence amongst you. Those were your own words, Mr. Giles." Harleigh, who, conscious that he ought to go, had long held by the lock of the door, as if departing, could not now refrain from changing the position of his hand by placing it expressively upon the arm of Mr. Giles. "And if all this," Miss Bottle continued, "is not enough to make you respect her, says you, why respect her for the same thing that makes you respect one another, her money. And when we all asked how she could be poor and have money too, you said that you had yourself seen ever so many banknotes upon her table." Ellis coloured, but not so painfully as Harleigh, at the sight of her blushes, unattended by any refutation, or any answer to this extraordinary assertion. "And then, Mr. Giles, as you very well know, when I asked if she has money, why don't she pay her debts, you replied that she had paid them all. Upon which I said I should be glad to know then why I was to be the only person left out, just only for my complaisance in waiting so long. And upon that I resolved to come myself and see how the matter stood. For though I have served you with such good will, Mrs. Ellis, while I thought you poor, I must be a fool to be kept out of my money, when I know you have got it in plenty. And Mr. Giles said that he counted with his own hands 10 10-pound banknotes. Now I should be glad, if you have no objection, to hear how you came by all that money, Mrs. Ellis, for 10 10-pound banknotes make 100 pounds. "Oh, absent, unguarded, dangerous Mr. Giles Arb," thought Ellis, "how much benevolence do you mar by a distraction of mind that leads to so much mischief." "I hope I have done nothing improper," cried Mr. Giles, perceiving with concern the disturbance of Ellis, "in mentioning this, for I protest I never recollected till this very minute that the money is not your own. It slipped my memory somehow entirely." "Nay, nay, how will you make that out, Mr. Giles?" cried Miss Bottle. "If it were not her own, how came she to pay her tradesmen with it, as you told us that she did, Mr. Giles?" Ellis, in the deepest embarrassment, knew not which way to turn her head. "She paid them, Miss Bottle," said Mr. Giles, "because she is too just, as well as too charitable, to let honest people want, only because they have the good nature to keep her from wanting herself.
while she had such large sums, belonging to a rich friend, lying quite uselessly in a bit of paper by her side. For the money was left with her by a very rich friend, she told me herself.
"No, sir, no, Mr. Giles," cried Ellis hastily, and looking every way to avoid the anxious, inquiring, quick-glancing eyes of Harleigh. I could not say—" She stopped, scarcely knowing what she meant either to deny or to affirm.
Yes, 'twas a rich friend, my dear lady, you owned that. If you had not given me that assurance, I should not have urged you to make use of it. Besides, who but a rich friend would leave you money in such a way as that, neither locked, nor tied, nor in a box, nor in a parcel, but only in a little paper cover directed for Miss Ellis, at her leisure?
At these words, which could leave no doubt upon the mind of Harleigh that the money in question was his own, and that the money, so often refused, had finally been employed in the payment of her debts, Ellis involuntarily, irresistibly, but most fearfully, stole a hasty glance at him, with the transient hope that they might have escaped his attention. But the hope died in its birth. The words, in their fullest meaning, had reached him, and the sensation which they produced filled her with a poignant shame. A joy beamed in his countenance that irradiated every feature, a joy that flushed him into an excess of rapture, of which the consciousness seemed to abash himself, and his eyes bent instantly to the ground. But their checked vivacity checked not the feelings which illuminated them, nor the alarm which they excited, when Ellis, urged by affright to snatch a second look, saw the brilliancy with which they had at first sought her own, terminating in a sensibility more touching, saw that they glistened with a tender pleasure, which, to her alarmed imagination, represented the potent and dangerous inferences that enchanted his mind, at a discovery that he had thus essentially succored her, and that she had accepted, at last, however secretly, his succor. This view of new danger to her sense of independence called forth new courage, and restored an appearance of composure, and addressing herself to Miss Bydel, "I entreat you," she cried, "madam, to bear a little longer with my delay. Tomorrow I shall enter upon a new career, from the result of which I hope speedily to acknowledge by obligation to your patience, and to acquit myself to all those to whom I am in any manner pecuniarily obliged, except of the lighter though far more lasting debt of gratitude." Harleigh understood her determined perseverance with cruel disappointment, yet with augmented admiration of her spirited delicacy, and, sensible of the utter impropriety of even an apparent resistance to her resolution in public, he faintly expressed concern that she had no letters prepared for town, and with a deep but stifled sigh took leave. Miss Bydel continued her interrogations, but without effect, and soon, therefore, followed. Mr. Giles remained longer, not because he obtained more satisfaction, but because, when not answered, he was contented with talking to himself. The rest of the day was passed free from outward disturbance to Ellis, and what she might experience internally was undivulged. End of chapter 37. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 38 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 38. The day now arrived which Ellis reluctantly, yet firmly, destined for her new and hazardous essay. Resolute in her plan, she felt the extreme importance of attaining courage and calmness for its execution. She shut herself up in her apartment, and gave the most positive injunctions to the milliners that no one should be admitted. The looks of Harleigh, as he had quitted her room, had told her that this precaution would not be superfluous, and, accordingly, he came, but was refused entrance. He wrote, but his letters were returned unread. His efforts to break served but to fix her purpose. She saw the expectations that he would feed from any concession, and potent as had hitherto been her objection to the scheme, they all subsided in preference to exciting, or passively permitting, any doubts of the steadiness of her rejection. Still, however, she could not practice. Her voice and her fingers were infected by that agitation of her mind, and she could neither sing nor play. She could only hope that, at the moment of performance, the positive necessity of exertion would bring with it, as so often is its effect, the powers which it requires. The tardiness of her resolution caused, however, such an accumulation of business, not only for her thoughts, but for her time, from the indispensable arrangements of her attire, that scarcely a moment remained either for the relief or the anxieties of rumination. She set off, therefore, with tolerable, though forced composure, for the rooms in the carriage of Miss Arbe. That lady, once again, choosing to assume the character of her patroness, since as such she could claim the merit of introducing her to the public, through an obligation to her own new favourite, M. Vinstriegel. Upon stopping at the hotel in which the concert was to be held, a strange figure, with something foreign in his appearance, twice crossed before the chariot, with a menacing air, as if purposing to impede her passage. Easily startled, she feared descending from the carriage, when Harleigh, who was watching, though dreading her arrival, came in sight and offered her his hand. She declined it, but, seeing the intruder retreat abruptly into the surrounding crowd of spectators, she alighted and entered the hotel. Pained at once, and charmed by the striking elegance of her appearance, and the air of gentle dignity which showed such attire to be familiar to her, Harleigh felt irresistibly attracted to follow her, and once more plead his cause.
Hear me, he cried, in a low but touching voice. One moment hear me, I supplicate, I conjure you. Still it is not too late to avert this blow. Indisposition cannot be disputed, or, if doubted, of what moment would be the suspicion, if once, generously, trustingly, you relinquish this cruel plan?
He spoke in a whisper, yet with an impetuosity that alarmed, as much as his distress affected her. But when she turned towards him, to call upon his forbearance, she perceived immediately at his side the person who had already disconcerted her. She drew hastily back, and he brushed quickly past, looking round, nevertheless, and evidently and anxiously marking her. Startled, uneasy, she involuntarily stopped, but was relieved by the approach of one of the doorkeepers to the person in question, who haughtily flung at him a ticket, and was passing on, but who was told that he could not enter the concert-room in a slouched hat. A sort of attendant, or humble friend, who accompanied him, then said, in broken English, that the poor gentleman only came to divert himself by seeing the company, and would disturb nobody, for he was deaf and dumb, and very inoffensive. Reassured by this account, Ellis again advanced, and was met by Mr. Vinstriegel, who had given instructions to be called upon her arrival, and who now, telling her that it was late, and that the concert was immediately to be opened, handed her to the orchestra. She insisted upon seating herself behind a violoncello player, and as much out of sight as possible, till necessity must, of course, bring her forward. From her dislike to being seen, her eyes seemed riveted upon the music paper which she held in her hand, but of which, far from studying the characters, she could not read a note. She received, with silent civility, the compliments of M. Vinstriegel, and those of his band, who could approach her. But her calmness, and what she had thought her determined courage, had been so shaken by personal alarm, and by the agitated supplications of Harleigh, that she could recover them no more. His desponding look, when he found her inexorable, pursued her,
and the foreign clothing and foreign servant of the man who, though deaf and dumb, had so marked and fixed her, rested upon her imagination with 1,000 vague fears and conjectures. In this shattered state of nerves, the sound of many instruments, loud, however harmonious, so immediately close to her ears, made her start, as if electrified, when the full band struck up the overture, and involuntarily raise her eyes. The strong lights dazzled them, yet prevented her not from perceiving that the deaf and dumb man had planted himself exactly opposite to the place, which, by the disposition of the harp, was evidently prepared for her reception. Her alarm augmented. Was he watching her from mere common curiosity, or had he any latent motive or purpose? His dress and figure were equally remarkable. He was wrapped in a large scarlet coat, which hung loosely over his shoulders, and was open at the breast, to display a brilliant waistcoat of colored and spangled embroidery. He had a small but slouched hat, which he had refused to take off, that covered his forehead and eyebrows, and shaded his eyes, and a cravat of enormous bulk encircled his chin, and enveloped not alone his ears, but his mouth. Nothing was visible but his nose, which was singularly long and pointed. The whole of his habiliment seemed of foreign manufacture, but his air had something in it that was wild and uncouth, and his head was continually in motion. To the trembling Ellis, it now seemed but a moment before she was summoned to her place, though 4 pieces were first performed. M. Vinstriegel would have handed her down the steps. She declined his aid, hoping to pass less observed alone. But the moment that she rose, and became visible, a violent clapping was begun by Sir Lisle Sycamore, and seconded by every man present. What is new, of almost any description, is sure to be well received by the public. But when novelty is united with peculiar attractions, admiration becomes enthusiasm, and applause is nearly clamor. Such, upon the beholders, was the effect produced by the beauty, the youth, the elegance, and the timidity of Ellis. Even her attire, which, from the bright pink sarcenet, purchased by Miss Arbe, she had changed into plain white satin, with ornaments of which the simplicity showed as much taste as modesty, contributed to the interest which she inspired. It was suited to the style of her beauty, which was Grecian, and it seemed equally to assimilate with the character of her mind, to those who, judging it from the fine expression of her countenance, conceived it to be pure and noble. The assembly appeared with one opinion to admire her, and with one wish to give her encouragement. But, unused to being an object of tumultuous delight, the effect produced by such transports was the reverse of their intention, and Ellis, ashamed, embarrassed, confused, lost the recollection that custom demanded that she should postpone her acknowledgments till she arrived at her post. She stopped, but in raising her eyes, as she attempted to curtsy, she was struck with the sight of her deaf and dumb tormentor, who, in agitated watchfulness, was standing up to see her descend, and whose face, from the full light to which he was exposed, she now saw to be masked, while she discerned in his hand the glitter of steel. An horrible surmise occurred that it was Elinor disguised, and Elinor come to perpetrate the bloody deed of suicide. Agonized with terror at the idea, she would have uttered a cry, but, shaken and dismayed, her voice refused to obey her. Her eyes became dim, her tottering feet would no longer support her. Her complexion wore the pallid hue of death, and she sunk motionless on the floor. In an instant, all admiring acclamation subsided into tender pity, and not a sound was heard in the assembly, while in the orchestra all was commotion, for Harleigh no sooner saw the fall, and that the whole band was in movement, to offer aid, than, springing from his place, he overcame every obstacle,
to force a passage to the spot where the pale Ellis was lying. There, with an air of command that seemed the offspring of rightful authority, he charged everyone to stand back and give her air, desired M. Vinstriegel to summon some female to her aid, and, snatching from him a phial of salts, which he was attempting to administer, was greatly bending down with them himself, when he perceived that she was already reviving. But the instant that he had raised her, what was his consternation and horror to hear a voice from the assembly call out, "Turn, Harleigh, turn, and see thy willing martyr! Behold, perfidious Ellis, behold thy victim!" Instantly, though with agony, he quitted the sinking Ellis to dart forward. The large wrapping coat, the half-mask, the slouched hat, and embroidered waistcoat had rapidly been thrown aside, and Elinor appeared in deep mourning, her long hair, wholly unornamented, hanging loosely down her shoulders. Her complexion was wan, her eyes were fierce rather than bright, and her hair was wild and menacing. "Oh, Harleigh, adored Harleigh!" she cried, as he flew to catch her desperate hand, but he was not in time, for, in uttering his name, she plunged a dagger into her breast. The blood gushed out in torrents, while, with a smile of triumph and eyes of idolizing love, she dropped into his arms, and, clinging round him, feebly articulated, "Here let me end. Accept the oblation, the just tribute of these dear, delicious last moments." Almost petrified with horror, he could with difficulty support either her or himself. Yet his presence of mind was sooner useful than that of any on the company, the ladies of which were hiding their faces, or running away, and the men, though all eagerly crowding to the spot of this tremendous event, approaching rather as spectators of some public exhibition, than as actors in a scene of humanity. Harleigh called upon them to fly instantly for a surgeon, demanded an armchair for the bleeding Elinor, and earnestly charged some of the ladies to come to her aid. Selina, who had made one continued scream resound through the apartment, from the moment that her sister discovered herself, rapidly obeyed the summons, with Ireton, who, being unable to detain, accompanied her. Mrs. Maple, thunderstruck by the apparition of her niece, scandalized by her disguise, and wholly unsuspicious of her purpose, though sure of some extravagance, had pretended sudden indisposition, to escape the shame of witnessing her disgrace. But ere she could get away, the wound was inflicted, and the public voice, which alone she valued, forced her to return. A surgeon of eminence, who was accidentally in the assembly, desired the company to make way, declaring no removal to be practicable till he should have stopped the effusion of blood. The concert was immediately broken up. The assembly, though curious and unwilling, dispersed, and the apparatus for dressing the wound was speedily at hand, but to no purpose. Elinor would not suffer the approach of the surgeon, would not hear of any operation or examination, would not receive any assistance. Looks of fiery disdain were the only answers that she bestowed to the pleadings of Mrs. Maple, the shrieks of Selina, the remonstrances of the surgeon, and the entreaties of every other. Even to the supplications of Harleigh she was immovable, though still she fondly clung to him, uttering from time to time, "Long, long wished-for moment, welcome, thrice welcome to my wearied soul." The shock of Harleigh was unspeakable, and it was aggravated by almost indignant exhortations, ejaculated from nearly every person present, that he would snatch the self-devoted enthusiast from this untimely end by returning her heroic tenderness. Mrs. Maple was now covered with shame, from apprehension that this conduct might be imputed either to any precepts or any neglect of her own. "My poor niece is quite light-headed, Mr. Harleigh," she cried, "and knows not what she says."
Fury started into the eyes of Elinor as she caught these words, and neither prayers nor supplications could silence or quiet her. "No, Mrs. Maple, no," she cried. "I am not light-headed. I never so perfectly knew what I said, for I never so perfectly spoke what I thought. Is it not time, even yet, to have done with the puerile trammels of prejudice? Yes, here I cast them to the winds, and, in the dauntless hour of willing death, I proclaim my sovereign contempt of the whole race of mankind, of its cowardly subterfuges, its mean assimilations, its heartless subtleties. Here, in the sublime act of voluntary self-extinction, I exult to declare my adoration of thee alone, Albert Harley, of thee and of thy haughty, matchless virtues." Gasping for breath, she leant, half motionless, yet smiling, and with looks of transport, upon the shoulder of Harley, who, ashamed, in the midst of his concern at his own situation, thus publicly avowed as the object of this desperate act, earnestly wished to retreat from the gazers and remarkers, with whom he shared the notice and the wonder excited by Elinor. But her danger was too imminent, and the scene was too critical, to suffer self to predominate. Gently, therefore, and with tenderness, he continued to support her, carefully forbearing either to irritate her enthusiasm, or to excite her spirit of controversy, by uttering, at such a crisis, the exhortations to which his mind and his principles pointed, or even to soothe her feeling too tenderly, lest misrepresentation should be mischievous, either with herself or with others. The surgeon declared that, if the wound were not dressed without delay, no human efforts could save her life. "My life! Save my life!" cried Elinor, reviving from indignation. "Do you believe me so ignoble as to come hither to display the ensigns of death, but as scare crows, to frighten lookers on to court me to life? No, for what should I live? To see the hand of scorn point at me? No, no, no! I come to die. I bleed to die. And now, even now, I talk to die. To die! Oh, Albert Harley, for thee! Dost thou sigh, Harley? Do I hear thee sigh? Oh, Harley, generous Harley, for me is it thou sighest?" Deeply oppressed. "Elinor," he answered, "you make me indeed wretched." "Ebb out then, O life!" cried she, "in this ecstatic moment. Harley no longer is utterly insensible. Well, I have followed my heart's beating impulse. Harley, oh noble Harley!" Spent by speech and loss of blood, she fainted. Harley eagerly whispered Mrs. Maple to desire that the surgeon would snatch this opportunity for examining, and, if possible, dressing the wound. This accordingly was done, all who were not of some use retiring. Harley himself, deeply interested in the event, only retreated to a distant corner, held back by discretion, honor, and delicacy from approaching the spot to which his wishes tended. The surgeon pronounced that the wound was not in its nature mortal, though the exertions and emotions which had succeeded it gave it a character of danger that demanded the extremest attention and most perfect tranquillity. The satisfaction with which Harley heard the first part of this sentence, though it could not be counterbalanced, was cruelly checked by its conclusion. He severely felt the part that he seemed called upon to act, and had a consciousness that was dreadful to himself, of his powers, if upon her tranquillity alone depended her preservation. She soon recovered from her fainting fit, though she was too much weakened and exhausted, both in body and spirits, to be as soon restored to her native energies. The moment, therefore, seemed favourable for her removal. But whither? Lewes was too distant. Mrs. Maple, therefore, was obliged to apply for a lodging in the hotel, to which, with the assiduous aid of Harley, Elinor, after innumerable difficulties, and nearly by force, was conveyed. The last to quit the apartment in which this bloody scene had been performed was Ellis, who felt restored by fright for another to the strength of which she had been robbed by a fright for herself. Her sufferings, indeed, for Elinor, her grief, her horror, had set self wholly aside, and made her forget all by which, but the moment before, she had been completely absorbed. She durst not approach, yet could not endure to retreat. She remained alone in the orchestra, from which all the band had been dismissed. She looked not once at Harleigh, nor did Harleigh once dare turn her way. In the shock of this scene, she thought it would be her duty to see him no more, for though she was unassailed by remorse, since unimpeached by self-reproach, for when had she wilfully, or even negligently, excited jealousy, still she could not escape the inexpressible shock of knowing herself the cause, though not, like Harleigh, the object, of this dreadful deed. When Elinor, however, was gone, she desired to hurry to her lodgings. Miss Arbe had forgotten or neglected her, and she had no carriage ordered. But the terrific magnitude of the recent event divested minor difficulties of their usual powers of giving disturbance. 'Tis only when we are spared great calamities that we are deeply affected by small circumstances. The pressing around her, whether of avowed or discreet admirers, the buzz of mingled compliments, propositions, interrogatories, or entreaties, which, at another time, would have embarrassed and distressed her, now scarcely reached her ears, and found no place in her attention, and she quietly applied for a maidservant of the hotel, leaning upon whose arm she reached, sad, shaken, and agitated, the house of Miss Matson. Before she would even attempt to go to rest, she sent a note of inquiry to Mr. Naird, the surgeon, whom she had seen at Mrs. Maple's. His answer was consonant to what he had already pronounced to Harleigh. End of chapter 38. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 39 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 39. Nothing now appeared so urgent to Ellis as flying the fatal sight of Harleigh. To wander again alone, to seek strange succor, new faces, and unknown haunts, to expose her helplessness, plead her poverty, and confess her mysterious, nameless situation, even to risk delay in receiving the letter upon which hung all her ultimate expectations, seemed preferable to the danger of another interview that might lead to the most horrible of catastrophes, if already the danger were not removed by a termination the most tragic. To escape privately from Brighthelmstone, and commit to accident, since she had no motive for choice, the way that she should go, was, therefore, her determination. Her debts were all paid, save what their discharge had made her incur with that very Harleigh from whom she must now escape. Though to the resources which he had placed in her hands, she owed the liberation from her creditors, that gave her power to be gone, and must owe also the means for the very flight which she projected from himself. Severely she felt the almost culpability of an action that risked implications of encouragement to a persevering though rejected man. But the horror of instigating self-murder conquered every other. Even the hard necessity of appearing to act wrong, at the very moment when she was braving every evil, in the belief that she was doing right. She ordered a post-chaise, in which she resolved to go on stage, and then to wait at some decent house upon the road for the first passing public vehicle, in which, whithersoever it might be destined, she would proceed. At an early hour the chaise was ready, and she was finishing her preparations for removal, when a tap at her chamber door, to which, imagining it given by the maid, she answered, "Come in," presented Harleigh to her affrighted view. "Ah, heaven!" she cried, turning pale with dismay. "Are you then fixed, Mr. Harleigh, to rob me of peace for life?" "Be not," cried he rapidly, "alarmed. I will not cost you a moment's danger, and hardly a moment's uneasiness. A few words will remove every fear, but I must speak them myself. Elinor is at this instant out of all but wilful danger. Wilful danger, however, being all that she has had to encounter, it must be guarded against as sedulously as if it were inevitable. To this end I must leave Brighthelmstone immediately." "No, sir," interrupted Ellis. "It is I who must leave Brighthelmstone. Your going would be the height of inhumanity." "Pardon me, but it is to clear this mistake that, once more, I force myself into your sight. I divined your design when I saw an empty post-chaise drive up to your door, which else, at a time such as this, I should unobtrusively have passed." "Quick, quick!" cried Ellis. "Every moment affrights me." "I am gone. I cannot oppose, for I partake your fears. Elinor has demanded to see us together tomorrow morning." "Terrible!" cried Ellis, trembling. "What may be her design? And what is there not to dread? Indeed, I dare not encounter her." "There can be, unhappily, but one opinion of her purpose," he answered. "She is wretched, and from impatience of life wishes to seek death. Nevertheless, the cause of her disgust to existence not being any intolerable calamity, though the most probing, perhaps, of disappointments, life, with all its evils, still clings to her, and she as little knows how to get rid of as how to support it." "You cannot, sir, mean to doubt her sincerity." "Far from it. Her mind is as noble as her humour and taste are flighty. Yet where she has some great end in view, she studies, in common with all those with whom the love of fame is the ruling passion, effect, public effect, rather than what she either thinks to be right or feels to be desirable." "Alas, poor Miss Joddrel! You are still then, sir, unmoved?" She stopped, and blushed, for the examining eyes of Harleigh said, "Do you wish to see me conquered?" Pleased that she stopped, enchanted that she blushed, an expression of pleasure illuminated his countenance, which instantly drew into that of Ellis a cold severity, that chilled, or rather that punished, his rising transport. "Ah," thought he, "was it then but conscious modesty, not anxious doubt, that mantled in her cheek?" "Pity," he returned, "in a woman to a man, is grateful, is lenient, is consoling. It seems an attribute of her sex, and the haughtiest of ours accepts it from her without disdain or disgrace. But pity from a man, upon similar causes, must be confined to his own breast. Its expression always seems insolent. Who is the female that could wish, that could even bear to excite it? Not Elinor, certainly. With all her eccentricities, she would consider it as an outrage." "Give it her, then," cried Ellis, with involuntary vivacity, "the sooner to cure her." "Nay, who knows?" he smilingly returned. "Since extremes meet, that absconding may not produce the same effect. At all events, it will retard the execution of her terrible project, and to retard an act of voluntary violence, where the imagination is as ardent, the mind as restless, and the will as despotic as those of Elinor, is commonly to avert it. Some new idea ordinarily succeeds, and the old one, in losing its first moment of effervescence, generally evaporates in disgust." "Do not, sir, trust to this. Do not be so cruel as to abandon her. Think of the desperation into which you will cast her, and if you scruple to avow your pity, act at least with humanity, in watching, soothing, and appeasing her, while you suffer me quietly to escape, that neither the sound nor the thought of my existing so near her may produce fresh irritation."
I see, I feel, cried he, with emotion. How amiable for her, yet how barbarous for me, is your recommendation of a conduct, my honor, from regard to her reputation, in a union to which every word that you utter, and every idea to which you give expression, make me more and more averse.
Ellis blushed and paused, but presently, with strengthened resolution, earnestly cried,
If this, sir, is the sum of what you have to say, leave me, I entreat, without further procrastination. Every moment that you persist in staying presents to me the image of Miss Joddrel, breaking from her physicians, and darting bloody and dying into the room to surprise you. Pardon me that I should have given birth to so dreadful an apprehension. I will relieve you this instant, and omit no possible precaution to avert every danger. But that least reflex, to a mind delicate as yours, will exculpate me from blame in not remaining at her side, after the scene of last night, unless I purpose to become her permanent guardian. The tattling world would instantly unite or calumniate us. But you, who, if you retreat, will be doubted and suspected, you must at present stay, and openly, clearly, and unsought be seen. Elinor, who breathes but to spur her misery by despair, that she may end it, reserves for me and for my presence, to astonish, to shock, or to vanquish me, every horror she can devise. In my absence, rest assured, no evil will be perpetrated. 'Tis for her, then, for your sake, that you must remain, and that I must depart.
Ellis could not contest a statement which, thus explained, appeared to be just, and gratified by her concurrence, he no longer resisted her urgent injunctions that he would be gone. He tried, in quitting her, to seize and kiss her hand, but she drew back, with an air not to be disputed, and a look of reproach, though not of displeasure. He submitted with a look also of reproach, though expressive at the same time of reverence and admiration, mixed with the deepest regret. Mechanically, rather than intentionally, she went to the window when he had left her, whence she saw him cross the way, and then wistfully look up. She felt the most painful blushes mount into her cheeks, upon observing that he perceived her. She retreated like lightning, yet could not escape remarking the animated pleasure that beamed from his countenance at this surprise. She sat down, deeply confused, and wept. The postilion sent in the maid for orders. She satisfied and discharged him, and then, endeavoring to dismiss all rumination upon the past, deliberated upon the course which she ought immediately to pursue. Her musical plan once more became utterly hopeless, for what chance had she now of any private scholars? What probability of obtaining any new protection, when, to the other mysterious disadvantages under which she labored, would be added an accusation of perjury, denounced at the horrible moment of self-destruction? While suggesting innumerable new schemes, which, presented by desperation, died in projection, she observed a small packet upon the ground, directed to herself. The inside was sealed, but upon the cover she found these words: "This packet was prepared to reach you by an unknown messenger, but I see that you are departing, and I must not risk its missing you. As a friend only, a disinterested, though a zealous one, I have promised to address you. Repel not, then, my efforts towards acquiescence, by withholding the confidence and rejecting the little offices which should form the basis of that friendship. 'Tis as your banker only that I presume to enclose these notes. A.H." Ellis concluded that, upon seeing the chaise at the door, he had entered some shop to write these lines. The silence which she had guarded, relative to his former packet, from terror of the conflicts to which such a subject might lead, had made him now, she imagined, suppose it not partially but completely expended.
"And can he think," she cried, "that not alone I have had recourse, unacknowledged yet essential recourse to his generosity in my distress, but that I am contented to continue his pensioner." She blushed, but not in anger. She felt that it was from his view of her situation, notions of her character, that he pressed her thus to pecuniary obligation. She would not, however, even see the amount or contents of what he had sealed up, which she now enclosed and sealed up herself, with the remaining notes of the first packet. The lines which he had written in the cover she read a second time. "If indeed," she cried, "he could become a disinterested friend." She was going to read them again, but checked by the suggested doubt, the if. She paused a moment, sighed, felt herself blush, and, with a quick motion that seemed the effect of sudden impulse, precipitately destroyed them, murmuring to herself, while brushing off with her hand a starting tear, that she would lose no time and spare no exertions for replacing and returning the whole sum. Yet she was forced, with whatever reluctance, to leave the development of her intentions to the chances of opportunity, for she knew not the address of Harleigh, and durst not risk the many dangers that might attend any inquiry. A short time afterwards, she received a letter from Selina, containing a summons from Elinor for the next morning. Mr. Naird, the surgeon, had induced Mrs. Maple to consent to this measure, which alone deterred Elinor from tearing open her wound, and which had extorted from her a promise that she would remain quiet in the interval. She had positively refused to admit a clergyman, and had affronted away a physician. Ellis could not hesitate to comply with this demand, however terrified she felt at the prospect of the storm which she might have to encounter. The desperate state of her own affairs called, nevertheless, for immediate attention, and she decided to begin a new arrangement by relinquishing the far too expensive apartment which Miss Arbe had forced her to occupy. In descending to the shop, to give notice of her intention, she heard the voice of Miss Matson, uttering some sharp reprimand, and presently and precipitately she was passed upon the stairs by a forlorn, ill-dressed, and weeping female, whose face was covered by her handkerchief, but whose air was so conspicuously superior to her garb of poverty, that it was evidently a habit of casual distress, not of habitual indigence. Ellis looked after her with a quick awakened interest, but she hastily mounted, palpably anxious to escape remark. Miss Matson, softened in her manners since she had been paid, expressed the most violent regret at losing so genteel a lodger. Ellis knew well how to appreciate her interest and wavering civility, yet availed herself of it to beg a recommendation to some decent house, where she might have a small and cheap chamber, and again to solicit her assistance in procuring some needlework. A room, Miss Matson replied, with immediate abatement of complaisance, of so shabby a sort as that, might easily enough be found, but as to the needlework, all that she had had to dispose of for some time past had been given to her new lodger up 2 pair of stairs, who had succeeded Mr. Riley, and who did it quicker and cheaper than anybody, which indeed she had need do, for she was extremely troublesome, and always wanting her money. "And for what else, Miss Matson," said Ellis dryly, "can you imagine she gives you her work?" "Nay, I don't say anything as to that," answered Miss Matson, surprised by the question. "I only know it's sometimes very inconvenient." "Ah," thought Ellis, "must we be creditors, and poor creditors, ourselves, to teach us justice to debtors? And must those who endure the toil be denied the reward, that those who reap its fruits may retain it?" Miss Matson accepted the warning, and Ellis resolved to seek a new lodging the next day. End of chapter 39. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 40 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 40. At 5 o'clock on the following morning, the house of Miss Matson was disturbed by a hurrying message from Elinor, demanding to see Miss Ellis without delay. Ellis arose with the utmost trepidation. It was the beginning of May, and brightly light, and she accompanied the servant back to the house. She found all the family in the greatest disorder, from the return of another messenger, who had been forwarded to Mr. Harleigh, with the unexpected news that that gentleman had quitted Brighthelmstone. The intelligence was conveyed in a letter which he had left at the hotel for Miss Maple, and in which another was enclosed for Elinor. Mrs. Maple had positively refused to be the bearer of such unwelcome tidings to the sick-room, protesting that she could not risk, before the surgeon and the nurse, the rude expression which her poor niece might utter, and could still less hazard imparting such irritating information tete-a-tete. "Why, then," said Ireton, "should not Miss Ellis undertake the job? Nobody has had a deeper share in the business." This idea was no sooner started than it was seized by Mrs. Maple, who was overjoyed to elude the unpleasant task imposed upon her by Harleigh, and almost equally gratified to mortify or distress a person whom she had been led, by numberless small circumstances, which upon little minds operate more forcibly than essential ones, to consider as a source of personal disgrace to her own dignity and judgment. Deaf, therefore, to the remonstrances of Ellis, upon whom she forced the letter, she sent for Mr. Naird, charged him to watch carefully by the side of her poor niece, desired to be called if anything unhappy should take place, and, complaining of a violent headache, retired to lie down. Ellis, terrified at this tremendous commission, and convinced that the feelings and situation of Elinor were too publicly known for any attempt at secrecy, applied to Mr. Naird for counsel how to proceed. Mr. Naird answered that, in cases where, as in the present instance, the imagination was yet more diseased than the body, almost any certainty was less hurtful than suspense. "Nevertheless, with so eccentrical a genius," he added, "nothing must be risked abruptly. If, therefore, as I presume, this letter is to acquaint the young lady, with the proper modifications, that Mr. Harleigh will have nothing to say to her, you must first let her get some inkling of the matter by circumstances and surmises, that the fact may not rush upon her without warning. Keep, therefore, wholly out of her way, till the tumult of her wonder and her doubts will make any species of explication medicinal." She had certainly, he added, some new project in contemplation, for, after extorting from her, the preceding evening, a promise that she would try to sleep, he heard her, when she believed him gone, exclaim from Cato's soliloquy, "Sleep! Ah, yes! This once I'll favour thee, that May, awakened soul, may take its flight, replete with all its powers, and big with life, an offering fit for glory, love, and Harleigh." "Our kind-hearted young ladies of Sussex," continued Mr. Naird, "are as much scandalized that Mr. Harleigh should have the insensibility to resist love so heroic, as their more prudent mammas that he should so publicly be made its object. No men, however, at least none on this side the Channel, can wonder that he should demur at venturing upon a treaty for life, with a lady so expert in foreign politics as to make an experiment, in her own proper person, of the new atheistical and suicidal doctrines, than those ingenious gentlemen, on the other side the water, are now so busily preaching for their fellow countrymen's destruction, challenging one's existence for every quarrel with one's will, and running oneself through the body for every affront to one's mind, used to be thought peculiar to the proud and unbending humor of John Bull. But John did it rarely enough to make it a subject of gossiping and newspaper squibs for at least a week. Our merry neighbors, on the contrary, now once they have set about it, do the job with an air and a grace that show us we are as drowsy in our desperation as we are phlegmatic in our amusements. They talk of it wherever they go. They write of it whenever they hold a pen, and are so picked to think that we got the start of them in beginning the game first, that they pop off more now in a month than we do in a year. And I don't in the least doubt that their intention is to go on with the same briskness till they have made the balance even. Looking then archly at Ellis, "However clever," he added, "this young lady may be, and she seems an adept in their school of turning the world upside down, she did not show much skill in human nature when she fired such a broadside at the heart of the man she loved, at the very instant that he had forgotten all the world, in his hurry to fire one himself upon the heart of another woman." Ellis blushed, but was silent, and Mrs. Golding, Elinor's maid, came, soon after, to hasten Mr. Naird to her mistress, who, persuaded, she said, by their non-appearance, that Mr. Harleigh had eloped with Miss Ellis, and was preparing to dress herself, and was bent to pursue them to the utmost extremity of the earth. Mr. Naird then, entering the room, heard her, in the agitated voice of feverish exultation, call out, "Joy, joy and peace to my soul! They are gone off together. 'Tis just what I required, to spur my almost blunted purpose." Ellis, beckoned by Mr. Naird, now appeared. Elinor was struck with astonishment, and her air lost something of its wildness. "Is Harleigh," she cried, "here too?" Ellis durst not reply, nor still less deliver the letter, which she dropped unseen upon a table. Amazed at this silence, Elinor repeated her inquiries. "Why does he not come to me? Why will he not answer me?" "Nay, I should think it a little odd myself," said Mr. Naird, "if I did not take into consideration that our hearing requires an approximation that our wishes can do without." "Is he not yet arrived, then? Impenetrable Harleigh! And can he sleep? O noble heart of marble! Polished, white, exquisite, but unyielding! Ellis, send to him yourself. Call him to me immediately. It is but for an instant. Tell him it is but for an instant." Ellis tremblingly drew back. The impatience of Elinor was redoubted, and Mr. Naird thought proper to confess that Mr. Harleigh could not be found. Her vehemence was then converted into derision, and with a contemptuous laugh, "You would make me believe, perhaps," she cried, "that he is left Brighthelmstone. Spare your ingenuity a labour so absurd, and my patience so useless a disgust. From me indeed he may be gone, for his soul shrinks from the triumph in which it ought to glory. 'Tis pity. Yet in him everything seems right, everything is becoming, even the narrow feelings of prudence, that curb the expansions of greatness, in him seem graceful, nay noble. Ah, who is like him? The poor grovelling wretches that call themselves his fellow creatures sink into nothingness before him, as if beings of another order. Where is he? My soul sickens to see him once more, and then to be extinct." No one venturing to speak, she again resolved to seek him in person, convinced, she said, that, since Ellis remained, he could not be far off. This appeared to Mr. Naird the moment for producing the letter. At the sight of the handwriting of Harleigh, addressed to herself, every other feeling gave way to rapturous joy. She snatched the letter from Mr. Naird, blew it all around, as if to disperse the contagion of any foreign touch, and then, in a transport of delight, pressed it to her lips, to her heart, and again to her lips, with devouring kisses. She would not read it, she declared, till night. All she experienced of pleasure was too precious and too rare not to be lengthened and enjoyed to its utmost possible extent. Yet, nearly at the same moment, she broke the seal, and ordered everyone to quit the room, that the air which would vibrate with the words of Harleigh should be uncontaminated by any breath but her own. They all obeyed, though Mr. Naird, fearing what might ensue, stationed himself where, unsuspectedly, he could observe her motions. Eagerly, rapidly, and without taking a breath till she came to the conclusion, she then read aloud the following lines. To Miss Joddrel. I fly you, O Elinor, not to irritate those feelings I dare not hope to soothe. My heart recoils, with prophetic terror, from the summons which you have issued for this morning. I know you too noble to accept, as you have shown yourself too sincere to present, a heartless hand. But will you, therefore, blight the rest of my existence by making me the cause of your destruction? Will you only seek relief to your sufferings by means that must fix indelible horror on your survivors? Will you call for peace and rest to yourself by an action that must nearly rob me of both? Where death is voluntary, without considering our ultimate responsibility, have we none that is immediate? For ourselves only do we exist? No, generous Elinor, such has not been your plan. For ourselves alone, then, should we die? Shall we seek to serve and to please merely when present, that we may be served and pleased again? Is there no disinterested attachment that would suffer to spare pain to others, that would endure sooner than inflict? If to die be, as you hold, though as I firmly disbelieve, eternal sleep, would you wish the traces that may remain of that period in which you thought yourself awake, to be marked for others by blessings or by misfortune? Would you desire those whom you have known and favored whilst amongst them, gratefully to cherish your remembrance, or to shrink with horror from its recollection? Would you bequeath to them the pleasing image of your liberal kindness, or the terrific one of your despairing vengeance? To you, to whom death seems the termination of all, the extinguisher, the absorber of unaccounted life, this airy way of meeting, of invoking it, may appear suitable. To me, who look forward to corporeal dissolution but as to the opening to spiritual being, and the period of retribution for our past terrestrial existence, to me it seems essential to prepare for it with as much awe as hope, as much solicitude as confidence. Wonder not, then, that, with ideas so different, I should fly witnessing the crisis which so intrepidly you invite. Would you permit your cooler reason to take the governance of your too animated feelings? With what alacrity and what delight should I seek your generous friendship? The grave, you say, is the end of all, of soul and of body alike. Pause, Elinor, should you be mistaken. Pause. The less you believe yourself immortal, the less you should deem yourself infallible. You call upon us all, in this enlightened age, to set aside our long, old, and hereditary prejudices. Give the example with the charge, in setting aside those that, new, willful, and self-created, have not even the apology of time or habit to make them sacred. And listen, O Elinor, to the voice and dictates of religion. Harden not your heart against convictions that may pour balm into all its wounds. Consent to see some learned and pious divine. If, upon every science, every art, every profession, you respect the opinions of those who have made them their peculiar study, and prefer their authority and the result of their researches to the sallies, the loose reasoning, and accidental knowledge of those who dispute at large, from general, however brilliant conceptions, from partial, however ingenious investigations, why in theology alone must you distrust the fruits of experience, the proofs of examination, the judgment of habitual reflection. Consent, then, to converse with some devout, yet enlightened clergyman. Hear him patiently, meditate upon his doctrine impartially, and you will yet, O Elinor, consent to live, and life again will find its reviving, however checkered, enjoyments. Youth, spirits, fortune, the liveliest parts, the warmest heart are yours. You have only to look around you to see how rarely such gifts are thus concentrated, and, grateful for your lot, you will make it, by blessing others, become a blessing to yourself. And you will not, Elinor, harrow to the very soul the man who flattered himself to have found in you the sincerest of friends, by a stroke more severe to his peace than he could owe to his bitterest enemy, Albert Harley. The excess of the agitation of Elinor, when she came to the conclusion, forced Mr. Naird to return, but rendered her insensible to his reappearance. She flung off her bandages, rent open her wound, and tore her hair, calling, screaming for death with agonized wrath. "Is it for this," she cried, "I have thus loved? For this I have thus adored the flintiest of human hearts, to see him fly me from the bed of death, refuse to receive even my parting sigh, make me over to a dissembling priest?" Ellis, returning also, urged Mr. Naird, who stood aloof, steadfastly, yet quietly fixing his eyes upon his patient, to use his authority for checking this dangerous violence. Without moving or lowering his voice, though Ellis spoke in a whisper, he dryly answered, "It is not very material." "How so?" cried Ellis, extremely alarmed. "What is it you mean, sir?" "It cannot now," he replied, "occasion much difference." Ellis, shuddering, entreated him to make some speedy effort for her preservation. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, but as Elinor seemed suddenly to attend to them, forbore making further reply. "What have you been talking of together?" she cried impatiently. "What is that man's opinion of my situation? When may I have done with you all? Say, when may I sleep and be at rest? When shall I be no longer the only person in this supine world awake? He can sleep. Harley can sleep while he yet lives. He and all of you. Death is not wanted to give repose to hearts of adamant." Ellis, in a low voice, again applied to Mr. Naird, but Elinor, watchful and suspicious, insisted upon hearing the subject of their discourse. Mr. Naird, advancing to the bedside, said, "Is there anything you wish, my good lady? Tell me if there is anything we can do that will procure your pleasure." In vain Ellis endeavored to give him an hint that such a question might lead her to surmise her danger. The perceptions of Elinor were too quick to allow time for retraction or after precaution. The deepest damask flushed her pallid cheeks. Her eyes became wildly dazzling, and she impetuously exclaimed, "The time, then, is come! The struggle is over, and I shall quaff no more this nauseous draught of life." She clasped her hands in an ecstasy, and vehemently added, When, tell me if possible to a moment, when eternal stillness may quiet this throbbing breast, when I may bid a final, glad adieu to this detestable world, to all its servile customs, and all its despicable inhabitants. Why do you not speak? Be brief, be brief." Mr. Naird, slowly approaching her, silently felt her pulse. "Away with this burlesque dumb show!" cried she, indignantly. "No more of these farcical forms. Speak! When may your successor close these professional mockeries? Fit only for weak patients who fear your sentence. To me, who boldly, eagerly demand it, speak reason and truth. When may I become as insensible as Harley? Colder, death itself has not power to make me." Again he felt her pulse. and while her eyes, with fiery impatience, called for a prompt decision, hesitatingly pronounced that if she had anything to settle, she could not be too expeditious. Her countenance, her tone, her whole appearance, underwent now a sudden change, and she seemed as powerfully struck as if the decree which so earnestly she had sought had been internally unexpected. She sustained herself, nevertheless, with firmness, thanked him, though in a low and husky voice, for his sincerity, and crossing her arms and shutting her eyes to obviate any distraction to her ideas by surrounding objects, delivered herself up to rapt meditation, becoming in a moment as calm and nearly as gentle as if a stranger by nature to violent passions, or even to strong feelings. An impression so potent, made by the no longer doubted and quick approximation of that death, which, in the vigor and pride of life and health, she had so passionately invoked, forcibly and fearfully affected Ellis, who uttered a secret prayer that her own preparations for an event, which, though the most indispensably common, could never cease to be the most universally tremendous of mortality, might be frequent enough and cheerful enough to take off horror from its approach without substituting presumption. After a long pause, Elinor opened her eyes, and, in a subdued voice and manner that seemed to stifle a struggling sigh, softly said, "There is no time, then, it seems, to lose. My short race is already run, yet already has been too long. Oh, Harleigh, had I been able to touch your heart!" Tears gushed into her eyes. She dispersed them hastily with her fingers, and looking around her with an air of inquietude and shame, said with studied composure, "You have kindly, Mr. Naird, offered me your services. I thankfully accept them. Pursue and find, without delay, Mr. Harleigh. Repeat to him what you have just pronounced, and tell him—" She blushed deeply, sighed, checked herself, and mildly went on, "This is no season for pride. Tell him my situation, and that I beg, I entreat, I conjure, I even implore him to let me once more—" Again she stopped, almost choked with repressed emotions, but presently, with a calmer accent, added, "Say to him, he will not merely soften, but delight my last moments in being then the sole object I shall behold, as, from the instant that I first saw him, he has been the only one who has engaged my thoughts, the imperious, constant master of my mind." Mr. Naird respectfully accepted the commission, demanding only, in return, that she would first permit him once more to dress her wound. This she opposed, though so faintly that it was evident that she was more averse to being thought cowardly or inconsistent than to stopping the quicker progress of dissolution. When Mr. Naird therefore represented that it was sending him upon a fruitless errand if she meant to bleed to death in his absence, she complied. He then enjoined her to be quiet, and went forth. With the most perfect stillness she awaited his return, neither speaking nor moving, and holding her watch in her hand, upon which she fixed her eyes without intermission, except to observe, from time to time, whether Ellis were in sight. When he reappeared, she changed color, and covered her face with her hand, but soon removing it, and showing a steady countenance, she raised her head. When, however, she perceived that he was alone, and, after looking vainly towards the door, found that no one followed, she tremulously said, "Will he not, then, come?" Mr. Naird answered that it had not been possible to overtake him. A note, however, had been left at his lodgings, containing an earnest request that a daily written account of the patient, till the danger should be over, might be forwarded to Cavendish Square, where it would follow him with the utmost expedition. Elinor now looked almost petrified.
"Danger," she repeated. "He knows me then to be in danger, yet flies me. And for him I have lived, and for him I die."
This reflection destroyed all her composure, and every strong passion, every turbulent emotion, resumed its empire over her mind. She commanded Mr. Naird from the room, forced Golding to dress her, and ordered a chaise and 4 horses immediately to the door. She was desperate, she said, and careless alike of appearances and of consequences. She would see Carlay herself. His icy heart, with all its apathy, recoiled from the sound of her last groan, but she would not spare him that little pain, since its infliction was all that could make the end of her career less intolerable than its progress. She was just ready, when Mrs. Maple, called up by Mr. Naird to dissuade her niece from this enterprise, would have represented the impropriety of the intended measure, but Elinor protested that she had finally taken leave of all fatiguing formalities, and refused even to open the chamber door. She could not, however, save herself from hearing a warm debate between Mrs. Maple and Mr. Naird, in which the following words caught her ears. "Shocking, madam, or not, it is indispensable, if go she will, that you should accompany her. For the motion of a carriage in her present inflamed, yet enfeebled state, may shorten the term of your solicitude from a few days to a few hours. I am sorry to pronounce such a sentence, but as I find myself perfectly useless, I think it right to put you upon your guard before I take my leave." Elinor changed colour, ceased her preparations, and sunk upon the bed. Presently, however, she arose, and commanded Golding to call Mr. Naird. "I solemnly claim from you, Mr. Naird," she cried, "the same undisguised sincerity that you have just practised with Mrs. Maple." Then, fixing her eyes upon his face with investigating severity, "Tell me," she continued, "in one word, whether you think I have strength yet left to reach Cavendish Square." "If you go in a litter, madam, and take a week to make the journey." "A week? I would arrive there in a few hours. Is that impossible?" "To arrive? No, to arrive is certainly not impossible." "Dead, you perhaps mean. To arrive dead is not impossible. Speak clearly." "A medical man, madam, lives in a constant round of perplexity, for either he must risk killing his patients by telling them unpleasant truths, or letting them kill themselves by nourishing false hopes." "Take some other time for bewailing your own difficulties, sir, and speak to the point, without that hateful official cant." "Well, madam, if nothing but rough honesty will satisfy you, bear it at least with fortitude. The motion of a carriage is so likely to open your wound that in all probability, before you could gain Cookfeld, or Reigate at furthest—" He stopped. Elinor finished for him. "I should be no more." He was silent. "I thank you, sir," she cried in a firm voice, though with livid cheeks. "And pray, how long, supposing I do just and only what you bid me, how long do you think it likely I should linger?" "Oh, some days, I have no doubt. Perhaps a week." The storm now again kindled in her disordered mind. "How," she cried, "have I done all this? Dared, risked, braved all things human and not human, to die at last a common death, to expire in a fruitless journey, an unacknowledged and unoffered sacrifice, or to lie down tamely in my bed till I am extinct by ordinary dissolution." Wringing then her hands with mingled anguish and resentment, "Mr. Naird," she cried, "if you have the smallest real skill, the most trivial knowledge or experience in your profession, bind up my wound so as to give me strength to speed to him, and then, though the lamp of life should be instantly extinguished, though the same moment that bless annihilate me, I shall be content. Oh, more than content. I shall expire with transport." Mr. Naird making no reply, she went on yet more impetuously. "Oh, snatch me!" she cried. "Snatch me from the despicable fate that threatens me. With energy so pure, with affection so genuine, with feeling so unadulterated as mine, let me not be swept from the earth with the undistinguished herd of common broken-hearted, broken-spirited, love-sick fanatics. Let me but once more join Harleigh, once more see that countenance which is life, light, and joy to my soul. Hear once more that voice which charms all my senses, which thrills every nerve, and then that parting breath which rapturously utters, 'Harleigh, I come to die in beholding thee,' shall bless you too as my preserver, and bid him share with you all that Elinor has to bequeath." She uttered this with a rapidity and agitation that nearly exhausted her remnant strength, and, tamed by feeling her dependence upon medical skill, she listened patiently to the counsels and propositions of Mr. Naird, in consequence of which an express was sent to Harleigh, explaining her situation, her inability to be removed, her request to see him, and her immediate danger, if not kept quiet in both body and mind. This done, satisfied that Harleigh could not read such a letter without hastening back, she agreed to all the prescriptions that were proposed, and even suffered a physician to be called to the assistance of Mr. Naird, in her fear lest, if Harleigh should not be found in Cavendish Square, she might expire before the sole instant for which she desired either to live or to die should arrive. End of chapter 40. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 41 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 41. From the time of this arrangement, the ascendance which Mr. Naird obtained over the mind of Elinor, by alternate assurances and alarms, relative to her chances of living to see Harleigh again, produced a quiet that gave time to the draughts, which were administered by the physician, to take effect, and she fell into a profound sleep. This, Mr. Naird said, might last till late the next day. Ellis, therefore, promising to be ready upon any summons, returned to her lodging. Miss Matson now endeavored to make some inquiries relative to the public suicide projected, if not accomplished, by Miss Joddrell, which was the universal subject of conversation at Brighthelmstone. But when she found it vain to hope for any details, she said, "Such accidents, ma'am, make one really afraid of one's life with persons one knows nothing of. Pray, ma'am, if it is not impertinent, do you still hold to your intention of giving up your pretty apartment?" Ellis answered in the affirmative, desiring, with some surprise, to know whether the question were in consequence of any apprehension of a similar event. "By no means, ma'am, from you," she replied. "You, Miss Ellis, who have been so strongly recommended, and protected by so many of our capital gentry. But what I mean is this. If you really intend to take a small lodging, why should you not have my little room again upstairs?" "Is it not engaged to the lady I saw here this morning?" "Why, that, ma'am, is precisely the person I have upon my mind to speak about. Why should I let her stay, when she's known to nobody, and is very bad pay, if I can have so genteel a young lady as you, ma'am, that ladies in their own coaches come visiting?" Ellis, recoiling from this preference, uttered words the most benevolent that she could suggest, of the unknown person who had excited her compassion, but Miss Matson gave them no attention. "When one has nothing better to do with one's rooms, ma'am," she said, It is sometimes as well, perhaps, to let them to almost one does not know who, as to keep them uninhabited, because living in them airs them. But that's no reason for letting them to one's own disadvantage, if one can do better. Now this person here, ma'am, besides being poor, which poor thing maybe she can't help, and being a foreigner, which you know, ma'am, is no great recommendation. Besides all this, Miss Ellis, she has some very suspicious ways with her, which I can't make out at all. She goes abroad in a morning, ma'am, by 5 of the clock, without giving the least account of her haunts, and that, ma'am, has but an odd look with it. Why so, Miss Matson? If she takes time from her own sleep to enjoy a little air and exercise, where can be the blame? Air and exercise, ma'am. People that have their living to get, and that ain't worth a farthing, have other things to think of than air and exercise. She does not, I hope, give herself quite such airs as those. Ellis, disgusted, bid her good night, and, filled with pity for a person who seemed still more helpless and destitute than herself, resolved to see her the next day, and endeavor to offer her some consolation, if not assistance. Before, however, this pleasing project could be put into execution, she was again, nearly at daybreak, awakened by a summons from Selina to attend her sister, who, after quietly reposing many hours, had started, and demanded Harleigh and Ellis. Ellis obeyed the call with the utmost expedition, but met the messenger returning to her a second time as she was mounting the street which led to the lodging of Mrs. Maple, with intelligence that Elinor had almost immediately fallen into a new and sound sleep, and that Mr. Naird had ordered that no one should enter the room till she again awoke. Glad of this reprieve, Ellis was turning back, when she perceived, at some distance, Miss Matson's new lodger. The opportunity was inviting for her purposed offer of aid, and she determined to make some opening to an acquaintance. This was not easy, for though the light feet of Ellis might soon have overtaken the quick but staggering steps of the apparently distressed person whom she pursued, she observed her to be in a state of perturbation that intimidated approach as much as it awakened concern. Her handkerchief was held to her face, though whether to conceal it, or because she was weeping, could not readily be discovered. But her form and air penetrated Ellis with a feeling and an interest far beyond common curiosity, and she anxiously studied how she might better behold and how address her. The foreigner went on her way, looking neither to the right nor to the left, till she had ascended to the churchyard upon the hill. There stopping, she extended her arms, seeming to hail the full view of the wide-spreading ocean, or rather, Ellis imagined, the idea of her native land, which she knew, from that spot, to be its boundary. The beauty of the early morning from that height, the expansive view, impressive though calm, of the sea, and the awful solitude of the place, would have sufficed to occupy the mind of Ellis, had it not been completely caught by the person whom she followed, and who now, in the persuasion of being wholly alone, gently murmured, "Oh, ma chère patrie, malheureuse, coupable, mais toujours chère patrie, ne te reverrai-je jamais." Her voice thrilled to the very soul of Ellis, who, trembling, suspended, and almost breathless, stood watching her motions, fearing to startle her by an unexpected approach, and waiting to catch her eye. But the mourner was evidently without suspicion that anyone was in sight. Grief is an absorber. It neither seeks nor makes observation, except where it is joined with vanity, that always desires remark, or with guilt, by which remark is always feared. Ellis, neither advancing nor receding, saw her next move solemnly forward, to bend over a small elevation of earth, encircled by short sticks, intersected with rushes. Some of these, which were displaced, she carefully arranged, while uttering, in a gentle murmur, which the profound stillness of all around alone enabled Ellis to catch, Repose-toi bien, mon ange, mon enfant. Le repos qui me fuit, le bonheur que j'ai perdu, la tranquillité précieuse de l'âme qui m'abandonne. Que tout cela soit à toi, mon ange, mon enfant. Je ne te rappellerai plus ici. Je ne te rappellerai plus, même si je le pouvais. Loin de toi, ma malheureuse destinée. J'ai prié Dieu pour ta conservation quand je te possédais encore. Quelque cruelles qui fussent tes souffrances, en toute impuissante que j'ai toi pour les soulager. J'ai prié Dieu, dans l'angoisse de mon âme, pour ta conservation. Tu n'es plus pour moi, et je cesse de te réclamer. Je te vois un ange, je te vois exempt à jamais de douleur, de crainte, de pauvreté et de regrets. Te réclamerai-je donc pour partager encore mes malheurs? Non, ne reviens plus à moi, que je te retrouve là, où ta félicité sera la mienne. Mais toi, prie pour ta malheureuse mère, que tes innocentes prières unissent à ses humbles supplications, pour que ta mère, ta pauvre mère, puisse se rendre digne de te rejoindre. How long these soft addresses, which seemed to soothe the pious petitioner, might have lasted, had she not been disturbed, is uncertain. But she was startled by sounds of more tumultuous sorrow, by sobs rather than sighs, that seemed bursting forth from more violent, at least more sudden affliction. She looked round, astonished, and saw Ellis leaning over a monument, and bathed in tears. She arose, and, advancing towards her, said in an accent of pity, "Et là, madame, vous aussi pleurez-vous votre enfant?" "Ah, mon ami, ma bien-aimée amie!" cried Ellis, wiping her eyes, but vainly attempting to repress fresh tears. "T'ai-je cherché? T'ai-je entendu? T'ai-je si ardemment désiré pour te retrouver ainsi, pleurant sur un tombeau? Et toi, ne me rappelles-tu pas? M'as-tu oublié? Gabrielle, ma chère Gabrielle!" "Juste ciel!" exclaimed the other. "Que vois-je? Ma jolie, ma chère, ma tendre amie! Est-il bien vrai? Oh, peut-il être vrai qu'il y ait encore du bonheur ici-bas pour moi?" Locked in each other's arms, pressed to each other's bosoms, they now remained many minutes in speechless agony of emotion, from nearly overpowering surprise, from gusts of ungovernable, irrepressible sorrow, and heart-piercing recollections, though blended with the tenderest sympathy of joy. This touching silent eloquence, these unutterable conflicts between transport and pain, were succeeded by a reciprocation of inquiry, so earnest, so eager, so ardent, that neither of them seemed to have any sensation left of self, from excess of solicitude for the other, till Ellis, looking towards the little grave, said, "Ah, que ce ne soit plus question de moi." "Ah oui, mon ami," answered Gabriella. "Ton histoire, tes malheurs ne peuvent jamais être aussi terribles, aussi déchirants que les miennes. Tu n'as pas encore éprouvé le bonheur d'être mère. Comment auras-tu donc éprouvé le plus accablant des malheurs? Oh, c'est dans des souffrances qui n'ont point de nom, des douleurs qui rendent nul tout autre, que le père d'un être pur comme un ange est tout à soi." The fond embraces and fast-flowing tears of Ellis evinced the keen sensibility with which she participated in the sorrows of this afflicted mother, whom she strove to draw away from the fatal spot, reiterating the most urgent inquiries upon every other subject, to attract her, if possible, to yet remaining, to living interests. But these efforts were utterly useless. Restons, restons où nous sommes, she cried. C'est ici que je te parlerai, c'est ici que j'écouterai, ici où je passe les seuls moments que j'arrache à la misère et au travail. Ne crois pas que de pleurer est ce qu'il y a le plus à craindre. Oh, qu'il n'arrive jamais de savoir que de pleurer, même sur le tombeau de tout ce qui vous est le plus cher, est un soulagement, un délice auprès de tout besoin de travailler, la mort dans le cours, pour vivre, pour exister, lorsque la vie a perdu toutes ses charmes. Seated then upon the monument which was nearest to the little grave, Gabriella related the principal events of her life since the period of their separation. These, though frequently extraordinary, sometimes perilous, and always touchingly disastrous, she recounted with a rapidity almost inconceivable, distinctly, nevertheless, marking the several incidents and the courage with which she had supported them. But when these finished, she entered upon the history of the illness that had preceded the death of her little son. Her voice tremblingly slackened its velocity, and unconsciously lowered its tones, and, far from continuing with the same quickness or precision, every circumstance was dwelt upon as momentous. Every recollection brought forth long and endearing details. Every misfortune seemed light, put in the scale with his loss. Every regret seemed concentrated in his tomb. 6 o'clock, and 7, had tolled unheeded during this afflicting yet soothing recital. But the 8th hour striking, when the tumult of sorrow was subsiding into the sadness of grief, the sound caught the ear of Gabriella, who, hastily rising, exclaimed, Ah, voilà, que je suis encore susceptible de plaisir, puisque ta société me fait oublier les tristes et pénibles devoirs, qui m'appellent à des tâches qui, à peine, m'empêchent de mourir de faim. At these words, all the fortitude hitherto sustained by Juliet, for the borrowed name of Ellis will now be dropped, utterly forsook her. Torrents of tears gushed from her eyes, and lamentations, the bitterest, broke from her lips. She could bear, she cried, all but this, all but beholding the friend of her heart, the daughter of her benefactress, torn from the heights of happiness and splendor, of merited happiness, of hereditary splendor, to be plunged into such depths of distress and overpowered with anguish. Ah, que je te reconnais bien à ces traits, cried Gabriella, while a tender smile tried to force its way through her tears. Cette âme si noble, si inébranlable pour elle-même, si douce, si compatissante pour tout autre, que des souvenirs chers et touchants ne se présentent à cet instant à mon cœur. Ma chère Julie, il est bien vrai donc que je te vois, que je te retrouve encore, et en toi, tout ce qu'il y a de plus aimable, de plus pur et de plus digne. Comment ai-je pu te revoir sans retrouver la félicité? Je me sens presque coupable de pouvoir t'embrasser et de pleurer encore. Forcing herself, then, from the fatal but cherished spot, she must hasten, she said, to her daily labor, lest night should surprise her, without a roof to shelter her head. But Juliet now detained her, clung and wept round her neck, and could not even endeavor to resign herself to the keen woes and deplorable situation of her friend. She had come over, she said, buoyed up with the exquisite hope of joining the darling companion of her earliest youth, of sharing her fate, and of mitigating her hardships. But this softening expectation was changed into despondence in discovering her, thus, a prey to unmixed calamity, not alone bowed down by the general evils of revolutionary events, punished for plans in which she had borne no part, and for crimes of which she had not even any knowledge, not only driven without offense or even accusation from prosperity and honors to exile, to want, to misery, and to labor, but suffering at the same time the heaviest of personal afflictions in the intermediate loss of a darling child, the victim, in all probability, to a melancholy change of life, and to sudden privation of customary care and indulgence. The task of consolation seemed now to devolve upon Gabriella. The feelings of Juliet, long checked by prudence, by fortitude, by imperious necessity, and kept in dignified but hard command, having once found a vent, bounded back to nature and to truth, with a vivacity of keen emotion that made them nearly uncontrollable. Nature and truth, which invariably retain an elastic power that no struggles can wholly subdue, and that always, however curbed, however oppressed, lie in wait for opportunity to spring back to their rights. Her tears, permitted therefore at length to flow, nearly deluged the sad bosom of her friend. "Hélas, ma Julie, sœur de mon âme," cried Gabriella, "ne t'abandonne pas à la douleur pour moi, mais parle-moi, ma tendre amie, parle-moi de ma mère. Où l'as-tu quittée? Et comment, et à quelle époque, la plus digne, la plus chère des mères, est là, éloignée de nous deux, comment sera-t-elle se résigner à tant de malheur?" Juliet uttered the tenderest assurances that she had left the Marchioness well, and had left her by her own injunctions to join her darling daughter, to whom, by a conveyance that had been deemed secure, she had previously written the plan of the intended journey, with a desire that a few lines of direction, relative to their meeting, under cover to L.S., to be left till called for, might be sent to the post-offices both of Dover and Brighthelmstone, as it was not possible to fix at which spot Juliet might land. The initials L.S. had been fixed upon by accident. Filial anxiety now took place of maternal sufferings, and Gabriella could only talk of her mother, demanding how she looked, and how she supported the long separation, the ruinous sacrifices, and the perpetual alarms, to which she must have been condemned since they had parted, expressing her own surprise that she had borne to dwell upon any other subject than this, which was now the first interest of her heart, yet ceasing to wonder when she contemplated the fatal spot where her meeting with Juliet had taken place. Each now deeply lamented the time and consolation that had been lost, from their mutual ignorance of each other's abode. Juliet related her fruitless search upon arriving in London, and Gabriella explained that, during 3 lingering, yet ever regretted months, she had watched over her dying boy, without writing a single line, to spare her absent friends the knowledge of her suspensive wretchedness. Since the irreparable certainty which had followed, she had sent 2 letters to her beloved mother, with her address at Brighthelmstone, but both must have miscarried, as she had received no answer. That Juliet had not traced her in London was little wonderful, as, to elude the curiosity excited by a great name, she had passed, in setting out for Brighthelmstone, by a common one. And to that change, joined to one so similar on the part of Juliet, it must have been owing that they had never heard of each other, though residents of the same place. Juliet, nevertheless, was astonished, in defiance of all alteration of attire and appearance, that she had not instantly recognized the air and form of her elegant and high-bred Gabriella. But, equally unacquainted with her indigence, which was the effect of sundry cruel accidents, and with the loss of her child, no expectation was awakened of finding her either in so distressed or so solitary a condition. Now, however, Juliet continued, that fortunately, though, alas, not happily, they had met, they would part no more. Juliet was fully at liberty to go whithersoever her friend would lead, the hope of obtaining tidings of that beloved friend having alone kept her stationary thus long at Brighthelmstone, where she could now leave the address of Gabriella at the post office for their mutual letters, and, as insuperable obstacles impeded her writing herself, at present, to the Marchioness, Gabriella might make known, in a covert manner, that they were together, and were both safe. And why, Gabriella demanded, could not Juliet write herself? Alas, Juliet replied, I must not even be named. Et pourquoi? N'as-tu pas vu tes parents? Pour en te voir sans t'aimer, te connoître sans te chérir? No, ma Julie, no. Tu ne que te montrer. Juliet, changing color, dejectedly, and not without confusion, besought her friend, though for reasons that could neither be assigned nor surmounted, to dispense, at present, with all personal narration. Yet, upon perceiving the anxious surprise occasioned by a request so little expected, she dissolved into tears, and offered every communication, in preference to causing even transitory pain to her best friend. Oh, loin de moi cette exigence, cried Gabriella with energy. Ne sais-je pas bien que ton bon esprit, juste ému de ton excellent cours, te fera parler lorsqu'il faudra? Ne me confierai-je pas à toi, dont la solitude est le bonheur des autres? Juliet, not more penetrated by this kindness than affected by a facile resignation that showed the taming effect of misfortune upon the natural vivacity of her friend, could answer only by caresses and tears. Et mon oncle, continued Gabriella, mon tout aimable et si pieux oncle, où est-il? Monseigneur l'évêque, cried Juliet, again changing color. Oh oui, tout aimable, sans tache et sans reproche. Il sera bientôt, je crois, ici, où j'aurai de ses nouvelles, et alors ma destinée me sera connue. A deep sigh tried to swallow these last words. Gabriella looked at her, for a moment, with reawakened earnestness, as if repentant of her own acquiescence. But the sight of increasing disturbance in the countenance of Juliet checked her rising impatience, and she quietly said, Ah, s'il arrive ici, si je le revois, je éprouverai encore, au milieu de tant de désolation, un mouvement de joie, tel que soit seul jusqu'à ce moment à su m'inspirer. Juliet, with fond delight, promised to be governed wholly in her future plans, occupations, and residence by her beloved friend. C'est à Brighthelmstone, donc, cried Gabriella, returning to the little grave. C'est ici que nous demeurions, ici où il me semble que je n'ai pas encore tout à fait perdu mon fils. Then, tenderly embracing Juliet, Ah, mon ami, she cried, with a smile that blended pleasure with agony. Ah, mon ami, c'est à mon enfant que je te dois, c'est en pleurant sur ses restes que je t'ai retrouvé. Ah oui, passionately bending over the grave, c'est à toi, mon ange, mon enfant, que je dois mon ami. Ton tombeau même me porte bonheur, tes cendres veulent me bénir, tes restes, ton ombre veulent du bien à ta pauvre mère. With difficulty now, Juliet drew her away from the fond, fatal spot, and slowly and silently, while clinging to each other with heartfelt affection, they returned together to their lodgings. End of chapter 41. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 42 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 42. Elinor, kept in order by a continual expectation of seeing Harleigh, ceased to require the presence of Juliet, who, but for the sorrows of her friend, would have experienced a felicity to which she had long been a stranger, the felicity of being loved because known, esteemed and valued because tried and proved, the consideration that is the boon of even the most generous benevolence, however it may soothe the heart, cannot elevate the spirits. But here good opinion was reciprocated, trust was interchanged, confidence was mutual. The affliction of Gabriella, though of a more permanent nature, because from an irreparable cause, was yet highly susceptible of consolation from friendship, and when once the acute emotions, arising from the tale of woe which she had had to relate at the meeting, were abated, the charm which the presence of Juliet dispensed, and the renewal of early ideas, pristine feelings, and first affections, soon reflected back their influence upon her own mind, which gradually strengthened and insensibly revived. Juliet immediately resigned her large apartment, and fixed herself in the small room of Gabriella. There they settled that they would live together, work together, share their little profits, and endure their failures in common. There they hoped to recover their peace of mind, if not to reanimate their native spirits, and to be restored to the harmony of social sympathy, if not to that of happiness. Yet it was with difficulty that they learned to enjoy each other's society, upon such terms as their altered condition now exacted, where the eye must never be spared from laborious business, to search or to reciprocate a sentiment in those precious moments of endearing converse, which, unconsciously, swell into hours, ere they are missed as minutes. Their intercourse was confined to oral language alone. The lively intelligence, the rapid conception, the arch remark, the cordial smile, which give grace to kindness, playfulness to counsel, gentleness to raillery, and softness even to reproach, these, the expressive sources of delight, and of comprehension, in social commerce, they were fain wholly to relinquish, from the hurry of unremitting diligence and undivided attention to manual toil. Nevertheless, to inhale the same air, and to feel the consoling certitude that they were no longer cast wholly upon pity or charity for good opinion, were blessings that filled their thoughts with gratitude to Providence, and brought back calm and comfort to their minds. Still, at every sunrise, Gabriella visited the ashes of her little son, where she poured forth, in maternal enthusiasm, thanks and benedictions upon his departed spirit, that her earliest friend, the chosen sharer of her happier days, was restored to her in the hour of her desolation, and restored to her there, on that fatal yet adored spot, which contained the ever-loved, though lifeless remains of her darling boy. Juliet, in this peaceful interval, learnt from the voluble Selina all that had been gathered from Mrs. Golding relative to the seclusion of Elinor. Elinor had travelled post to Portsmouth, whence she had sailed to the Isle of Wight. There, meeting with a foreign servant out of place, she engaged him in her service, and bid him purchase some clothes of an indigent emigrant. She then dressed herself grotesquely, yet, as far as she could, decently, in man's attire, and making her maid follow her example, returned to the neighbourhood of Brighthelmstone, and took lodgings, in the character of a foreigner, who was deaf and dumb, at Shoreham, where, uninterruptedly and unsuspectedly, she resided. Here, by means of her new domestic, she obtained constant intelligence of the proceedings of Juliet, and she was no sooner informed of the musical benefit, in which an air, with an harp accompaniment, was to be performed by Miss Ellis, than she sent her new attendant to the assembly-room to purchase a ticket. Golding, who went thither with the lackey, met Harleigh in the street as he was quitting the lodgings of Juliet. The disguise of the maid saved her from being recognized, but her tidings set her mistress on fire. The moment seemed now arrived for the long-destined catastrophe, and the few days preceding the benefit were spent in its preparation. Careless of what was thought, Elinor had since casually, though not confidentially, related that her intention had been to mount suddenly into the orchestra during the performance of Juliet, and thence to call upon Harleigh, whom she could not doubt would be amongst the audience, and, at the instant of his joining them, proclaim to the whole world her immortal passion, and expire between them. But the fainting fit of Juliet, and its uncontrollable effect upon Harleigh, had been so insupportable to her feelings as to precipitate her design. She acknowledged that she had studied how to die without torture, by inflicting a wound by which she might bleed gently to death, while indulging herself, to the last moment, in pouring forth to the idol of her heart the fond effusions of her ardent but exalted passion. The tranquillity of Elinor, built upon false expectations, could not be long unshaken. Impatience and suspicion soon took its place, and Mr. Naird was compelled to acknowledge that Mr. Harleigh had set out upon a distant tour, without leaving his address, even at his own house, where he had merely given orders that his letters should be forwarded to a friend. The rage, grief, and shame of the wretched Elinor now nearly destroyed, in a moment, all the cares and the skill of Mr. Naird, and of her physician. She impetuously summoned Juliet, to be convinced that she was not a party in the elopement, and was only rescued from sinking into utter despair by adroit exhortations from Mr. Naird to yield patiently to his ordinances, lest she should yet die without a last view of Harleigh. This plea led her, once more, though with equal disgust to herself and to the whole world, to submit to every medical direction that might give her sufficient strength to devise means for her ultimate project, and to put them into practice. Mr. Naird archly confessed, in private, to Juliet, that the real danger or safety of Miss Joddrel so completely hung upon giving the reins, or the curb, to her passions, that she might, without difficulty, from her resolution to die no other death than that of heroic love, in the presence of its idol, be spurred on, while awaiting or pursuing its object, to the verge of a very comfortable old age. He acknowledged himself, also, secretly entrusted with the abode of Mr. Harleigh. Elinor, when somewhat calmed, demanded of Juliet when, and how, her meetings with Harleigh had been renewed. Juliet recounted what had passed, sparing such details as might be hurtful, and solemnly protesting that all intercourse was now at an end. With a view to draw Elinor from this agitating subject, she then related, at full length, her meeting in the churchyard with the friend whom she had so long vainly sought. In a short time afterwards, feeling herself considerably advanced towards a recovery, Elinor impetuously again sent for Juliet to say, "What is your plan? Tell it me sincerely. What is it you mean to do?" Juliet answered that her choice was small, and that her means were almost null. But when she lamented the severe difficulties of a female, who, without fortune or protection, had her way to make in the world, Elinor, with strong derision, called out, "Debility and folly! Put aside your prejudices, and forget that you are a dawdling woman, to remember that you are an active human being, and your female difficulties will vanish into the vapor of which they are formed. Misery has taught me to conquer mine, and I am now as ready to defy the world as the world can be ready to hold me up to ridicule. To make people wise, you must make them indifferent. To give them courage, you must make them desperate. 'Tis then only that we throw aside affectation and hypocrisy, and act from impulse." Laughing now, though with bitterness rather than gaiety, "What does the world say?" she cried, "to find that I still live, after the pompous funeral orations declaimed by myself upon my death? Does it suspect that I found second thoughts best, and that I delayed my execution, thinking like the man in the song, that for sure I could die whenever I would, but that I could live but as long as I could? Well, ye that laugh, laugh on, for I, when not sick of myself, laugh too. But to escape mockery, we must all be guided one by another. All do, and all say, the very same thing. Yet why? Are we alike in our thoughts? Are we alike in our faces? No. Happily, however, that soporiferous monotony is beginning to get obsolete. The sublimity of revolution has given a greater shake to the minds of men than to the kingdoms of the earth." After pausing then a few minutes, "Ellis," she cried, "if you are really embarrassed, why should you not go upon the stage? You know how transcendently you act." "That which might seem passable in a private representation," Juliet answered, "might at a public theatre—" "Foh, you know perfectly well your powers, but you blight them, I suppose, yourself with anathemas from excommunicating scruples. You are amongst the cold, the heartless, the ungifted, who, to discredit talents and render them dangerous, leave their exercise to vice by making virtue fear to exert, or even patronize them." "No, madam, indeed," cried Juliet. "I admire, most feelingly, the noble art of declamation. How, then, can I condemn the profession which gives to it life and soul, which personifies the most exalted virtues, which brings before us the noblest characters, and makes us witnesses to the sublimest actions? The stage, well regulated, would be the school of juvenile emulation, would soothe the sorrow in the unhappy, and afford merited relaxation to the laborious. Reformed, indeed, I wish it, and purified, but not destroyed." "Why, then, do you disdain to wear the buskins?" "Disdain is by no means the word. Talents are a constant source to me of delight, and those who, rare but in existence, unite to their public exercise, private virtue and merit, I honor and esteem even more than I admire. And every mark I could show to such of consideration, were I so situated as to bestow, not require protection, I should regard as reflecting credit not on them, but on myself." "Pen and ink!" cried Elinor, impatiently. "I'll write for you to the manager this moment." "Hold, madam," cried Juliet, smiling. "Much as I am enchanted with the art, I am not going to profess it. On the contrary, I think it so replete with dangers and improprieties, however happily they may sometimes be combated by fortitude and integrity, that, when a young female, not forced by peculiar circumstances, or impelled by resistless genius, exhibits herself a willing candidate for public applause, she must have, I own, other notions or other nerves than mine. Ellis, you only fear to alarm or offend the men, who would keep us from every office, but making puddings and pies for their own precious palates. O woman, poor subdued woman, thou art as dependent mentally upon the arbitrary customs of man, as man is corporally upon the established laws of his country." She now grew disturbed, and went on warmly, though nearly to herself. "By the oppressions of their own statutes and institutions, they render us insignificant, and then speak of us as if we were so born. But what have we tried in which we have been foiled? They dare not trust us with their own education, and their own opportunities for distinction. I accept the article of fighting. Against that there may, perhaps, be some obstacles. But to be condemned as weaker vessels in intellect, because inferior in bodily strength and stature, we cannot cope with them as boxers and wrestlers. They appreciate not the understandings of one another by such manual and muscular criterions. They assert not that one man has more brains than another because he is taller, that he is endowed with more illustrious virtues because he is stouter. They judge him not to be less ably formed for haranguing in the Senate, for administering justice in the courts of law, for teaching science at the universities, because he could ill resist a bully or conquer a footpad. No, woman is left out in the scales of human merit only because they dare not weigh her. Then, turning suddenly to Ellis, "And you, Ellis, you," she cried, "endowed with every power to set prejudice at defiance, and to shew and teach the world that woman and man are fellow creatures, you too are coward enough to bow down unresistingly to this thraldom?" Juliet hazarded not any reply. Yet what futile inconsistency dispenses this prejudice? This woman, whom they estimate thus below, they elevate above themselves. They require from her, in defiance of their examples, in defiance of their lures, angelic perfection. She must be mistress of her passions. She must never listen to her inclinations. She must not take a step of which the purport is not visible. She must not pursue a measure of which she cannot publish the motive. She must always be guided by reason, though they deny her understanding. Frankness, the noblest of our qualities, is her disgrace. Sympathy, the most exquisite of our feelings, is her bane. She stopped here, conscious, coloring, indignant, and dropped the subject, to say, "Tell me again, I demand, what is it you mean to do? Return to your concert singing and harping?" "Ah, madam," cried Juliet reproachfully, "can you believe me not yet satisfied with attempting any sort of public exhibition?" "Nay, nay," cried Elinor, resuming her careless gaiety. "What passed that evening will only have served to render you more popular. You may make your own terms now with the managers, for the subscription will fill, merely to get a stare at you. If I were poor myself, I would engage to acquire a large fortune in less than a week, by advertising, at 2d. a head, a sight of the lady that stabbed herself. What, however," she continued, "is your purpose? Will you go and live with Mrs. Ireton? She is just come hither to give her favourite lapdog a 6 weeks' bathing. What say you to the place of her toad-eater? It may be a very lucrative thing, and I can procure it for you with the utmost ease. It is commonly vacant every 10 days. Besides, she has been dying to have you in her toils, ever since she had known that you spurned the proposition when it was started by Mrs. Howell." Juliet protested that any species of fatigue would be preferable to subservience of such a sort. "Perhaps you are afraid of seeing too much of Ireton. Be under no apprehension. He makes it a point not to visit her. He cannot endure her. Besides, 'tis so rustic, he says, to have a mother." Juliet answered that her sole plan now was to be guided by her friend. "And who is this friend? Is she of the family of the Incognitas also? What do you call her? L.S.?" Juliet only replied by stating their project of needlework. Elinor scoffed the notion, affirming that they would not obtain a morsel of bread to a glass of water above once in 3 days. She felt, nevertheless, sufficient respect to the design of the noble fugitive to send her a sealed note of what she called her approbation. This note Juliet took in charge. It contained a draft for £50. "Ah, generous Elinor," thought Juliet, tears of gratitude glistening in her eyes. "What a mixture of contrasting qualities sully and ennoble your character in turn! Ah, why to intellect so strong, a heart so liberal, a temper so gay, is there not joined a better portion of judgment, a larger one of diffidence, a sense of feminine propriety, and a mind rectified by religion, not abandoned, uncontrolled, to imagination?" Gabriella, though truly touched by a generosity so unexpected, declined accepting its fruits, not being yet, she said, so helpless, however poor, as to prefer pecuniary obligation to industry. She would leave, therefore, the donation for those who had lost the resources of independence which she yet possessed, youth and strength. The tender admiration of Juliet forbade all remonstrance, and excluded any surprise. She well knew, and had long seen, that the distress which is the offspring of public calamity not of private misfortune, however it may ruin prosperity, never humbles the mind. Gabriella, in a letter of elegant acknowledgments, to obviate any accusation of undue pride, solicited the assistance of Elinor in procuring orders for embroidery amongst the ladies of her acquaintance. Elinor, zealous to serve and fearless to demand, instantly attacked, by note or by message, every rich female at Brighthelmstone, urging the generous and shaming the niggardly, till there was scarcely a woman of fortune in the place who had not given, or promised, a commission for some fine muslin work. The two friends, through this commanding protection, began their new plan of life under the most favorable auspices, and had soon more employment than time, though they limited themselves to 5 hours for sleep, though their meals were rather swallowed than eaten, and though they allowed not a moment for any kind of recreation, of rest, or of exercise, save the sacred visit which they unfailingly made together, at break of day, to the little grave in the churchyard upon the hill. Yet here first, since her arrival on the British shores, the immediate rapturous moment of landing, and the fortnight passed with Lady Aurora Granville excepted, here first sweet contentment, soft hopes, and gentle happiness visited the bosom of Juliet. No privation was hard, no toil was severe, no application was tedious, while the friend of her heart was by her side, whose sorrows she could mitigate, whose affections she could share, and whose tears she could sometimes chase. But the relief was not more exquisite than it was transitory. A week only had passed in delicious repose, when Gabriella received intelligence that her husband was taken ill. Whatever was her reluctance to quitting the spot, where her memory was every moment fed with cherished recollections, she could not hesitate to depart. But when Juliet, in consonance with her inclination and her promise, prepared to accompany her, that hydra-headed intruder upon human schemes and desires, difficulty arose, in as many shapes as she could form projects, to impede her wishes. Money they had none. Even for the return to town of Gabriella, her husband was fain to have recourse for aid to certain admirable persons, whose benevolence had enabled her, upon the illness of her son, to quit it for Brighthelmstone. And, in a situation of indigence so obvious, could they propose carrying away with them the work with which they were entrusted? Juliet, indeed, had still Harleigh's banknotes in her possession, but she turned inflexibly from the temptation of adopting a mode of conduct which she had always condemned as weak and degrading, that of investing circumstance with decision in conscientious dilemmas. These terrible obstacles broke into all their plans, their wishes, their happiness, involved them in new distress, deluged them in tears, and, after every effort with which ingenious friendship could combat them, ended in compelling a separation. Gabriella embraced, with pungent affliction, the sorrowing Juliet, shed her last bitter tears over the grave of her lost darling, and, by the assistance of the angelic beings already hinted at, whose delicacy, whose feeling, whose respect for misfortune, made their beneficence as balsamic to sensibility, as it was salutary to want, returned alone to the capital. Juliet thus, perforce remaining, and once again left to herself, was nearly overwhelmed with grief at a stroke so abrupt and unexpected, so ruinous to her lately acquired contentment and dearly prized social enjoyment. Yet she suffered not regret and disappointment to consume her time, however cruelly they preyed upon her spirits, and demolished her comfort. Solitarily she continued the employment which she had socially begun, but without relaxing in diligence and application, without permitting herself the smallest intermission that could be avoided, urged not alone to maintain herself, and to replace what she had touched of the deposit of Harleigh, but excited, yet more forcibly, by the fond hope of rejoining her friend, to which she eagerly looked forward, as the result and reward of her activity and labor. End of chapter 42. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 23 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 43. Left thus to herself, and devoted to incessant work, Juliet next had the vexation to learn how inadequate for entering into any species of business was a mere knowledge of its theory. She had concluded that, in consecrating her time and her labors to so simple an employment as needlework, she secured herself a certain, though an hardly earned maintenance. But, as her orders became more extensive, she found that neither talents for what she undertook, nor even patronage to bring them into notice, was sufficient. A capital also was requisite, for the purchase of frames, patterns, silver and gold threads, spangles, and various other articles, to procure which she was forced, in the very commencement of her new career, again to run in debt. "Alas!" she cried, "where business is not necessary to subsistence, how little do we know, believe, or even conceive its various difficulties! Imagination may paint enjoyments, but labors and hardships can be judged only from experience." She was equally, also, unprepared for continual and vexatious delays of payment. Her work was frequently, when best executed, or set apart for some distant occasion, and forgotten, or received and worn with no retribution but by promise. Even the few who possessed more consideration seemed to estimate her time and her toil as nothing, because she was brought forward by recommendation, and to pay debts of common justice with the parade of generosity. Yet vanity and false reasoning set apart, the ladies for whom she worked were neither hard of heart nor illiberal, but they had never known distress, and were too light and unreflecting to weigh the circumstances by which it might be produced or prevented. To save time and obviate innumerable mortifications, Juliet at first employed a commissioner to carry home her work and to deliver her bills, but he returned always with empty messages, that if Miss Ellis would call herself, she should be paid. Yet when, with whatever reluctance, she complied, she was ordinarily condemned to wait in passages, or antechambers, for whole hours, and even whole mornings, which were commonly ended by an excuse, through a footman, or lady's maid, that Lady or Miss Such-a-one was too much engaged, or too much indisposed, to see her till the next day. The next day, when, with renewed expectation, she again presented herself, the same scene was re-acted, though the passing to and fro of various comers and goers proved that it was only to herself her fair creditor was invisible. Nevertheless, if she mentioned that she had some pattern, or some piece of work, finished for any other lady to exhibit, she was immediately admitted, though still, with regard to payment, she was desired to call again in the evening, or the next morning, with a new bill, her old one happening, unluckily, to be always lost or mislaid, and not seldom, while stopping in an ante-room to arrange her packages, she heard exclamations of, "How amazingly tiresome is that Miss Ellis, pestering one so always for her money!" "Is it possible," thought Juliet, "that common humanity, nay, common sense, will not tell these careless triflers that their complaint is a lampoon upon themselves? Will no reflection, no feeling point out to them that the time which they thus unmercifully waste in humiliating attendance, however to themselves it may be a plaything, if not a drug, is, to those who subsist but by their use of it, shelter, clothing, and nourishment?
If sometimes, in the hope of exciting more attention from this dissipated set, she ventured to drop a mournful hint that she was a novice to this hard kind of life, the warm compassion that seemed rapidly kindled raised expectations of immediate assistance. But the emotion, though good, took a direction that made it useless. It merely played about in exclamations of pity, then blazoned into curiosity, vented itself in questions, and evaporated. She soon, therefore, ceased all attempt to obtain regard through personal representations, feeling yet more mortified to be left in passages, or recommended to domestics, after avowing that her lonely state was the effect of misfortune, than while she permitted it to be presumed that she had nothing to brook but what she had been born and bred to bear. Some, indeed, while leaving their own just debts unpaid and unnoticed, would have collected, from their friends, a few straggling half-crowns. But, when Juliet, declining such aid, modestly solicited her right, they captiously disputed a bill which had been charged by the strictest necessity, or offered half what they would have dared propose to any ordinary and hired day-jobber. And whatever admiration they bestowed upon the taste and execution of work prepared for others, all that she finished for themselves, was received with that wary precursor of undervaluing its price, contempt, and looked over with fault-finding eyes and unmeaning criticism. Yet, if the following day, or even the following hour, some sudden invitation to a brilliant assembly made any of these ladies require her services, they would give their orders with caressing solicitations for speed, rush familiarly into her room 3 or 4 times a day to see how she went on, supplicate her to touching nothing for any other human being, load her with professions of regard, confound her with hurrying entreaties, shake her by the hand, tap her on the shoulder, call her the best of souls, assure her of their eternal gratitude, and torment her out of any time for sleep or food. Yet, the occasion past, and the work seen and worn, it was thought of no more. Her pains and exertions, their promises and fondness, sunk into the same oblivion, and the commonest and most inadequate pay was murmured at, if not contested. Now and then, however, she was surprised by sudden starts of kindness, and hasty inquiries, eagerly made, though scarcely demanding any answer, into her situation and affairs, followed by drawing her, with an air of confidence, into a dressing-room or closet. But there, when prepared for some mark of favour or esteem, she was only asked, in a mysterious whisper, whether she could procure any cheap foreign lace or French gloves, or whether she could get over from France any particularly delicate paste for the hands. To ladies, and to behaviour of this cast, there were, however, exceptions, especially amongst the residents of the place and its neighbourhood, who were not there, like the visitors, for dissipation or irregular extravagance, that alternately causes money to be loosely squandered and meanly held back. But this better sort was rare, and sufficed not to supply employment to Juliet for her maintenance, though the most parsimonious. Nor were there any amongst them that had the leisure, or the discernment, to discover that her mind both required and merited succour as much as her circumstances. Yet there was the seed of what she had most to endure, and found hardest to sustain. Her short but precious junction with her Gabriella gave poignancy to every latent regret, and added disgust to her solitary toil. Thoughts uncommunicated, ideas unexchanged, fears unrevealed, and sorrows unparticipated, infused a heaviness into her existence that not all her activity in business could conquer, while slackness of pay, by rendering the result of her labours distant and precarious, robbed her industry of cheerfulness and her exertions of hope. With an ardent love of elegant social intercourse, she was doomed to pass her lonely days in a room that no sound of kindness ever cheered. With enthusiastic admiration of the beauties of nature, she was denied all prospect but of the coarse red tilings of opposite attics. With an innate taste for the fine arts, she was forced to exist as completely out of their view or knowledge as if she had been an inhabitant of some uncivilized country. And fellow-feeling, that most powerful master of philanthropy, now taught her to pity the lamentations of seclusion from the world, that she had hitherto often condemned as weak and frivolous, since now, though with time always occupied, and a mind fully stored, she had the bitter self-experience of the weight of solitude without books, and of the gloom of retirement without a friend. During this period, the only notice that she attracted was that of a gouty old gentleman whom she frequently met upon the stairs, when forced to mount or descend them in pursuit of her fair, heedless creditors. She soon found, by the manner in which he entered or quitted at pleasure the apartment that she had recently given up, that he was her successor. He was evidently struck by her beauty, and, upon their first meeting, looked earnestly after her till she was out of sight, and then descended into the shop to inquire who she was of Miss Matson. Miss Matson, always perplexed what to think of her, gave so indefinite, yet so extraordinary an account, that he eagerly awaited an opportunity of seeing her again. Added examination was less calculated to diminish curiosity than to change it into pleasure and interest, and soon, during whole hours together, he perseveringly watched upon the landing-places for the moments of her going out or coming back to the house, that, while smiling and bowing to her as she passed, he might obtain yet another and another view of so singular and so lovely an incognita. As he annexed no fixed idea himself to this assiduity, he impressed none upon Juliet, who, though she could not but observe it, had a mind too much occupied within, for that mental listlessness that applies for thoughts, conjectures, or adventures from without. Soon, however, becoming anxious to behold her nearer, and, soon after, to behold her longer, he contrived to place himself so as somewhat to obstruct, though not positively to impede, her passage. The modest courtesy which he gave to his age, when, upon her approach, he made way for her, he pleased himself by attributing to his palpable admiration, and his bow, which had always been polite, became obsequious, and his smile, which had always spoken pleasure, displayed enchantment. Still, however, there was nothing to alarm, and little to engage the attention of Juliet, for though ostentatiously gallant, he was scrupulously decorous. His manners and deportment were old-fashioned, but graceful and gentlemanlike, and his eyes, though they had lost their brilliancy, were still quick, scrutinizing, and, where not softened by female attractions, severe. One day, upon her return from a fruitless expedition, as fearfully, while ascending the stairs, she opened a paper that had just been delivered to her in the shop. Her deeply absorbed and perplexed air, and the sigh with which she looked at its contents, induced him, with heightened interest, to attempt following her, that he might make some inquiry into her situation. He had discerned, as she passed, that what she held was a bill. He could not doubt her poverty from her change of apartment, and he wished to offer her some assistance, but finding that he had no chance of overtaking her before she reached her chamber, he gently called, "Young lady," and begged that she would stop. With that alacrity of youthful purity, which is ever disposed to consider age and virtue as one, she not only complied, but, seeing the difficulty with which he mounted the stairs, respected his infirmities, and descended herself to meet him, and hear his business. To a younger man, or to one less experienced, or less sagacious, this action might have appeared the effect of forwardness, of ignorance, or of levity, but to a man of the world, hackneyed in its ways, and penetrating into the motivations by which it is ordinarily influenced, It seemed the result of innocence without suspicion, yet of an innocence to which her air and manner gave a dignity that destroyed, in its birth, all interpretation to her disadvantage. His purse, therefore, which already he held in his hand, he felt must be offered with more delicacy than he had at first supposed to be necessary, and, though he was by no means a man apt to be embarrassed, he hesitated, for a moment, how to address a forlorn young stranger. That moment, however, sufficed to determine him upon making an apology, with the most marked respect, for the liberty which he had taken in claiming her attention. The look with which she listened rewarded his judgment. It expressed the gratitude of feelings to which politeness was a pleasure, but not a novelty. "I understand, ma'am," he then said. "You are the lady who inhabited the apartment to which, most unworthily, I have succeeded." Juliet bowed. "I am truly concerned, ma'am, at a mistake so preposterous in our destinies, so diametrically in opposition to our merits, as that which immures so much beauty and grace, which everyone must wish to behold in the attics, while so worn out and good for nothing an old fellow as I am, from whom everybody must wish to turn their eyes, is perched, full in front, and precisely on the very spot so every way your superior do. Whatever wicked elf has done this deed, I confess myself heartily ashamed of my share in its operation, and humbly ready, should any better genius come amongst us, with a view to putting things into their proper places, to agree, either that you should be lodged in the face of day in the drawing-room, and I be jammed out of sight in the garret, or that you should become gouty and decrepit, and I grow suddenly young and beautiful." Juliet could not but smile, yet waited some explanation without speaking. Charmed with the smile, which his own rigid features immediately caught. "I have so frequently," he continued, "pondered and ruminated upon the good which those little aerial beings I speak of might do, and the wrongs which they might redress, were they permitted to visit us, now and then, as we read of their doing in days of yore, that sometimes I dream while wide awake, and I fancy I see them, and feel myself at the mercy of their antic corrections, or receive courteous presents, or wholesome advice. Just this moment, as you were passing, methought one of them appeared to me." Juliet, surprised, involuntarily looked around, and it said to me, "Whence happens it, my worthy antique, that you grow as covetous as you are rich? Bear for your pains the punishment due to a miser of receiving money that you must not hoard, and of presenting with your own avaricious hand this purse to the fair young creature whose dwelling you have usurped, yet who resides nearest to those she most resembles, the gods and goddesses." With these words, and a low bow, he would have put his purse into her hand, but upon her starting back, it dropped at her feet. Surprised, yet touched, as well as amused, by a turn so unexpectedly to his pleasantry, Juliet, gracefully restoring, though firmly declining his offer, uttered her thanks for the kindness of his intentions, with the sweetness so unsuspicious of evil, that they separated with as strong an impression of wonder upon his part, as upon hers of gratitude. Anxious to relieve the perplexity thus excited, and to settle his opinion, he continued to watch, but could not again address her, for aware now of his purpose, she fled down, or darted upstairs, with a swiftness that defied pursuit, yet with a passing courtesy that marked respectful remembrance. Thus, in a life of solitary hardship, with no intermission but for mortifying disappointment, passed nearly 3 weeks, when Juliet found, with affright and astonishment, that all orders for work seemed at an end. It was no longer the season for Brighthelmstone, whose visitors were only accidental stragglers, that, here to-day and gone to-morrow, had neither care nor leisure but for rambling and amusement. The residents, though by no means inconsiderable, were soon served, for Elinor was removed to Lewes, and her influence was lost with her presence. Some new measure, therefore, for procuring employment became necessary, and Juliet once more was reduced to make application to Miss Matson. In passing, therefore, one morning through the shop, with some work prepared for carrying home, she stopped to open upon the subject, but the appearance of Miss Bydel at the door induced her, with an hasty apology, to make an abrupt retreat, that she might avoid an encounter which, with that lady, was always irksome, if not painful, from her unconstrained curiosity, joined to the grossness of her conceptions and remarks. End of chapter 43. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 44 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 44. Juliet, in remounting the stairs, was stopped by her new acquaintance before the door of his apartment. "If you knew," he said, "how despitefully I have been treated, and how miserably black and blue I have been pinched by the little imp whose offer you have rejected, sleep would fly your eyes at night from remorse for your hardness of heart. Its impship insists upon it that the fault must all be mine. What, it cries, would you persuade me that a young creature whose face beams with celestial sweetness, whose voice is the voice of melody, whose eyes have the softness of the doves?" Juliet, though she smiled, would have escaped, but he told her he must be heard. "Would you persuade me," quoth my sprite, "that such an angelic personage would rather let my poor despised coin canker and rust in your miserly coffers, than disperse it about in the world in kind, generous, or useful activity? No, my antique," continues my little elf, "you have presented it in some clumsy, hunchy, awkward mode that has made her deem you an unworthy bearer of fairy gifts, and she flies the downy wings of my gentle succor, from the fear of falling into your rough and uncouth claws." Juliet, who now, through the ill-closed fingers of his gouty hand, discerned his prepared purse, seriously begged to decline this discussion. "What malice you must bear me!" he cried. "You are surely in the pay of my evil genius, and I shall be whipped with nettles or scratched with thorns all night in revenge of my failure. And that parcel, too, which strains the fine fibres of your fair hands, cast it but down, and millions of my little elves will struggle to convey it safely to your chamber." "I doubt not their dexterity," answered Juliet, "nor the benevolence of their fabricator, but I assure you, sir, I want no help." "If you will not accept their aerial services, deign at least not to refuse mine." He endeavored now to take the gown packet into his own hands, laughingly saying, upon her grave resistance, "Beware, fair nymph, of the dormant sensations which you may awaken, if you should make me suppose you afraid of me. Many a long day is past, alas, and gone since I could flatter myself with the idea of exciting fear in a young breast." Ceasing, however, the attempt, after some courteous apologies, he respectfully let her pass. But, upon entering her room, she heard something chink as she deposited her parcel upon a table, and, upon examination, found that he had managed to slip into it, during the contest, a little green purse. Vexed at this contrivance, and resolved not to lose an instant in returning what no distress could induce her to retain, she immediately descended, but the staircase was vacant, and the door was closed. Fearful any delay might authorize a presumption of acceptance, she assumed courage to tap at the door. A scampering, at the same moment, up the stairs, made her instantly regret this measure, and by no means the less, for finding herself recognized and abruptly accosted by young Gooch, the farmer's son, at the very moment that her gouty admirer had hobbled to answer her summons. "Well, see if I ain't a good marksman," he cried, "for else, ma'am, I might have passed you, for they told me below you were up there at the very top of the house, but I'd warrant to pick you out from 100, ma'am, as neat as my father would one of his stray sheep. But what I come for, ma'am, is to ask the favor of your company, if it's agreeable to you, to a little junket at our farm." Then, rubbing his hands with great glee, unregarding the surprised look of Juliet at such an invitation, or the amused watchfulness of the observant old beau, he went glibly on. "Father's to give it, ma'am. You never saw old Dad, I believe, ma'am. The old gentleman's a very good old chap, only he don't like our clubs, for he says they make me speak quite in the new manner, so that the farmers, he says, don't know what I'd be at. He's rather in years, ma'am, poor man. He don't know much how things go. However, he's a very well-meaning old gentleman." Juliet gravely inquired to what unknown accident she might attribute an invitation so unexpected. "Why, ma'am," answered Gooch, delighted at the idea of having given her an agreeable surprise. "Why, it's the squire, ma'am, that put it into my head. You know who I mean, our rich cousin, Squire Tedman. He's a great friend of yours, I can assure you, ma'am. He wants you to take a little pleasure, sadly. And he's sadly afraid, too, he says, that you'll miss him now he's gone to town. For he used often, he says, to bring you one odd thing or another. He's got a fine fortune of his own, my cousin the squire, and he's a widower, and he's taken a vast liking to you, I can tell you, ma'am. So who knows?" Juliet would have been perfectly unmoved by this ignorant forwardness, but for the presence of a stranger, to whose good opinion, after her experience of his benevolence, she could not be indifferent. With an air, therefore, that marked her little satisfaction at this familiar jocoseness, she declined the invitation, and begged the young man to acquaint Mr. Tedman that, though obliged to his intentions, she should feel a yet higher obligation in his forbearance to forward to her, in future, any similar proposals. "Why, ma'am," cried young Gooch, astonished, "this isn't a thing you can get at every day. We shall have all the main farmers of the neighborhood, for it's given on account of a bargain that we've made of a nice little slip of land just by our square hayfield. And I'll leave you to choose 6 of the company myself. But they won't be farmers, ma'am, I can tell you. They'll be young fellows that know better how the world goes. And we shall have your good friend, Squire Stubb, for it's he that made our bargain." Juliet now, turning from him to the silent, remarking stranger, said, "I am extremely ashamed, sir, to obtrude thus upon your time, but the person for whom you so generously destine this donation commissions me to return it, with many thanks, and an assurance that it is not at all wanted." She held out her hand with a purse, but, drawing back from receiving it, "Madam," he cried, "I would upon no account offend anyone who has the honor of being known to you, but you will not, therefore, I hope, insist that I should quarrel with myself by taking what does not belong to me." While Juliet now looked wistfully around, to discover some place where she might drop the purse, unseen by the young man, whose misinterpretations might be injurious, the youth volubly continued his own discourse. "We shall give a pretty good entertainment in the way of supper, I assure you, ma'am, for we shall have a goose at top, and a turkey at bottom, and as fine a fat pig as ever you saw in your life in the middle, with as much ale and mead and punch as you can desire to drink. And as all my sisters are at home, and a brace or so of nice young lasses of their acquaintance, besides ever so many farmers, and us 7 stout young fellows of my club into the bargain, we intend to kick up a dance. It may keep you out a little late, to be sure, ma'am, but you shall have our chay cart to bring you home. You know our chay cart of old, ma'am." "Aye, sir." "Why, Locke, have you forgot that, ma'am? Why, it's our chay cart that brought you to Brighton from Madam Maple's at Lewes as good as half a year ago. Don't you remember little Jack that drove you, and that went for you again the next day to fetch you back?" Juliet now found that this was the carriage procured for her by Harleigh upon her first arrival at Lewes, and, though chagrined at the air of former, or disguised intimacy, which such an incident might seem to convey to her new friend, she immediately acknowledged, recollecting the circumstances. "Well, I am only sorry, ma'am, I did not drive you myself, but I had not the pleasure of your acquaintance then, ma'am, for 'twas before our acting together." The surprise of the listening old gentleman now altered its expression, from earnest curiosity to suppressed pleasantry, and he leant against his door to take a pinch of snuff, with an air that denoted him to be rather waiting for some expected amusement than watching, as heretofore, for some interesting explanation. Juliet, in discerning the passing change in his ideas, became more than ever eager to return the purse, yet more than ever fearful of misconstruction from young Gooch, whom she now, with increased dissatisfaction, begged to lose no time in acquainting Mr. Tedman that business only ever took her from home. "Why, that's but moping for you neither, ma'am," he answered, in a tone of pity. "You'd have double the spirits if you'd go a little abroad, for staying within doors gives one but a hippish turn. It will go nigh to make you grow quite melancholic, ma'am." Hopeless to get rid either of him or of the purse, Juliet now was moving upstairs, when the voice of Miss Bydel called out from the passage, "Why, Mr. Gooch, have you forgot I told you to send Mrs. Ellis to me?" "That I clean had," he answered. "I ask your pardon, I'm sure, ma'am. Why, ma'am, Miss Bydel told me to tell you, when I said I was coming up to ask you to our junket, that she wanted to say a word or two to you, down in the shop, upon business." Juliet would have descended, but Miss Bydel, desiring her to wait, mounted herself, saying, "I have a mind to see your little new room," stopping, however, when she came to the landing-place, which was square and large. "Well a day!" she exclaimed. "Sir Jasper Harrington! Who'd have thought of seeing you standing so quietly at your door? Why, I did not know you could stand at all. Why, how is your gout, my good sir? And how do you like your new lodgings? I heard of your being here from Miss Matson. But pray, Mrs. Ellis, what has kept you both, you and young Mr. Gooch, in such close conference with Sir Jasper? I can't think what you've been talking of so long. Pray, how did you come to be so intimate together? I should like to know that." Sir Jasper courteously invited Miss Bydel to enter his apartment, but that lady, not aware that nothing is less delicate than professions of delicacy, which denigrate a just perception and strict practice of propriety, into a display of conscious caution, or a suspicion of evil interpretation, almost angrily answered that she could not for the world do such a thing, for it would set everybody a-talking. "For, as I'm not married, Sir Jasper, you know, and as you're a single gentleman too, it might make Miss Matson and her young ladies think I don't know what. For, when once people's tongues are set a-going, it's soon too late to stop them. Besides, everybody's always so prodigious curious to dive into other people's affairs, that one can't well be too prudent." Sir Jasper, with an arched brow, of which she was far from comprehending the meaning, said that he acquiesced in her better judgment, but, as she had announced that she came to speak with this young lady upon business, he inquired whether there would be any incongruity in putting a couple of chairs upon the landing-place. "Well," she cried, "that's a bright thought, I declare, Sir Jasper, for it will save me the trouble of groping upstairs." And then, seizing the opportunity to peep into his room, she broke forth into warm exclamations of pleasure at the many nice and new things with which it had been furnished, since it had been vacated by Mrs. Ellis. A look, highly commiserating, showed him shocked by these observations, and the air, patiently calm, with which they were heard by Juliet, augmented his interest, as well as wonder, in her story and situation. He ordered his valet to fetch an armchair for Miss Bydel, while, evidently meant for Juliet, he began to drag another forward himself. "Bless me, Sir Jasper," cried Miss Bydel, looking a little affronted towards Juliet, "have you no common chairs?" "Yes," he answered, still laboring on, "for common purposes." This civility was not lost upon Juliet, who, declining, though thankful for his attention, darted forward to take for herself a seat of less dignity, hastily as she passed, dropping the purse upon a table. A glance at Sir Jaspar sufficed to assure her that this action had not escaped his notice, and though his look spoke disappointment, it shewed him sensible of the propriety of avoiding any contest. Relieved from this burden, she now cheerfully waited to hear the orders of Miss Bydel. Young Gooch waited to hear them also, seated cross-legged upon the balustrade, though Sir Jasper sent his valet away, and retired scrupulously himself to the further end of his apartment. Miss Bydel, as little struck with the ill-breeding of the young farmer as with the good manners of the baronet, forgot her business, from recollecting that Mr. Scope was waiting for her in the shop. "For happening," she said, "to pass by and see me through the glass door, he just stepped in on purpose to have a little chat." "Oh ho! What is Squire Scope here?" cried young Gooch, and rapidly sliding down the banisters, seized upon the unwilling and precise Mr. Scope, whom he dragged up to the landing-place. "Well, this is droll enough," cried Miss Bydel, palpably enchanted, though trying to look displeased. "Only I hope you have not told Mr. Scope 'twas I that sent you for him, Mr. Gooch, for I assure you, Mr. Scope, I would not do such a thing for the world. I should think it quite improper. Besides, what will Miss Matson and the young milliners say? Who knows but you may have set them a-prating, Mr. Gooch. It's no joke, I can assure you, doing things of this sort." "I'm sure, ma'am," said Gooch, "I thought you wanted to see the squire, for I did not do it in the least to make game." "There can be no doubt, madam," said Mr. Scope, somewhat offended, "that all descriptions of sport are not at all times advisable, for in small societies, as in great states, if I may be permitted to compare little things with great ones, danger often lurks unseen, and mischief breaks out from trifles. In like manner, for example, if one of those young milliners, misinterpreting my innocence, in obeying the supposed commands of the good Miss Bydel, should take the liberty to laugh at my expense, what, you might ask, could it signify that a young girl should laugh? Young persons, especially of the female gender, being naturally given to laughter at very small provocatives, not to say sometimes without any whatsoever, whereupon persons of an ordinary judgment may conclude such an action, by which I mean laughing, to be of no consequence. But I think it very rude," cried Miss Bydel, extremely nettled. "Please to hear me, madam," said Mr. Scope. "Persons, I say, of deeper knowledge in the maxims and manners of the moral world, would look forward with watchfulness, on such an occasion, to its future effects, for one laugh breeds another, and another breeds another, for nothing is so catching as laughing. I mean among the vulgar, in which class I would be understood to include the main mass of a great nation. What, I ask, ensues?" "Oh, as to that, Mr. Scope," cried Miss Bydel, rather impatient, "I assure you if I knew anybody that took such a liberty as to laugh at me, I should let them know my thoughts of such airs without much ceremony." "My very good lady," said Mr. Scope, formally bowing, "if I may request such a favor, I beg you to be silent. The laugh, I observe, caught thus, from one to another, soon spreads abroad, and then the more aged, or better informed, may be led to inquire into its origin, and the result of such investigation must needs be, that the worthy Miss Bydel, having sent her commands to her humble servant Mr. Scope, to follow her upstairs—" "But if they said that," cried Miss Bydel, looking very red, "it would be as great a fib as ever was told, for I did not send my commands, nor think of such a thing. It was Mr. Gooch's own doing, only for his own nonsense. And I am curious to know, Mr. Gooch, whether anybody ever put such thoughts into your head. Pray, did you ever hear anybody talk, Mr. Gooch? For, if you have, I should be glad to know what they said." Mr. Scope, waving his hand to demand attention, again begged leave to remark that he had not finished what he purposed to advance. "My argument, madam," he resumed, "is a short, but I hope a clear one, for 'tis deduced from general principles and analogy, though upon a merely cursory view it may appear somewhat abstruse. But what I mean, in 2 words, is that the laugh raised by Mr. Gooch and those young milliners, taking it for granted that they laughed, which indeed I rather think I heard them do, may in itself, perhaps, as only announcing incapacity, not be condemnable. But when it turns out that it promulgates false reports, and makes 2 worthy persons, if I may take the liberty to name myself with the excellent Miss Bydel, appear to be fit subjects for ridicule, then indeed the laugh is no longer innocent, and ought, in strict justice, to be punished as seriously as any other mode of propagating false rumors. Miss Bydel, after protesting that Mr. Scope talked so prodigiously sensible that she was never tired of hearing him, for all his speeches were so long, abruptly told Juliet that she had called to let her know that she should be glad to be paid out of hand the money which she had advanced for the harp. Sir Jaspar, who, during the harangue of Mr. Scope, which was uttered in too loud and important a manner to leave any doubt of its being intended for general hearing, had drawn his chair to join the party, listened to this demand with peculiar attention, and was struck with the evident distress which it caused to Juliet, who fearfully besought a little longer law to collect the debts of others, that she might be able to discharge her own. Young Gooch, coming behind her, said in a half-whisper, "If you'll tell me how much it is you owe, ma'am, I'll help you out in a trice, for I can have what credit I will in my father's name, and he'll never know but what 'twas for some frolic of my own, for I don't make much of a confidant of the old gentleman." The most icy refusal was insufficient to get rid of this offer, or offerer, who assured her that, if the worst came to the worst, and his father, by ill luck, should find them out, he would not make a fuss for above a day or 2, "because," he continued, "he has only me, as one may say, for the rest are nothing but girls, so he can't well help himself. But he gave me my swing too long from the first, to bind me down at this time of day. Besides, he likes me to have a little in the fashion, I know, though he won't own it, for he is a very good sort of an old gentleman, at bottom." Sir Jasper sought to discover whether the colour which heightened the cheeks of Juliet at this proposal, which now ceased to be delivered in a whisper, was owing to confusion at its publicity, or to disdain at the idea of conspiring either at deceiving or braving the young man's father, while Miss Bydel, whose plump curiosity saved her from all species of speculative trouble, bluntly said, "Why should you hesitate at such an offer, my dear? I'm sure I don't see how you can do better than accept it. Mr. Gooch is a very worthy young man, and so are all his family. I'm sure I only wish he'd take you more solidly and make a match of it. That would put an end to your troubles at once, and I should get my money out of hand." This was an opportunity not to be passed over by the argumentative but unerring Mr. Scope, for trite observations, self-evident truths, and hackneyed calculations upon the mingled dangers and advantages of matrimony, which, when weighed, said he, in equal scales, and abstractly considered, are of so puzzling a nature that the wise and wary, fearing to risk them, remain single, but which, when looked upon in a more cursory way, or only lightly balanced, preponderate so much in favour of the state, that the great mass of the nation, having but small means of reflection or forethought, ordinarily prefer matrimony. If, therefore, young Mr. Gooch should think proper to espouse this young person, there would be nothing in it surprising. Nevertheless, in summing up the expenses of wedlock and a growing family, it might seem that to begin the married state with debts already contracted on the female side would appear but a shallow mark of prudence on the male, where the cares of that state reasonably devolve, he being naturally supposed to have the most sense. "Oh, as to that, Mr. Scope," cried Miss Bydel, "if Mr. Gooch should take a liking to this young person, she has money enough to pay her debts, I can assure you. I should not have asked her for it else. But the thing is, she don't like to part with it."
Juliet solemnly protested that the severest necessity could alone have brought her into the pecuniary difficulties under which she labored, the money to which Miss Bydel alluded being merely a deposit which she held in her hands, and for which she was accountable. "Well, that's droll enough," said Miss Bydel, "that a young person not worth a penny in the world should have the care of other people's money. I should like to know what sort of persons they must be that can think of making such a person their steward." Young Gooch said that it would not be his father, for one, who would do it, and Mr. Scope was preparing an elaborate dissertation upon the nature of confidence, with regard to money matters in a great state, when Miss Bydel, charmed to have pronounced a sentence which seemed to accord with everyone's opinion, ostentatiously added, "I should like, I say, Mrs. Ellis, to know what sort of a person it could be who would trust a person with one's cash without inquiring into their circumstances. For though, upon hearing that a person has got nothing, one may give him something, one must be no better than a fool to make them one's banker." Juliet, who could not enter into any explanation, stammered, colored, and from the horror of seeing that she was suspected, wore an air of seeming apprehensive of detection. A short pause ensued, during which everyone fixed his eyes upon her face, save Sir Jaspar, who seemed studying a portrait upon his snuff-box. Her immediate wish, in this disturbance, was to clear herself from so terrible an aspersion by paying Miss Bydel, as she had paid her other creditors, from the store of Harleigh. But her wishes, tamed now by misfortune and disappointment, were too submissively under the control of fear and discretion to suffer her to act from their first dictates, and a moment's reflection pointed out that, joined to the impropriety of such a measure with respect to Harleigh himself, it would be liable, more than any other, to give her the air of an impostor, who possessed money that she could either employ, or disclaim all title to, at her pleasure. Calling, therefore, for composure from conscious integrity, she made known her project of applying once more to Miss Matson for work, and earnestly supplicated for the influence of Miss Bydel, that this second application might not also be vain. The eyes of the attentive Sir Jaspar, as he raised them from his snuff-box, now spoke respect mingled with pity. "As to recommending you to Miss Matson, Mrs. Ellis," answered Miss Bydel, "it's out of all reason to demand such a thing, when I can't tell who you are myself, and only know that you have got money in your hands nobody knows how, nor what for." An implication such as this nearly overpowered the fortitude of Juliet, and relinquishing all further effort, she rose, and silently, almost gloomily, began ascending the stairs. Sir Jaspar caught the expression of her despair by a glance, and in a tone of remonstrance said to Miss Bydel, "In your good debt, Miss Bydel, have you forgotten then that the young lady has paid you?" "Paid me? Good me, Sir Jaspar!" cried Miss Bydel, staring. "How can you say such a thing? Do you think I'd cheat the young woman?" "I think it so little," answered he, calmly, "that I venture to remind you thus publicly of the circumstance, in full persuasion that I shall merit your gratitude by aiding your memory." "Good me, Sir Jaspar, why, I never heard such a thing in my life. Paid me? When? Why, it can't be without my knowing it." "Certainly not. I beg you, therefore, to recollect yourself." The stare of Miss Bydel was now caught by Mr. Scope, and her "Good me!" was echoed by young Gooch, while the surprised Juliet, turning back, said, "Pardon me, sir, I have never been so happy as to be able to discharge the debt. It remains in full force." "Over you too, then," cried Sir Jaspar, with quickness. "Have I the advantage in memory? Have you forgotten that you delivered to Miss Bydel the full sum not 20 minutes since?" Miss Bydel now, reddening with anger, cried, "Sir Jaspar, I have long enough heard of your ill nature, but I never suspected your crossness would take such a turn against a person as this, to make people believe I demand what is not my own." Juliet again solemnly acknowledged the debt, and Mr. Scope opened an harangue upon the merits of exactitude between debtor and creditor, and the usefulness of settling no accounts without what were the only legal witnesses to obviate financial controversy, receipts in full, when Sir Jasper, disregarding alike his rhetoric or Miss Biddle's choler, quietly patting his snuff-box, said that it was possible that Miss Biddle had, inadvertently, put the sum into her work-bag, and forgotten that it had been refunded. Exulting that means now were open for vindication and redress, Miss Biddle eagerly untied the strings of her work-bag, though Juliet entreated that she would spare herself the useless trouble. But Sir Jasper protested, with great gravity, that his own honour was now as deeply engaged to prove an affirmative as that of Miss Biddle to prove a negative. Holding, however, her hand, he said that he could not be satisfied unless the complete contents of the work-bag were openly and fairly emptied upon a table, in sight of the whole party. Miss Biddle, though extremely affronted, consented to this proposal, which would clear her, she said, of so false a slander. A table was then brought upon the landing-place, as she stiffly refused risking her reputation by entering the apartment of a single gentleman, though he might not, as she observed, be one of the youngest. Sir Jasper demanded the precise amount of the sum owed, 1.5 guineas. He then fetched a curious little japan basket from his chamber, into which he desired that Miss Biddle would put her work-bag, though he would not suffer her to empty it, till, with various formalities, he had himself placed it in the middle of the table, around which he made every one draw a chair. Miss Biddle now triumphantly turned her work-bag inside out. But what was her consternation, what the shock of Mr. Scope, and how loud the shout of young Gooch, to see, from a small open green purse, fall 1.5 guineas. Miss Biddle, utterly confounded, remained speechless. But Juliet, through whose sadness Sir Jasper saw a smile force its way, that rendered her beauty dazzling, recollecting the purse, blushed, and would have relieved Miss Biddle by confessing that she knew to whom it belonged, had she not been withheld by the fear of the strange appearance which so suddenly a seeming intimacy with the baronet might wear. Sir Jasper, again patting his snuff-box, composedly said, "I was persuaded Miss Biddle would find that her debt had been discharged." Miss Biddle remained stupefied, while Mr. Scope, with a look concerned and even abashed, condolingly began an harangue upon the frail tenure of the faculty of human memory. Miss Biddle, at length, recovering her speech, exclaimed, "Well, here's the money, that's certain, but which way it has got into my work-bag, without my ever seeing or touching it, I can't pretend to say. But if Mrs. Ellis has done it to play me a trick—" Juliet disavowed all share in the transaction. "Then it's some joke of Sir Jasper's, for I know he dearly loves to mortify, so I suppose he has given me false coin, or something that won't go, just to make me look like a fool." "The money, I have the honour to assure you, is not mine," was all that, very tranquilly, Sir Jasper replied, while Mr. Scope, after a careful examination of each piece, declared each to be good gold, and full weight. Sundry "good me's," and other expressions of surprise, though all of a pleasurable sort, now broke forth from Miss Biddle, finishing with, "However, if nobody will own the money, as the debt is fairly my due, I don't see why I may not take it, though as to the purse, I won't touch it, because as that's a thing I have not lent to anybody, I've no right to it." Juliet here warmly interfered. The purse, she said, and the money belonged to the same proprietor, and, as neither of them were hers, both ought to be regarded as equally inadmissible for the payment of a debt which she alone had contracted. This disinterested sincerity made even Mr. Scope turn to her with an air of profound, though surprised respect, while Sir Jasper fixed his eyes upon her face with increased and the most lively wonder. Young Gooch stared, not perfectly understanding her, but Miss Biddle, rolling up the purse, which she put back into the basket, said, Well, if the money is not yours, Mrs. Ellis, my dear, it can be nobody but Sir Jasper's. And if he has a mind to pay your debt for you, I don't see why I should hinder him, when 'twould be so much to my disadvantage. He's rich enough, I assure you, for what has an old bachelor to do with his money? So I'll take my due, be it which way it will. And, unmoved by all that Juliet could urge, she put the guinea and the half-guinea carefully into her pocket. Juliet declared that a debt which she had not herself discharged she should always consider as unpaid, though her creditor might be changed. Confused then, ashamed, perplexed, yet unavoidably pleased, she mounted to her chamber. End of chapter 44. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 45 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 45. With whatever shame, whatever chagrin, Juliet saw herself again involved in a pecuniary obligation with a stranger and a gentleman. A support so efficacious at a moment of such alarm was sensibly and gratefully felt. Yet she was not less anxious to cancel a favor which still was unfitting to be received. She watched, therefore, for the departure of Miss Bydel, and the restoration of stillness to the staircase, to descend once more in prosecution to her scheme with Miss Matson. The anxious fear of rejection and dread of rudeness, with which she then renewed her solicitation, soon happily subsided, from a readiness to listen, and a civility of manner, as welcome as they were unexpected, in her hostess, by whom she was engaged, without difficulty, to enter upon her new business the following morning. Thus, and with cruel regret, concluded her fruitless effort to attain a self-dependence which, however subject to toil, might be free, at least, from control. Every species of business, however narrow its cast, however limited its wants, however mean its materials, required, she now found, some capital to answer to its immediate calls, and some steady credit for encountering the unforeseen accidents and unavoidable risks to which all human undertakings, whether great or insignificant, are liable. With this conviction upon her mind, she strove to bear the disappointment without murmuring, hoping to gain in security all that she lost in liberty. Little reason, indeed, had she for regretting what she gave up. Had she been worn by solitary toil, and heavy rumination, by labor without interest, and loneliness without leisure. Nevertheless, the beginning of her new career promised little amelioration from the change. She was summoned early to the shop to take her work, but when she begged leave to return with it to her chamber, she was stared at as if she had made a demand the most preposterous, and told that, if she meant to enter into business, she must be at hand to receive directions, and to learn how it should be done. To enter into business was far from the intention of Juliet, but the fear of dismission, should she proclaim how transitory were her views, silenced her into acquiescence, and she seated herself behind a distant counter. And here, perforce, she was initiated into a new scene of life, that of the humours of a milliner's shop. She found herself in a whirl of hurry, bustle, loquacity, and interruptions. Customers pressed upon customers. Goods were taken down merely to be put up again, cheapened but to be rejected, admired but to be looked at, and left, and only bought when, to all appearance, they were undervalued and despised. It was here that she saw, in its unmasked futility, the selfishness of personal vanity. The good of a nation, the interest of society,
the welfare of a family, could with difficulty have appeared of higher importance than the choice of a ribbon, or the set of a cap, and scarcely any calamity under heaven could excite looks of deeper horror or despair than any mistake committed in the arrangement of a feather or a flower. Every feature underwent a change, from chagrin and fretfulness, if any ornament, made by order, proved, upon trial, to be unbecoming, while the whole complexion glowed with the exquisite joy of triumph if something new, devised for a superior in the world of fashion, could be privately seized as a model by an inferior. The ladies whose practice it was to frequent the shop thought the time and trouble of its mistress and her assistants amply paid by the honor of their presence, and though they tried on hats and caps till they put them out of shape, examined and tossed about the choicest goods till they were so injured that they could be sold only at half price, ordered sundry articles which, when finished, they returned because they had changed their minds, or discovered that they did not want them, still their consciences were at ease, their honor was self-acquitted, and their generosity was self-applauded, if, after 2 or 3 hours of lounging, rummaging, fault-finding, and chaffering, they purchased a yard or 2 of ribbon, or a few skeins of netting silk. The most callous disregard to all representations of the dearness of materials, or of the just price of labor, was accompanied by the most facile acquiescence even in demands that were exorbitant, if they were adroitly preceded by, "Lady, or the Duchess of, gave that sum for just such another cap, hat, and sea, this very morning." Here, too, as in many other situations into which accident had led, or distress had driven Juliet, she saw, with commiseration and shame for her fellow creatures, the total absence of feeling and of equity in the dissipated and idle for the indigent and laborious. The goods which demanded most work, most ingenuity, and most hands, were last paid, because heaviest of expense, though for that very reason the many employed and the charge of materials made their payment the first required. Oh, that the good Mr. Giles Arb, thought Juliet, could arraign, in his simple but impressive style, the ladies who exhibit themselves with unpaid plumes at assemblies and operas, and inquire whether they can flatter themselves that to adorn them alone is sufficient to recompense those who work for without seeing them, who ornament without knowing them, and who must necessarily, if unrequited, starve in rendering them more brilliant. Upon further observation, nevertheless, her compassion for the milliner and the workwomen somewhat diminished, for she found that their notions of probity were as lax as those of their customers were of justice, and saw that their own rudeness to those who had neither rank nor fortune kept pace with the haughtiness which they were forced to support from those by whom both were possessed. Every advantage was taken of inexperience and simplicity. Every article was charged, not according to its value, but to the skill or ignorance of the purchaser. Old goods were sold as if new, cheap goods as if dear, and ancient or vulgar ornaments were presented to the unpractised chafferer as the very pink of the mode. The rich and grand, who were capricious, difficult, and long in their examinations, because their time was their own, or rather because it hung upon their hands, and whose utmost exertion and sole practice of exercise consisted in strolling from a sofa to a carriage, were instantly, and with some fulsome adulation, attended, while the meaner or economical, whose time had its essential appropriations, and was therefore precious, were obliged to wait patiently for being served, till no coach was at the door, and every fine lady had sauntered away. And even then they were scarcely heard when they spoke, scarcely shewn what they demanded, and scarcely thanked for what they purchased. In viewing conflicts such as these, between selfish vanity and cringing cunning, it soon became difficult to decide which was least congenial to the upright mind and pure morality of Juliet, the insolent, vain, unfeeling buyer, or the subtle, plausible, overreaching seller. The companions of Juliet in this business, though devoted, of course, to its manual operations, left all its cares to its mistress. Their own wishes and hopes were caught by other objects. The town was filled with officers whose military occupations were brief, whose acquaintances were few, and who could not, all day long, ride or pursue the sports of the field. These gentlemen, for their idle moments, chose to deem all the unprotected young women whom they thought worth observance their natural prey. And though, from race to race, and from time immemorial, the young female shopkeeper had been warned of the danger, the folly, and the fate of her predecessors, in listening to the itinerant admirer, who, here today and gone tomorrow, marches his adorations from town to town with as much facility and as little regret as his regiment, still every new votary to the counter and the modes was ready to go over the same ground that had been trodden before, with the fond persuasion of proving an exception to those who had ended in misery and disgrace, by finishing herself with marriage and promotion. Their minds, therefore, were engaged in airy projects, and their leisure, where they could elude the vigilance of Miss Matson, was devoted to clandestine coquetry, tittering whispers, and secret frolics. "These," said Juliet in a letter to Gabriella, "are now my destined associates. Ah, heaven! Can such as these, setting aside pride, prejudice, propriety, or whatever word we use for the distinctions of society, can such as these suffice as companions to her whose grateful heart has been honored with the friendship of Gabriella? O hours of refined felicity past and gone, how severe is your contrast with those of heavenliness and distaste now endured!" The inexperience of Juliet in business impeded not her acquiring almost immediate excellence in the millinery art, for which she was equally fitted by native taste and by her remembrance of what she had seen abroad. The first time, therefore, that she was employed to arrange some ornaments, she adjusted them with an elegance so striking that Miss Matson, with much parade, exhibited them to her best lady customers as a specimen of the very last new fashion, just brought her over by one of her young ladies from Paris. In a town that subsists by the search of health for the sick, and of amusement for the idle, the smallest new circumstance is of sufficient weight to be related and canvassed, for there is ever most to say where there is least to do. The phrase, therefore, that went forth from Miss Matson, that one of her young ladies was just come from France, was soon spread through the neighborhood, with the addition that the same person had brought over specimens of all the French costumes. Such a report could not fail to allure staring customers to the shop, where the attraction of the youth and beauty of the new workwoman, contrasted with her determined silence to all inquiry, gave birth to perpetually varying conjectures in her presence, which were followed by the most eccentric assertions where she was the subject of discourse in her absence. All that already had been spread abroad, of her acting, her teaching, her playing the harp, her needlework, and, more than all, her having excited a suicide, was now in every mouth, and curiosity, baffled in successive attempts to penetrate into the truth, supplied, as usual, every chasm of fact by invention. This species of commerce, always at hand, and always fertile, proved so highly amusing to the lassitude of the idle, and to the frivolousness of the dissipated, that, in a very few days, the shop of Miss Matson became the general rendezvous of the saunterers, male and female, of Brighthelmstone. The starers were happy to present themselves where there was something to see, the strollers where there was anywhere to go, the loungers where there was any pretense to stay, and the curious where there was anything to develop in which they had no concern. Juliet, at first, ignorant of the usual traffic of the shop, imagined this affluence of customers to be habitual, but she was soon undeceived by finding herself the object of inquisitive examination, and by overhearing unrestrained inquiries made to Miss Matson of, "Pray, ma'am, which is your famous French milliner?" In the midst of these various distastes and discomforts, some interest was raised in the mind of Juliet for one of her young fellow workwomen. It was not, indeed, that warm interest which is the precursor of friendship. Its object had no qualities that could rise to such a height. It was simply a sensation of pity, abetted by a wish of doing good. Flora Pearson, without either fine features or fine countenance, had strikingly the beauty of youth in a fair complexion, round, plump, rosy cheeks, bright though unmeaning eyes, and an air of health, strength, and juvenile good humor that was diffused copiously through her whole appearance. She was innocent and inoffensive, and, as far as she was able to think, well-meaning and ready to be at everybody's command, though incapable to be at anybody's service. Yet her simplicity was of that happy sort that never occasions self-distress, from being wholly unaccompanied by any consciousness of deficiency or inferiority. Accustomed to be laughed at almost whenever she spoke, she saw the smile that she raised without emotion, or participated in it without knowing why, and she heard the sneer that followed her simple merriment without displeasure, though sometimes she would a little wonder what it meant. This young creature, who had but barely passed her 16th year, had already attracted the dangerous attention of various officers, from whose several attacks and maneuvers she had hitherto been rescued by the vigilance of Miss Matson. Each of these anecdotes she eagerly took, or rather made opportunities to communicate to Juliet, waiting for no other encouragement than the absence of Miss Matson, and using no other prelude than, "Now I've got something else to tell you." Except for some slight mixture of contempt, Juliet heard these tales with perfect indifference, till that ungenial feeling, or rather absence of feeling, was superseded by compassion, upon finding that she was the object, probably the dupe, of a new and unfinished adventure, with which Miss Matson was as yet unacquainted. "Now, Miss Ellis," she cried, "I'll tell you the drollest part of all, shall I? Well, do you know I've got another admirer that's above all the rest, and yet he ain't a captain neither, nor an officer, but he's quite a gentleman of quality, for he's a knight baronet, and he's very pretty, I assure you, as pretty as you, only his nose is a little shorter, and his mouth is a little bigger, and he has not got quite so much color, for he is very pale, but he's prettier than I am, I believe, yet I'm not very homely, people say. I'm sure I don't know. One can't judge oneself. But I believe I am very well. At least I am not very brown. I know that by my looking-glass. I've a pretty good skin of my own." Neither the giggling derision of her fellow workwomen, nor the total abstinence from inquiry or comment with which Juliet heard these insignificant details, checked the pleasure of Flora in her own prattle, which, whenever she could find someone to address, for she waited not till anyone would listen, went on with sleepy good humor and pretty but unintelligent smiles, from the moment that she rose to the moment that she went to rest. But when, in great confidence, and declaring that nobody was in the secret except just Miss Biddy and Miss Jenny and Miss Polly and Miss Betsy, she made known who was this last and most striking admirer, the attention of Juliet was roused. It was Sir Lisle Sycamore. Copiously, and with looks of triumph, Flora related her history with the young baronet. First of all, she said, He had declared, in ever so many little whispers, that he was in love with her. And next he had made her ever so many beautiful presents of earrings, necklaces, and trinkets, always sending them by a porter, who pretended that they were just arrived by the diligence, with a letter to show to Miss Matson, importing that an uncle of Flora's, who resided in Northumberlandshire, begged her to accept these remembrances. "Though I'm sure I don't know how he found out I've got an uncle there," she continued, "unless it was by my telling him when he asked what relations I had." Her gratitude and vanity thus at once excited, Sir Lisle told her that he had some important intelligence to communicate, which could not be revealed in a short whisper in the shop. He begged her, therefore, to meet him upon the Strand, a little way out of the town, one Sunday afternoon, while Miss Matson might suppose that she was taking her usual recreation with the rest of the young ladies. "So I could not refuse him, you may think," she said, "after being so much obliged to him, and so we walked together by the seaside, and he was as agreeable as ever, and so was I too, I believe, if I may judge without flattery. At least he said I was, over and over, and he's a pretty good judge, I believe, a man of his quality. But I shan't tell you what he said to me, for he said I was as fresh as a violet, and as fair as jessamine, and as sweet as a pink, and as rosy as a rose. But one must not over and above believe the gentleman, mamma says, for what they say is but half a compliment. However, what do you think, Miss Ellis? Only guess, for all his being so polite, do you know he was upon the point of behaving rude? Only I told him I'd squall out if he did. But he spoke so pretty when he saw I was vexed, that I could not be very angry with him about it, could I? Besides, men will be rude, naturally, mamma says." "But does not your mamma tell you also, Miss Pearson, that you must not walk out alone with gentlemen?" "Oh dear, yes, she's told me that ever so often, and I told it to Sir Lisle, and I said to him we had better not go, but he said that would kill him, poor gentleman, and he looked as sorrowful as ever you saw, just as if he was going to cry. I'm sure I'm glad he did not, poor gentleman, for if he had, it's 10 to 1, but I should have cried too, unless, out of ill luck, I had happened to fall a-laughing, for it's odds which I do sometimes when I'm put in a fidget. However, upon seeing his sister, along with some company of his acquaintance not far off, he said I had better go back, but he promised me if I would meet him again the next Sunday, he would have a post-chaise o' purpose for me, because of the pebbles being so hard for my feet, and he'd take me ever so prettily a ride, he said, upon the downs. But he came the next morning to tell me he was forced by ill luck to go to London, but he'd soon be back, and he bid me ever so often not to say one word of what had passed to a living creature, for if his sister should get an inkling of his being in love with me, there would be fine work, he said. But he'd bring me ever so many pretty things, he said, from London." Juliet listened to this history with the deepest indignation against the barbarous libertine, who, with egotism so inhuman, sought to rob, first of innocence, and next, for it would be the inevitable consequence, of all her fair prospects in life, a young creature whose simplicity disabled her from seeing her danger, whose credulity induced her to agree to whatever was proposed, and whose weakness of intellect rendered it as much a dishonor as a cruelty to make her a dupe. Whatever could be suggested to awaken the simple maiden to a sense of her perilous situation was instantly urged, but without any effect. Sir Lisle Sycamore, she answered, had owned that he was in love with her, and it was very hard if she must be ill-natured to him in return, especially as, if she behaved agreeably, nobody could tell but he might mean to make her a lady. Where a vision so refulgent, which every speech of Sir Lisle's, couched in ambiguous terms, though adroitly evasive of promise, had been insidiously calculated to present, was sparkling full in sight, how unequal were the efforts of sober truth and reason to substitute in its place cold, dull, disappointing reality. Juliet soon relinquished the attempt as hopeless. Where ignorance is united with vanity, advice, or reproof, combated in vain. She addressed her remonstrances, therefore, to their fellow workwomen, every one of which, it was evident, was a confidant of the dangerous secret. How was it, she demanded, that, aware of the ductility of temper of this poor young creature, they had suffered her to form so alarming a connection, unknown either to her friends or to Miss Matson? Pettishly affronted, they answered that they were not a set of fusty duennas, that if Miss Pearson were ever so young, that did not make them old, that she might as well take care of herself, therefore, as they of themselves. Besides, nobody could tell but Sir Lisle Sycamore meant to marry her, and indeed they none of them doubted that such was his design, because he was politeness itself to all of them round, though he was most particular, to be sure, to Miss Pearson. They could not think, therefore, of making such a gentleman their enemy, any more than of standing in the way of Miss Pearson's good fortune, for, to their certain knowledge, there were more grand matches spoilt by meddling and making than by anything else upon earth. Here again, what were the chances of truth and reason against the semblance, at least the pretense of generosity, which thus covered folly and imprudence? Each aspiring damsel, too, had some similar secret, or correspondent hope of her own, and found it convenient to reject, as treachery, an appeal against a sister workwoman that might operate as an example for a similar one against herself. Juliet, therefore, could but determine to watch the weak, if not willing victim, while yet under the same roof, and openly, before she quitted it, to reveal the threatening danger to Miss Matson. End of chapter 45. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 46 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 46. The first Sunday that Juliet passed in this new situation nearly robbed her of the goodwill of the whole of the little community to which she belonged. It was the only day in the week in which the young workwomen were allowed some hours for recreation. They considered it, therefore, as rightfully dedicated, after the church service, to amusement with one another. And Juliet, in refusing to join in a custom which they held to be the basis of their freedom and happiness, appeared to them an unsocial and haughty innovator. Yet neither wearying remonstrances nor persecuting persuasions could prevail upon her to parade with them upon the Stein, to stroll with them by the seaside, to ramble upon the downs, or to form a party for Shoreham or Devil's Dyke. Evil is so relative that the same chamber, the lonely sadness of which, since her privation of Gabriella, had become nearly insupportable to her, was now, from a new contrast, almost all that she immediately coveted. The bustle, the fatigue, the obtrusion of new faces, the spirit of petty intrigue, and the eternal clang of tongues, which she had to endure in the shop, made quiet, even in its most uninteresting dullness, desirable and consoling. To approach herself, as nearly as might be in her power, to the loved society which she had lost, she destined this only interval of peace and leisure to her pen and Gabriella, and such was her employment when the sound of slow steps upon the stairs, followed by a gentle tap at her door, at once interrupted and surprised her. Miss Matson and her maids, as well as her workwomen, were spending their Sabbath abroad, and a shopman was left to take care of the house. The tap, however, was repeated, and, obeying its call, Juliet beheld Sir Jaspar Harrington, the gouty old baronet. The expression of her countenance immediately demanded explanation, if not apology, as she stepped forward upon the landing-place to make clear that she should not receive him in her apartment. His keen eye read her meaning, though, affecting not to perceive it, he pleasantly said, "How, immured in your chamber, and of a gala day?" The recollection of the essential, however forced obligation, which she owed to him, from her deliverance from the persecution of Miss Bydel, soon dissipated her first impression in his disfavour, and she quietly answered that she went very little abroad. But when she would have inquired into his business, "You can refuse yourself, then," he cried, pretending not to hear her, "the honour, or pleasure, which shall we call it, of sharing in the gaieties of your fair fellow votaries to the needle? I suspected you of this self-denial. I had a secret presentiment that you would be insensible to the fluttering joys of your sister spinsters. How did I divine you so well? What is it you have about you that sets one's imagination so to work?" Juliet replied that she would not presume to interfere with the business of his penetration, but that, as she was occupied, she must beg to know, at once, his commands. "Not so hasty, not so hasty," he cried. "You must show me some little consideration, if only in excuse for the total want of it which you have caused in those little imps that beset my slumbers by night, and my reveries by day. They have gotten so much the better of me now, that I am equally at a loss how to sleep or how to wake for them." "Why don't you find out," they cried, "whether this siren likes her new situation? Why don't you discover whether anything better can be done for her?" And then, all of one accord, they so pommel and bemaul me, that you would pity me, I give you my word, if you could see the condition into which they put my poor conscience. However little so fair a young creature may be disposed to feel pity for such a hobbling, gouty old fellow as I am." Softened by this benevolent solicitude, Juliet thankfully spoke of herself with all the cheerfulness that she could assume, and encouraged by her lessened reserve, Sir Jaspar, to her unspeakable surprise, said, "There is one point, I own, which I have an extreme desire to know. How long may it be that you have left the stage, and from what latent cause?" No explanation, however, could be attempted. The attention of Juliet was called into another channel by the sound of a titter, which led her to perceive Flora Pearson, who, almost convulsed with delight at having surprised them, said that she had heard from the shopman that Miss Ellis and Sir Jaspar were talking together upon the stairs, and she had stolen up the back way, and crept softly through one of the garrets, on purpose to come upon them unawares. "So now," she added, nodding, "we'll go into my room, if you please, Miss Ellis, for I have got something else to tell you, only you must not stay with me long." "And not to tell me too?" cried Sir Jaspar, chucking her under the chin. "How is this, my daffodil, my pink, my lily? How is this? Surely you have not any secrets from me?" "Oh, yes, I have, Sir Jaspar, because you're a gentleman, you know, Sir Jaspar, and one must not tell everything to a gentleman, mamma says." "Mamma says? But you are too much a woman to mind what mamma says, I hope, my rose, my daisy," cried Sir Jaspar, chucking her again under the chin, while she smiled and curtsied in return. Juliet would have re-entered her chamber, but Flora, catching her gown, said, "Why now, Miss Ellis, I bid you come to my room, if you please, Miss Ellis, 'cause then I can show you my presents, as well as tell you something. Come, will you go? For it's something that's quite a secret, I assure you, for I have not told it to anybody yet, not even to our young ladies, for it's but just happened. So you've got my first confidence this time, and you have a right to take that very kind of me, for it's what I've promised, upon my word and honour, and as true can be, not to tell anybody, not so much as to a living soul." To be freed quietly from the baronet, Juliet consented to attend her, and Flora, with many smiles and nods at Sir Jaspar, begged that he would not be affronted that she did not tell all her secrets to gentlemen, and, shutting him out, began her tale. "Now I'll tell you what it is I'm going to tell you, Miss Ellis. Do you know who I met just now upon the stein, while I was walking with our young ladies, not thinking of anything? You can't guess, can you? Why, Sir Lisle himself. I gave such a squeak! But he spoke to all our young ladies first, and I was half a mind to cry, only I happened to be in one of my laughing fits. And when I once am upon my gig, Papa says, if the world were all to tumble down, it would not hinder me of my smiling. Though I am sure I often don't know what it's for. If anybody asked me, I could not tell 1 time in 20. But Sir Lyle is very clever, cleverer than I am by half, I believe, for he got to speak to me at last, so as nobody could hear a word he said but just me. Nor I could not either, but only he spoke quite in my ear. And do you think it right, Miss Pearson, to let gentlemen whisper you? Oh, I could not bid him not, you know. I could not be rude to a knight baronet. Besides, he said he was come down from London on purpose for nothing else but to see me. A knight baronet, Miss Ellis. That's very good-natured, is it not? I dare say he means something by it, don't you? However, I shall know more by and by, most likely, for he whispered me to make believe I'd got a headache, and to come home by myself, and wait for him in my own room, for he says he has brought me the prettiest present that ever I saw from London. So you see how generous he is, isn't he? And he'll bring it me himself to make me a little visit. So then very likely he'll speak out, won't he? But he bid me tell it nobody. So say nothing if you see him, for it will only be the way to make him angry. I must not put the shopman in the secret, he says, for he shall only ask for old Sir Jaspar, and he shall go to him first, and make the shopman think he is with him all the time. So I told our young ladies I'd got a headache, sure enough. But don't be uneasy, for it's only make-believe, for I'm very well. Filled with alarm for the simple, deluded maiden, Juliet now made an undisguised representation of her danger, earnestly charging her not to receive the dangerous visit. But Flora, self-willed, though good-natured, would not hear a word. No ass so meek, no mule so obstinate. She never contradicted, yet never listened. She never gave an opinion, yet never followed one. She was neither endowed with timidity to suspect her deficiencies, nor with sense to conceive how she might be better informed. She came to Juliet merely to talk, and when her prattle was over, or interrupted, she had no thought but to be gone. "Oh, yes, I must see him, Miss Ellis," she cried, "for you can't think how ill he'll take it if I don't. But now we have stayed talking together so long, I can't show you my presents till he is gone, for fear he should come. But don't mind, for then I shall have the new ones to show you too. But if I don't do what he bids me, he'll be as angry as can be, for all he's my lover," smiling. "He makes very free with me sometimes, only I don't mind it, because I'm pretty much used to it from one or another. Sometimes he'll say I'm the greatest simpleton that ever he knew in his life, for all he calls me his angel. He don't make much ceremony with me, when I don't understand his signs. But it don't much signify, for the more he's angry, the more he's kind when it's over," smiling. "And then he brings me prettier things than ever, so I ain't much a loser. I've no great need to cry about it. And he says I'm quite a little goddess, often and often, if I'd believe him. Only one must not believe the men overmuch when they're gentlemen, I believe." Juliet, kindly taking her hand, would have drawn her into her own chamber, but they were no sooner in the passage than Flora jumped back, and shaking with laughter at her ingenuity, shut and locked herself into her room. Juliet now renounced, perforce, all thought of serving her, except through the medium of Miss Matson, and she was returning, much vexed, to her own small apartment, when she saw Sir Jaspar, who, leaning against the banisters, seemed to have been waiting for her, step curiously forward as she opened her door, to take a view of her chamber. With quick impulse to check this liberty, she hastily pushed to the door, not recollecting, till too late, that the key, by which alone it was opened, was on the inside. Chagrined, she repaired to Flora, telling the accident, and begging admittance. Flora, laughing with all her heart, positively refused to open the door, saying that she would rather be without company. The shopman now came upstairs, to see what was going forward, and to inquire whether Miss Pearson, who had told him that she was ill, found herself worse. Flora, hastily checking her mirth, answered that her head ached, and she would lie down, and then spoke no more. The shopman made an attempt to enter into conversation with Juliet, but she gravely requested that he would be so good as to order a smith to open the lock of her door. He ought not, he said, to leave the house in the absence of Miss Matson, but he would run the risk for the pleasure of obliging her, if she would only step down into the shop, to answer the bell or the knocker. To this, in preference to being shut out of her room, she would immediately have consented, but that she feared the arrival of Sir Lisle Sycamore. She asked the shopman, therefore, if there were any objection to her waiting in the little parlour. None in the world, he answered, for he had Miss Matson's leave to use it when she was out of a Sunday, and he should be very glad if Miss Ellis would oblige him with her company. Juliet declined this proposal with an air that repressed any further attempt at intimacy, and the shopman returned to his post. "I must not, I suppose," the baronet, then advancing, said, "presume to offer you shelter under my roof from the inclemencies of the staircase, and yet I think I may venture, without being indecorous, to mention that I am going out for my usual airing, and that you may take possession of your old apartment upon your own misanthropical terms. At all events, I shall leave you the door open, place some books upon the table, take out my servants, and order that no one shall molest you." Extremely pleased by a kindness so much to her taste, Juliet would gratefully have accepted this offer, but for the visit that she knew to be designed for the same apartment, which the absence of its master was not likely to prevent, as the pretence of writing a note, or his name, would suffice with Sir Lisle for mounting the stairs. Who, then, could protect Flora? Could Juliet herself come forward when no one else remained in the house, conscious, as she could not but be, of the dishonourable views of which she, also, had been the object? The departure of Sir Jasper appeared, therefore, to be big with mischief, and when he was making a leave-taking bow, she almost involuntarily said, "You are forced, then, sir, to go out this morning?" Surprised and pleased, he answered, "What, have my little fairy elves given you a lesson of humanity? Nay, if so, though they should pommel and maul me for a month to come, I shall yet be their obedient humble servant." He then gave orders aloud that his carriage should be put up, saying that he had letters to write, and that his servants might go and amuse themselves for an hour or two where they pleased. Juliet now was crimsoned with shame and embarrassment. How account for thus palpably wishing him to remain in the house? Or how suffer him by silence to suppose it was from a desire of his society? Her blushes astonished, yet, by heightening her beauty, charmed still more than they perplexed him. To settle what to think of her might be difficult and teasing, but to admire her was easy and pleasant. He approached her, therefore, with the most flattering looks and smiles. But, to avoid any mistake in his manner of addressing her, he kept his speech back, with his judgment, till he could learn her purpose. This prudential circumspection redoubled her confusion, and she hesitatingly stammered her concern that she had prevented his airing. More amazed still, but still more enchanted, to see her thus at a loss what to say, though evidently pleased that he had relinquished his little excursion, he was making a motion to take her hand, which she had scarcely perceived, when a violent ringing at the door-bell checked him, and concentrated all her solicitude in the impending danger of Flora, and, in her eagerness to rescue the simple girl from ruin, she hastily said, "Can you, Sir Jasper, forgive a liberty in the cause of humanity? May I appeal to your generosity? You will receive a visitor in a few minutes, whom I have earnest reasons for wishing you to detain in your apartment to the last moment that is possible. May I make so extraordinary a request?" "Request?" repeated Sir Jasper, charmed by what he considered as an opening to intimacy. "Can you utter anything but commands? The most benign sprite of all fairyland has inspired you with this gracious disposition to dep me your knight." Yet his eyes, still bright with intelligence, and now full of fanciful wonder, suddenly emitted an expression less rapturous, when he distinguished the voice of Sir Lisle Sycamore, in parley with a shopman. Disappointment and chagrin soon took place of sportive playfulness in his countenance, and, muttering between his teeth, "Oh ho, Sir Lisle Sycamore," he fixed his keen eyes sharply upon Juliet, with a look in which she could not but read the ill construction to which her seeming knowledge of that young man's motion, and her apparent interest in them, made her liable, and how much his light opinion of Sir Lisle's character affected his partial, though still fluctuating one of her own. Sir Lisle, however, was upon the stairs, and she did not dare enter into any justification. Sir Jaspar, too, was silent, but the young baronet mounted, singing in a loud voice, "O my love, lov'st thou me? Then quickly come and see one who dies for thee." "Yes, here I come, Sir Lisle," in a low, husky, laughing voice, cried Flora, peeping through her chamber door, which was immediately at the head of the stairs, upon the second floor, and to which Sir Lisle looked up, softly whispering, "Be still, my little angel, and in 10 minutes—" He stopped abruptly, for Sir Jaspar now caught his astonished sight upon the landing-place of the attic story, with Juliet retreating behind him. "Oh ho, you are there, are you?" he cried in a tone of ludicrous accusation. "And you are there, are you?" answered Sir Jaspar, in a voice more seriously taunting. Juliet, hurt and confounded, would have escaped through the garret to the back stairs, but that her hat and cloak, without which she could not leave the house, were shut into her room. She tried, therefore, to look unmoved, well aware that the best chance to escape impertinence is by not appearing to suspect that any is intended. 3 strides now brought Sir Lisle before her. His amazement, vented by rattling exclamations, again perplexed Sir Jaspar, for how could Juliet have been apprised of his intended visit, but by himself? Sir Lisle, mingling the most florid compliments upon her radiant beauty, and bright bloom, with his pleasure at her sight, said that, from the reports which had reached him, that she had given up her singing and her teaching, and that Sir Jaspar had taken the room which she had inhabited, he had concluded that she had quitted Brighthelmstone. He was going rapidly on in the same strain, the observant Sir Jaspar intently watching her looks, while curiously listening to his every word, when Juliet, without seeming to have attended to a syllable, related, with grave brevity, that she had unfortunately shut in the key of her room, and must therefore seek Miss Matson to demand another. And then, with steady steps, that studiously kept in order innumerable timid fears, she descended to the shop, leaving the 2 baronets mutually struck by her superior air and manner, and each, though equally desirous to follow her, involuntarily standing still, to wait the motions of the other, and thence to judge of his pretensions to her favour. Juliet found the shop empty, but the street door open, and the shopman sauntering before it, to look at the passers-by. Glad to be, for a while at least, spared the distaste of his company, she shut herself into the little parlour, carefully drawing the curtain of the glass door. The 2 baronets, as she expected, soon descended, the younger one eager to take leave of the elder, and privately remount the stairs, and Sir Jaspar, fixed to obey the injunctions, however unaccountable, of Juliet, in detaining and keeping sight of him to the last moment. "Decamped, I swear, the little vixen!" exclaimed Sir Lisle, striding in first. "But why the do you come down, Sir Jaspar?" "For exercise, not ceremony," he answered, though, little wanting further exertion, and heartily tired, he dropped down upon the first chair. Sir Lisle vainly offered his arm, and pressed to aid him back to his apartment. He would not move. After some time thus wasted, Sir Lisle, mortified and provoked, cast himself upon the counter, and whistled to disguise his ill humour. A pause now ensued, which Sir Jaspar broke, by hesitatingly, yet with earnestness, saying, "Sir Lisle Sycamore, I am not, you will do me the justice to believe, a sour old fellow to delight in mischief, a surly old dog, to mar the pleasures of which I cannot partake. If, therefore, to answer what I mean to ask will thwart any of your projects, leave me and my curiosity in the lurch. If not, you will sensibly gratify me by a little frank communication. I don't meddle with your affair with Flora. 'Tis a blooming little wild rosebud, but of too common a species to be worth analyzing. This other young creature, however, whose wings your bird-lime seems also to have entangled." "How so?" interrupted Sir Lyle, jumping eagerly from the counter. "What the do you mean by that?" "Not to be indiscreet, I promise you," answered Sir Jaspar, "but as I see the interest she takes in you—" "The you do!" exclaimed Sir Lyle, in an accent of surprise, yet of transport. Sir Jaspar now, ironically smiling, said, "You don't know it then, Sir Lyle. You are modest, diffident, unconscious." "My dear boy," cried Sir Lyle, riotously, and approaching familiarly to embrace him, "what a devilish kind office I should owe you if you can put any good notions into my head of that delicious girl." New doubts now destroying his recent suspicions, Sir Jaspar held back, positively refusing to clear up what had dropped from him, and laughingly saying, "Far be it from me to put any such notions into your head. I believe it amply stored. All my desire is to get some out of it. If therefore you can tell me, or rather will tell me, who or what this young creature is, you will do a kind office to my imagination, for which I shall be really thankful. Who is she, then, and what is she?" "Take me if I either know or care," cried Sir Lyle. "Further than that, she is a beauty of the first water, and that I should have adored her exclusively 3 months ago if I had not believed her a thing of alabaster. But if you think her—" "Not I, not I. I know nothing of her," interrupted Sir Jaspar. "She is a rose planted in the snow, for aught I can tell. The more I see, the less I understand. The more I surmise, the further I seem from the mark. Honestly, then, whence does she come? How did you first see her? What does she do at Brighthelmstone?" "May I get to Old Nick if I am better informed than yourself, except that she sings and plays like 20 angels, and that all the women are jealous of her, and won't suffer a word to be said to her. However, I made up to her at first, and should certainly have found her out, but for Melbury, who annoyed me with a long history of her virtue and character, and Lady Aurora's friendship, and the devil knows what, that made me so cursed sheepish, I was afraid of embarking in any measures of spirit. My sister also took lessons of her, and other games came into chase, and I should never have thought of her again, but that when I went to town, a week or 2 ago, I learned from that queen of the crabs, Mrs. Howell, that Melbury, in fact, knows no more of her than we do. He had nobody's word but her own for all her fine sentiments, so that he and his platonics would have kept me at bay no longer if I had not believed her decamped from Brighthelmstone, upon hearing that you had got her lodging. How came you to turn her into the garret, my dear boy? Is that à la mode of your vieille cour?" Sir Jaspar protested that, when he took the apartment, he knew not of her existence, and then inquired whether Sir Lyle could tell him in what name she had been upon the stage, and why she had quitted it. "The stage? Oh, the devil!" he exclaimed. "Has she been upon the stage?" "Yes, I heard the fact mentioned to her the other day by a fellow performer, some low player, who challenged her as a sister of the buskins." "What a glorious deter she must make!" cried Sir Lyle. "I am ready to be her Alexander when she will. That hint you have dropped, my dear old boy, shan't be thrown away upon me. But how the devil did you find the dear charmer out?" Sir Jaspar again sought to draw back his information, but Sir Lyle swore that he would not so lightly be put aside from a view of success, now once it was fairly opened, and was vowing that he should begin a siege in form, and persevere to a surrender, when the conversation was interrupted by the entrance of the shopman, accompanied by a mantua-maker, who called upon some business. Juliet, who, from the beginning, had heard this discourse with the utmost uneasiness, and whom its conclusion had filled with indignant disgust, had no resource to avoid the yet greater evil of being joined by the interlocutors, but that of sitting motionless and unsuspected, till they should depart, or till Miss Matson should return. But her care and precaution proved vain. The shopman invited Mrs. Hart, the mantua-maker, into the little parlour, and, upon opening the door, Juliet met their astonished view. Sir Jaspar, not without evident anxiety, endeavoured to recollect what had dropped from him that might hurt her, or how he might palliate what might have given her offence. But Sir Lisle, not at all disconcerted, and privately persuaded that half his difficulties were vanquished by the accident that acquainted her with his design, was advancing eagerly, with a volley of rapid compliments, upon his good fortune in again meeting with her, when Juliet, not deigning to seem conscious even of his presence, passed him without notice, and, addressing Mrs. Hart, entreated that she would go upstairs to the room of Miss Pearson, to examine whether it were necessary to send for any advice, as she had returned home alone, and complained of being ill. Mrs. Hart complied, and Juliet followed her to Flora's door-chamber. End of chapter 46. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 47. The Wanderer by Fanny Burney. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 47. The gentle tap that Miss Hart, fearing to disturb her, gave at the door of Flora, deceived the expecting girl into a belief that Sir Lisle was at length arrived, and crying, in a low voice, as she opened it, "Oh, sir, how long have you been coming?" She started at the sight of Miss Hart, with an amazement equal to her disappointment. Presently, however, with a dejected look and tone, "Well now," she cried, "it is only you, Miss Hart. I thought it had been somebody quite different." Miss Hart, entering, inquired with surprise why Miss Ellis had said that Miss Pearson was ill, when, on the contrary, she had never seen her look better. "Well now, Miss Ellis," cried Flora, whispering Juliet, "did not I tell you as plain as could be 'twas nothing but make-believe?" Juliet, without offering any apology, answered that she had invited Miss Hart to make her a visit. "Why now, what can you be thinking of?" cried Flora angrily. "Why, you know as well as can be that I want to see nobody. Why, have you forgot all I told you already, and about you-know-who? Why, never knew the like. Why, he'll be fit to kill himself. I'll never tell you anything again, if you beg me on your knees. So there's the end of your knowing any more of my secrets, and you've nobody but yourself to thank if it vexes you never so." Miss Hart interrupted this murmuring by inquiring who was the sir that Miss Pearson expected, adding that if it were the shopman, it would be more proper Miss Pearson should go downstairs than she should let him come up to her room. "The shopman?" repeated Flora, simpering and winking at Juliet. "No, indeed, Miss Hart, you have not made a very good guess there." "Has she, Miss Ellis? I don't think a man of quality and a baronet is very like a shopman, do you, Miss Ellis?" This blundering simplicity of vanity was not lost upon Miss Hart. "Oh ho!" she cried, "you expect a baronet, do you, then, Miss Pearson? Why, there were no less than 2 baronets in the shop as I came through just now, and there's one of them this minute crossing the way and turning the corner." "Oh me, is he gone then?" cried Flora, looking out of the window. "Oh me, what shall I do? Oh, Miss Ellis, this is all your fault, and now perhaps he'll be so angry he'll never speak to me again. And if he don't, 10 to 1 but it may break my heart, for that often happens when one's crossed in love. And if it does, I shan't thank you for it, I assure you, and it's just as likely as not." Juliet, though she sought to appease both her grief and her wrath, could not but rejoice that her unguarded repugnance informed Miss Hart of the whole history, and Miss Hart, who thought plain appeared to be a very worthy woman, immediately endeavored to save the poor young creature from the snares into which she was rather wilfully jumping than deludedly falling, by giving her a pressing invitation to her own house for the rest of the day. But to this neither entreaty nor reproof could obtain consent. Flora, like many who seemed gentle, was only simple, and had neither docility nor comprehension for being turned aside from the prosecution of her wishes. To be thwarted in any desire she considered as cruelty, and resented as ill treatment. She refused, therefore, to leave the house, while hoping for the return of Sir Lisle, and continued her childish wailing and fretting till accident led her eyes to a favourite little box, when her tears suddenly stopping, and her face brightening, she started up, seized it, opened it, and displayed a very pretty pair of earrings, exclaimed, "Oh, I have never shown you my presents, Miss Ellis, and now Miss Hart may have a peep at them too. She's in pretty good luck, I think." And then, with exulting pleasure, she produced the costly trinkets that she had received from Sir Lisle, with few less valuable, which had been presented to her by Sir Jasper, and all the baubles, however insignificant or babyish, that had been bestowed on her by her friends and relatives from her earliest youth, and these, with the important and separate history of each, occupied unawares her time till the return of Miss Matson. Miss Hart then descended, and urged by Juliet, briefly and plainly communicated the situation and the danger of the young apprentice. Miss Matson, affrighted for the credit of her shop, determined to send for the mother of Flora, who resided at Lewes the next day. Relieved now from her troublesome and untoward charge, Juliet had her door opened and retook possession of her room. And there, a new view of her own helpless and distressed condition filled and dejected her with new alarm. The licentious declared purpose of Sir Lisle had been shocking to her ears, and the consciousness that he knew that she was informed of his intention added to its horror. But for her inability to show her resentment in the only way that suited her character or her disposition, that of positively seeing him no more. But how avoid him while she had no other means of subsistence than working in an open shop? The following morning but too clearly justified her apprehensive prognostics, and of the improprieties to which her defenceless state made her liable. At an early hour, Sir Lisle, gay, courteous, gallant, entered the shop, under pretence of inquiring for Sir Jasper, whom he knew to be invisible from his infirmities, but all his own nurses and servants told him. Till noon, Miss Matson was taciturn and watchful, though still, from the fear of making an enemy, respectful, while Flora, simpering and blushing, was ready to jump into his arms in her eagerness to apologize for not having waited alone for him, according to his directions. But he did not look at Miss Matson, though he addressed her, nor Flora, though by a side glance he saw her expectations. His attention, from the moment he had asked, without listening to any answer, whether he could see Sir Jasper, was all, and even publicly, devoted to Juliet, whom he approached with an air of homage, and accosted with the most flattering compliments upon her good looks and beauty. Juliet turned aside from him with an indignant disgust, in which she hoped he would breed from her resentment of his scheme, and her abhorrence of his principles. But those who are in deep vice are commonly incredulous of virtue. Sir Lisle took her apparent displeasure either for a timidity which flatter would banish, or a hypocrisy which boldness would conquer. He continued, therefore, his florid adulation of her charms, regarding the heightened color of offended purity, but as an augmented attraction. Juliet perceived her failure to pressed his assurance with a disturbance that was soon increased by the visible jealousy manifesting in the pouting lips and frowning brow of Flora, who, the moment that Sir Lisle, saying that he would call upon Sir Jasper again, thought it prudent to retire, began a compulsive sobbing, averring that she saw why he had been betrayed, for that it was only to inveigle away her sweetheart. Pity for the ignorant accuser might have subdued the disdain due to the accusation, and have induced Juliet to comfort by her self-defence, but for a look, strongly expressing a suspicion to the same effect from Miss Matson, which was succeeded by a general tossing up of the chins of the young workwoman, and a murmur of, "I wonder how she would like to be served so herself." This was too offensive to be supported, and she retired to her chamber. If already the mingled frivolity and publicity of the business into which she had entered had proved fatiguing in her spirits and ungenial to her disposition, surmises such as she now saw raised of a petty and base frivolity, urged by a pursuit the most licentious, rendered all attempt at its continuance intolerable. Without, therefore, a moment's hesitation, she determined to relinquish her present enterprise. The only, as well as immediate notion that occurred to her in this new difficulty was to apply to Miss Hart, who seemed kind as well as civil, for employment. When she was summoned, therefore, by Miss Matson, with surprise and authority, back to the shop, she returned equipped for going abroad, and after thanking her for the essay which she had permitted to be made in the millinery business, declared that she found herself utterly unfit for so active and so public a line of life. Leaving then Miss Matson, Flora, and the young journeywoman to their astonish, she bent her course to the house of Miss Hart, where her application was happily successful. Miss Hart had work of importance just ordered for a great wedding in the neighborhood, and was glad to engage so expert a hand for occasion, agreeing to allow in return bed, board, and a small stipend per day. With infinite relief, Juliet went back to make her little preparations and take leave of Miss Matson, by whom she now followed to her room. With many earnest instances that she would relinquish her design, Miss Matson and Eunice, with the very common character to which she belonged, had appreciated Juliet not by her worth, her talents, or her labors, but by all her avowed distress and acknowledged poverty. Notwithstanding, therefore, her abilities and industry, she had been uniformly considered as a dead weight to the business and to the house. But now, when it appeared that the penniless young woman had some other resource, the eyes of Miss Matson were suddenly opened to merits to which she had hitherto been blind. She felt all the advantages which the shop would lose by the departure of such an assistant, and recollected the many useful hints in fashion and in elegance which had been derived from her taste and fancy, her exemplary diligence in work, her gentle quietness of behavior, and the numerous customers which the various reports that were spread of her history had drawn to the shop. All now, however, was unavailing. The remembrance of what was over occurred too late to change the plan of Juliet, though a kinder appreciation of her character and services while she was employed might have engaged her to try some other method of getting rid of the libertine baronet. Miss Matson then admonished her not to lose at least the benefit of her premium. "What premium?" cried Juliet. "Why, that Sir Jasper paid down for you." Juliet, astonished, now learned that her admission as an inmate of the shop was, she had imagined, due to the gossiping verbal influence of Miss Bydel, was the result of a far more substantial money meditation of Sir Jasper. She felt warmly grateful for his benevolence, yet wounded in reflecting upon his doubts whether she deserved it, and confounded to owe one another and so heavy an obligation to an utter stranger. She was finishing her little package when the loud sobbings of Flora, while mounting the stairs for a similar, though by no means as voluntary a purpose, induced her to go forth with a view to offer some consolation. But Flora, not less resentful than disconsolate, said that her mother was arrived to take her from all her fine prospects, and loaded Juliet with the unqualified accusation of having betrayed her secrets and ruined her fortune. Juliet had too strong a mind to suffer weak and unjust censure to breed any repentance that she had acted right. She could take one view only of the affair, and that brought only self-approvance of what she had done. If Sir Lyle meant honorably, Flora was easily followed. If not, she was happily rescued from the earthy perdition. Nevertheless, she had too much sweetness of disposition and too much benevolence of character to be indifferent to reproach, though her vain efforts either to clear her own conduct or to appease the angry sorrows of Flora all ended by the indignantly blubbering damsel's turning from her sulky silence. Juliet then took a quick leave of Miss Matson and of the young journeywoman, and repaired to her new habitation. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney, Chapter 48. Experience, the mother of caution, now taught Juliet explicitly to make known to her new chief that she had no view to learn the art of mantua-making as a future trade or employment, but simply desired to work at it in such details as a general knowledge of the use of the needle might make serviceable and expeditious. No premium, therefore, could be expected by the mistress, and the workwoman would be at liberty to continue, or to renounce her engagement, from day to day. This agreement offered to her ideas something which seemed like an approach to the self-dependence that she had so earnestly coveted. She entered, therefore, upon her new occupation with cheerfulness and alacrity, and with a diligence to which the hope, by being useful, to become necessary, gave no relaxation. The business, by this scrupulous devotion to its interests, was forwarded with such industry and success that she soon became the open and decided favorite of the mistress whom she served, and who repaid her exertions by the warmest praise, and proposed her as a pattern to the rest of the sewing sisterhood. This approbation could not but cheer the toil of one whose mind, like that of Juliet, sought happiness at this moment only from upright and blameless conduct. She was mentally also relieved by the local change of situation. She was now employed in a private apartment, and, though surrounded by still more fellow workwomen than at Miss Matson's, she was no longer constrained to remain in an open shop, in opposition alike to her inclinations and her wishes of concealment, no longer startled by the continual entrance and exit of strangers, nor exposed to curious inquirers or hardy starers, and no longer fatigued by the perpetual revision of goods. She worked in perfect quietness, undisturbed and uninterrupted. Her mistress was civil, and gave her encouragement. Her fellow sempstresses were unobservant, and left her to her own reflections. It is not, however, in courts alone that favor is perilous. In all circles and all classes, from the most eminent to the most obscure, the favorite has no friend. The praises and the comparisons, by which Mrs. Hart hoped to stimulate her little community to emulation, excited only jealousy, envy, and ill will, and a week had not elapsed in this new and short tranquillity before Juliet found that her superior diligence was regarded by her needle sisterhood as a mean artifice to set herself off to advantage at their cost. Sneers and hints to this effect followed every panegyric of Mrs. Hart,
and robbed approbation of its pleasure, though they could not of its value. Chagrined by a consequence so unpleasant, to an industry that demanded fortitude, not discouragement, Juliet now felt the excess of her activity relax, and soon experienced a desire, if not a necessity, to steal some moments from application, for retirement and for herself. Here again she found the mischief to which ignorance of life had laid her open. The unremitting diligence with which she had begun her new office had advanced her work with a rapidity that made the smallest relaxation cause a sensible difference in its progress, and Mrs. Hart, from first looking disappointed, asked next whether nothing more were done, and then observed how much quicker business had gone on the first week. In vain Juliet still executed more than all around her. The comparison was never made there, where it might have been to her advantage. All reference was to her own setting out, and she was soon taught to forgive the displeasure which, so inadvertently, she had excited, when she saw the claims to which she had made herself liable, by an incautious eagerness of zeal to reward, as well as earn, the maintenance which she owed to Mrs. Hart. Alas, she thought, with what upright intentions may we be injudicious? I have thrown away the power of obliging by too precipitate an eagerness to oblige. I retain merely that of avoiding to displease by my most indefatigable applications. All I can perform seems but a duty, and of course all I leave undone seems idleness and neglect. Yet what is the labor that never requires respite? What the mind that never demands a few poor unshackled instants to itself? From this time, the little pleasure which she had been able to create for herself, from the virtue of her exertions, was at an end. To toil beyond her fellow laborers was but to provoke ill will. To allow herself any repose was but to excite disapprobation. Hopeless, therefore, either way, she gave, with diligence, her allotted time to her occupation, but no more. All that remained she solaced by devoting to her pen and Gabriella, with whom her correspondence, her sole consolation, was unremitting. This unaffected conduct had its customary effect, yet it destroyed at once the too hardly earned favor of Mrs. Hart, and the illiberal yet too natural enmity of her apprentices, and, in the course of a very few days, Juliet was neither more esteemed nor more censured than any of her sisters of the sewing tribe. With the energy, however, of her original wishes and efforts, died all that could reconcile her to this sort of life. The hope of pleasing, which alone could soften its hardships, thus forcibly set aside, left nothing in its place but calmness without contentment, dullness without serenity. Experience is not more exclusively the guide of our judgment than comparison is the mistress of our feelings. Juliet now also found that, local publicity excepted, there was nothing to prefer in her new to her former situation, and something to like less. The employment itself was by no means equally agreeable for its disciples. The taste and fancy, requisite for the elegance and variety of the light work which she had quitted, however ineffectual to afford pleasure when called forth by necessity, rendered it at least less irksome than the wearying sameness of perpetual basting, running, and hemming. Her fellow laborers, though less pert and less obtrusive than those which she had left, had the same spirit for secret cabal, and the same passion for frolic and disguise, and also, like those, were all prattle and confidential sociability, in the absence of the mistress, all sullenness and taciturnity in her presence. What little difference, therefore, she found in her position was that there had been disgusted by underbred flippancy. Here she was deadened by uninteresting monotony, and that there, perpetual motion, and incessant change of orders and of objects affected her nerves, while here the unvarying repetition of stitch after stitch nearly closed in sleep her faculties as well as her eyes. The little stipend which, by agreement, she was paid every evening, though it occasioned her the most satisfactory, by no means gave her the most pleasant feeling of the day. However respectable reason and justice render pecuniary emolument, where honorably earned, there is a something indefinable which stands between spirit and delicacy, that makes the first reception of money in detail, by those not brought up to gain it, embarrassing and painful. During this tedious and unvaried period, if some minutes were snatched from fatiguing uniformity, it was only by alarm and displeasure, through the intrusion of Sir Lisle Sycamore, who, though always denied admission to herself, made frequent, bold, and frivolous pretenses for bursting into the workroom. At one time he came to inquire about a gown for his sister, of which Mrs. Hart had never heard. At another, to look at a trimming for which she had had no commission, and at a third, to hurry the finishing of a dress which had already been sent home. The motive to these various mock messages was too palpable to escape even the most ordinary observation. Yet though the perfect conduct and icy coldness of Juliet rescued her from all evil imputation amongst her companions, she saw, with pique and even horror, that they were insufficient to repress the daring and determined hopes and expectations of the licentious baronet, with whom the unexplained hint of Sir Jaspar had left a firm persuasion that the fair object of his views more than returned his admiration, and waited merely for a decent attack or proper offers to acknowledge her secret inclinations. Juliet, however shocked, could only commit to time her cause, her consistency, her vindication. 3 weeks had, in this manner, elapsed, when the particular business for which Mrs. Hart had wanted an odd hand was finished, and Juliet, who had believed that her useful services would keep her employed at her own pleasure, abruptly found that her occupation was at an end. Here again the wisdom of experience was acquired only by distress. The pleasure with which she had considered herself free, because engaged but by the day, was changed into the alarm of finding herself, from that very circumstance, without employment or home, and she now acknowledged the providence of those ties, which, from only feeling their inconvenience, she had thought oppressive and unnecessary. The established combinations of society are not to be judged by the personal opinions and varying feelings of individuals, but by general proofs of reciprocated advantages. If the needy helper require regular protection, the recompensing employer must claim regular service, and Juliet now saw that though in being contracted but by the day, she escaped all continued constraint, and was set freshly at liberty every evening, she was a stranger to security, subject to dismission, at the mercy of accident, and at the will of caprice. Thus perplexed and thus helpless, she applied to Mrs. Hart for counsel how to obtain immediate support. Gratified by the application, Mrs. Hart again recommended her as a pattern to the young sisterhood, and then gave her advice that she should bind herself either to some milliner or some mantua-maker as a journeywoman for 3 years. Painfully, again, Juliet attained further knowledge of the world in learning the danger of asking counsel, except of the candid and wise, who know how to modify it by circumstances, and who will listen to opposing representations. Mrs. Hart, from the moment that Juliet declined to be guided wholly by her judgment, lost all interest in her young workwoman's distresses. "If people won't follow advice," she said, "'tis a sign they are not much to be pitied." Vainly Juliet affirmed that reasons which she could not explain put it out of her power to take any measure so decisive, that, far from fixing her own destiny for 3 years, she had no means to ascertain, or scarcely even to conjecture, what it might be in 3 days, or perhaps in 3 hours, although in the interval of suspense she was not less an object for present humanity, from the incertitude of what either her wants or her abundance might be in future. Vainly she reasoned, vainly she pleaded. Mrs. Hart always made the same reply. "If people won't follow advice, 'tis a sign they are not much to be pitied." In consequence of this maxim, Juliet next heard that the small room and bed which she occupied were wanted for another person. "Alas," she thought, "how long must we mingle with the world ere we learn how to live in it? Must we demand no help from the understanding of others, unless we submit to renounce all use of our own?" These reflections soon led her to hit upon the only true medium for useful and safe general intercourse with the mass of mankind, that of avowing embarrassments without demanding counsel, and of discussing difficulties and gathering opinions as matters of conversation, but always to keep in mind that to ask advice without a predetermination to follow it is to call for censure and to risk resentment. Thus died away in Juliet the short joy of freedom from the control of positive engagements. Such freedom, she found, was but a source of perpetual difficulty and instability. She had the world to begin again, a new pursuit to fix upon, new recommendations to solicit, and a new dwelling to seek. End of chapter 48. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 49 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 49. Juliet was making inquiries of the young workwomen for a recommendation to some small lodging, when she was surprised by the receipt of a letter from Mrs. Pearson, soliciting her company immediately at Lewes, where poor Flora, she said, was taken dangerously ill of a high fever, and was raving continually for Miss Ellis. A return post-chaise, to the postilion of which Mrs. Pearson had given directions to call at Mrs. Hart's at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, would bring her for nearly nothing, if she would have so much charity as to come and comfort the poor girl, and Mrs. Pearson would find a safe conveyance back at night, if Miss Ellis could not oblige them by sleeping at the house. But she hoped that Mrs. Hart would not refuse to spare her from her work for a few hours, as it might produce a favorable turn in the disorder. Juliet read this letter with real concern. Had she rescued the poor, weak, and wilful Flora from immediate moral, only to devote her to immediate physical destruction? And what now could be devised for her relief? Her intellects were too feeble for reason. Her temper was too petulant for entreaty. Nevertheless, the benevolent are easily urged to exertion, and Juliet would not refuse the summons of the distressed mother, while she could flatter herself that any possible means might be suggested for serving the self-willed and half-witted but innocent daughter. She set out, therefore, upon this plan, far from sanguine of success, but persuaded that the effort was a duty. By her own calculations from memory, she was arrived within about a mile of Lewes, when the horses suddenly turned down a narrow lane. She demanded of the postilion why he did not proceed straight forward. He answered that he knew a short cut to the house of Mrs. Pearson. Uneasy, nevertheless, at quitting thus alone the high road, she begged him to go the common way, promising to reward him for the additional time which it might require. But he drove on without replying, though, growing now alarmed, she called, supplicated, and menaced in turn.
She looked from window to window to seek some object to whom she might apply for aid. None appeared, save a man on horseback, whom she had already noticed from time to time near the side of the chaise, and to whom she was beginning to appeal, when she surprised him making signs to hurry on the postilion. She now believed the postilion himself to be leagued with some highwayman, and was filled with affright and dismay. The horses galloped on with increased swiftness, the horseman always keeping closely behind the chaise, till they were stopped by a small cart, from which Juliet had the joy to see two men alight, forced, by the narrowness of the road, to take off their horse and drag back their vehicle. She eagerly solicited their assistance, and made an effort to open the chaise door. This, however, was prevented by the pursuing horseman, who, dismounting, opened it himself, and, to her inexpressible terror, sprung into the carriage. What, then, was her mingled consternation and astonishment, when, instead of demanding her purse, he gaily exclaimed, "Why are you frightened, you beautiful little creature?" And she saw Sir Lisle Sycamore. A change, but not a diminution of alarm, now took place, yet assuming a firmness that sought to conceal her fears. "Quit the chaise, Sir Lisle," she cried, "instantly, or you will compel me to claim protection from those two men." "Protection, you pretty little vixen!" cried he, yet more familiarly. "Who should protect you like your own adorer?" Juliet, leaning out, as far as was in her power, from the chaise window, called with energy for help. "What do you mean?" cried he, striving to draw her back. "What are you afraid of? You don't imagine me such a blundering cavalier as to intend to carry you off by force." The postilion was assisting the two men to fix their horse, for dragging back their cart, but her cries reached their ears, and one of them, advancing to the chaise, exclaimed, "Good now, if it is not Miss Ellis!" And, to her infinite relief and comfort, she beheld young Gooch. She entreated him to open the door, but, lolling his arms over it, without attending to her, he said, "Well, to see but how things turn out. Here I've been twice this very morning at your new lodgings, to tell you it's now or never, for our junket's to-night, and the old gentlewoman that keeps the house, who's none of the good-naturedest, as I take it, would never let me get a sight of you, say what I would. And here, all of the sudden, when I was thinking of you no more than if you had never been born, I come pop upon you, as one might say, within cockcrow of our very door, all alone, with only the young baronite." Nearly as much shocked now as, the moment before, she had been relieved, Juliet eagerly declared that she was not with anybody. She was simply going to lose upon business. "Why then," cried he, "the baronite must be out his head, begging his pardon, to let you come this way, and the postilion as stupid as a post, for it's quite the contrary. It will lead you to you don't know where. We only turned down it ourselves, just to borrow a few glasses of Farmer Barnes, because we've more mouths than we have got of our own. For I've invited all our club, which poor Dad don't much like. He says I am but a bungler at saving money, any more than at getting it. But I am as rare a hand as any you know, far or near, says the old gentleman, for spending it. The old gentleman likes to say his say. However, I must not leave my horse to his gambols." Then nodding, still without listening to Juliet, he returned to his shay-cart. Juliet now unhasped the chaise door herself, and was springing from the carriage, when Sir Lisle, forcibly holding her, exclaimed, "What would you do, you lovely termagant? Would you make me pass for a devil of a ravisher? No, 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 you handsome little firebrand. Name your terms, and command me. I know you love me, and I adore you. Why then this idle cruelty to us both, to nature itself, and to beauty?" More and more indignant, Juliet uttered a cry for help, that immediately brought back young Gooch, who was followed by an elderly companion.
Provoked and resentful, yet amazed and ashamed, the baronet jumped out of the chaise, saying, with affected contempt, yet stronger pique, "Yes, help, gentlemen, help. Come quick, quick! Miss Ellis is taken suddenly ill." The insolent boldness of this appeal was felt only by Juliet, whose scorn, however potent, was less prevalent than her satisfaction upon beholding her old friend Mr. Tedman. She descended to meet him with an energetic "Thank Heaven!" and an excess of gladness not more tormenting to the baronet than unexpected by himself. "Well, this is very kind of you indeed, my dear," cried he, heartily shaking hands with her, "to be so glad to see me, especially after the ungenteel way I was served in by your lodging gentlewoman, making no more ceremony than refusing to let me up, under cover that you saw no gentleman, though I told her what a good friend I had been to you, and how you learnt my daughter the musics, and how I used to bring you things, and lend you money, and that, and how I was willing enough to do the like again, put in case you was in need, but I might just as well have talked to the post, which huffed me a little, I own." "Oh, those old gentlewomen," interrupted Gooch, "are always like that. One can never make anything of 'em. I don't over-like them myself, to tell you the truth." Juliet assured them that, having no time but for business, her injunctions of non-admission had been uniform and universal, and ought not, therefore, to offend anyone. She then requested Mr. Tedman to order that the postilion would return to the high road, which he had quitted against her positive direction, and to have the goodness to insist upon his driving her by the side of his own vehicle, till they reached Lewes. Tedman, looking equally important and elated, again heartily shook hands with her, and said, "My dear, I'll do it with pleasure, or I'll engage Tim to send off your shay, and I'll take you in his'n, put in case it will be more to your liking, for I am as little agreeable as you are to letting them rascals of drivers get the better of me." Juliet acceded to this proposal, in which she saw immediate safety, with the most lively readiness, entreating Mr. Tedman to complete his kindness, in extricating her from so suspicious a person, by paying him the half-crown which she had promised him for carrying her to Lewes. "half-a-crown?" repeated Mr. Tedman, angrily refusing to take it. "It's too much by half for coming such a mere step, put in case he did not put to a purpose. You're just like the quality, and they're none of your sharpest, to throw away your money, and know neither the why nor the wherefore." The baronet, with a loud oath, said that the postilion was a scoundrel for having offended the young lady, and menaced to inform against him if he received a sixpence. The postilion made no resistance. The horses were taken off, and the chaise was drawn back to the high road. The little carriage belonging to young Gooch followed, into which Juliet, refusing all aid but from Mr. Tedman, eagerly sprang, and her old friend placed himself at her side, while Gooch took the reins. Sir Lisle looked on, visibly provoked, and when they were driving away, called out, in a tone between derision and indignation, "Bravo, Mr. Tedman! You are still, I see, the happy man." Young Gooch, laughing without scruple, smacked his horse, while Mr. Tedman angrily muttered, "The quality always allows themselves to say anything. They think nothing of that. All's one to them whether one likes it or not." The design of Juliet was, when safely arrived at the farm, which was within a very short walk of the town of Lewes, to beg a safe guide to accompany her to the house of Mrs. Pearson, where she resolved to pass the night, and whence she determined to write to Elinor, and solicit an interview, in which she meant to lay open her new difficulties, in the hope of reawakening some interest that might operate in her favour. To save herself from the vulgar forwardness of ignorant importunity, she forbore to mention her plan, till she alighted from the little vehicle, at the gate of the farmyard. "Goodness, ma'am!" then cried young Gooch. "You won't think of such a thing as going away, I hope, before you've well come. Why, our sport's all ready. Why, if you'll step a little this way, you may see the 3 sacks that 3 of our men are to run a race in. There'll be fine scrambling and tumbling, one o' top o' the other. You'll laugh till you split your sides. And if you'll only come here, to the right, I'll show you the sty where our pig is. That's to be caught by the tail. But it will be well soaped, I can tell you, so it will be no such easy thing." Slightly thanking him, Juliet applied for aid in procuring her a conductor to Mr. Tedman, who, though at first he pressed her to stay, as she might get a little amusement so pure cheap, since it would cost nothing but looking on, no sooner heard her pronounce that she was called away by business, than he ceased all opposition, and promised to take care of her to lose himself, when he'd just spoken a word or two to his cousin Gooch. "For I can't go with you, my dear, only I and you know, without that," he said, "just upon coming, for fear it should put them upon joking, which I don't like, for all the quality's so fond of it. Besides which, I must give in my presence, for this little hamper's full of little odd things for the junket, and if I leave 'em out here, to the mercy of nobody knows who, somebody or other'll be a-pilfering, as sure as a gun, put in case they smoke what I've got in my hamper, and they're pretty quick at mischief." Juliet supplicated him to be speedy. Pleased to have his services accepted, he put his hamper under his arm, and walked on to the house, mindless of the impatient remonstrances of young Gooch, who exclaimed, "Why now, who'd have thought this of the squire? It's doing just contrary, for he's the very person I thought would make you stay, for he's come, as one may say, half all purpose for your sake, for he never plump accepted of our invitation till I told him, in my letter, of my having invited of you, and then he said he would come." Then, lowering his voice into a whisper, he added, "Between ourselves, ma'am, the poor squire, my good cousin, don't get much for his money at home, I believe. His daughter's got quite the top end, and she's none of your obligingest. She won't do one mortal thing he desires. She's been brought up at them fine boarding schools, with misses that hold up their heads so high that nothing's good enough for 'em. So she's always ashamed of her papa, because she says he's so mean, as he tells us. The poor squire, my cousin, don't much like it, but he can't help himself. She's as exact like a fine lady as ever you see, and she won't speak a word to any of her poor relations, because they are so low, he says." He then added, "If you won't go while I'm gone, I'll give you as agreeable a surprise as ever you had in your life." He ran on to the house. In a few minutes, Juliet felt something tickle the nape of her neck, and, imagining it to be an insect, she would have brushed it away with her hand, but received, between her fingers, a pink, and, looking round, saw Flora Pearson, nearly breathless from her efforts to smother a laugh. "Is it possible?" cried Juliet, in great amazement. "Miss Pearson, I thought you were ill in bed." No further efforts were necessary to repress the laugh. Resentment rather than gravity took its place, and, with pouting lips and a frowning brow, she answered, "Ill? Yes, I have had enough to make me ill, that's sure. It's more a wonder by half that I ain't dead, for I cried so that my eyes grew quite little, and I looked quite a fright, and I grew so hoarse that nobody could tell a word I said, though I talked enough, I'm sure, for nothing can hinder me of my talking, if it was never so, papa says." Juliet now, upon closer inquiry, learnt that Flora had neither had a fever, nor desired a meeting, and that Mrs. Pearson had neither written the letter, nor given any orders about a return post-chaise. The passing suspicions, which already had occurred to Juliet in disfavour of Sir Lisle Sycamore, returned now with redoubled force. That he had made signs to the driver to quit the high road, however dismaying, she had attributed to sudden impulse, upon meeting her alone in a post-chaise, and had not doubted that, upon seeing the sincerity of her resentment, he would have retired with shame and repentance. But a plan thus concerted to get her into his power changed apprehension into certainty,
and indignation into abhorrence. The happy accident to which she owed her escape, even from the knowledge, till it was past, of her danger, she now blessed with rapture, and the junket, so disdained and rejected, she now felt that she could never recollect without grateful delight. But how return to Brighthelmstone? What vehicle find? How trust herself to any even when procured? She inquired of Flora whether it were possible that Mrs. Pearson could grant her one night's lodging. The smiles, the dimples, and the good humour of the simple girl all revived and played about her pretty face at this request. "Oh, yes," she cried. "Miss Ellis, I shall be so glad to have you come, for mamma and I are so dull together that I am quite moped. I don't like it by half as well as I did the shop. So many smart gentlemen and ladies coming in and out every moment, dressed so nice and speaking so polite. I'm obliged to wear all my worst things now to save my others, mamma says, for fear of the expense. And it makes me not look as well by half as I did at Miss Matson's. I looked well enough there, I believe, as people told me, at least the gentlemen. But I go such a dowd here that it's enough to frighten you. I'm sure when I go to the glass, and that's 100 times a day for aught I know, if it were counted, to see what sort of a figure I make, I could break it with pleasure for seeing me such a disguise, for I look quite ugly unless I happen to be in my smilings." This prattle was interrupted by a signal from Mr. Tedman that made Juliet hope that he was now ready to depart. But upon approaching him, he only said, "Come hither, my dear, and sit down a bit upon this bench, for we can't go yet. I have not given all my presents, and I don't care to leave 'em," winking significantly. "Not that I mean to doubt anybody, only it's as well have a sharp eye. We are all honestest with good looking after." Juliet now was surrounded by young farmers, who offered her cakes or ale, and asked her hand for the ensuing dance, while young Gooch collected around him an admiring audience, to listen to his account, how he and the young gentlewoman, who was so pretty, had acted together in a play. Mr. Tedman then bid her divine how his cousin Gooch was employed, and why the presents were not yet delivered, and upon her declared inability to conjecture, "Would you believe it, my dear?" he cried. "For all Tim drove us such a good round trot, the quality got the start of us, and now he's in the kitchen with cousin Gooch, taking a cup of ale." The disturbance of Juliet at this intelligence he thought simply surprise, and continued, "Nay, it was not easy to guess, sure enough. He must have rid over everything, hedge, ditch, and the like, but your quality is not over mindful of other people's property. He's come to buy some hay. He come o' purpose, he says, and he's a mortal good customer, for he says nothing but, 'Mighty well, that's very reasonable indeed. I thought it had been twice the price.' Old Cos chuckles, I warrant him. Your quality's but a poor hand at a bargain. I would not employ him between you and I. They never know what they are about." They were now joined by Mr. Gooch, a hale, hearty, cherry-cheeked, dapper farmer, fair in all his dealings, and upright in all his principles, except when they had immediate reference to his professional profits. "Well," he cried, "Squire," rubbing his hands in great glee, "I've had a good chapman enough here. I've often seen un at our races, but I've little thought of having to chaffer with un. Hows'ever, one may have worse luck with one's money. I don't much understand business, but who's that pretty lass with ye, squire? Some playmate, I warrant, of cousin Molly? And why did no cousin Molly come too? I'd ha' been a hearty welcome, and perhaps I'd ha' picked up a sweetheart." "Stop, father, stop!" cried young Gooch. "I've something to say to you. You know how you've always stood to it, that you would not believe a word about all those battles and guillotines and the like of Monsieur Robert Spear in foreign parts, though I told you over and over that I had it from our club. Well, here's a person now here in your own grounds that's seen it all with her own eyes, so if you don't believe it, never believe it as long as you live." "Like enough not, Tim," answered the father. "I do no much give my mind to believing all them outlandish fibs told by travellers.
I can hear staring stories no by my fireside, and I ain't over-friendly to believing 'em there. But bless my heart, for a man for to come, for to go, for to pretend telling me, because it be a great ways off, and I can't find an out, that there be a place where there comes a man who says, every morning of his life, as to many of his fellow creatures as a can set eyes on, whether they be man, woman, or baby, here, mount me 2 or 3 dozen of you into that cart, and you go and have your heads chopped off, and that they'll make no more ado than go, only because they're bid. Why, if one will believe such staring stuff as that be, one may as well believe that the moon be made of cream cheese and the like. There's no sense in such a set of lies, for life's life everywhere, even in France, though it be but a poor starving place at best, without pasture, or cattle, or corn either, fit for a man to eat. Aye, father, aye, but Bob Spear, as we call him at our club— You're young, Tim, interrupted Mr. Gooch, and your youngsters do believe everything. When you've sowed your wild oats, you'll know better. But we mustn't all be calves at the same time. And if there were none for to give milk, there'd be none for to suck. So it'd be all for the best. And that makes me for to take it the less to heart, when I do see you be such a gudgeon, Tim, with no more sense than to swallow neat down everything that do come in your way. But you'll never thrive, Tim, till you be like to what I be. People do tell such a peck of staring lies, that I do no believe, nor I won't no believe one mortal word by hearsay. For my part, said Mr. Tedman, I never inquire into all that, whether it be true, or whether it be false, because it's nothing to me either way, and one wastes a deal of time in idle curiosity about things that don't concern one, put in case one can't turn them to one's profit. That's true, Cause, said Mr. Gooch. For as to profit, there be none to come from foreign parts, for they be all main poor thereabout. For they do tell me that there be not a man among 'un as sets his eyes above once in his life, or thereabout, upon a golden guinea. And as to roast beef and plum pudding, I do hear that they do no know the taste of such a thing, so that they be but a poor stinted race at best, for they can never come to their natural growth. What then, you do believe what folks tell you sometimes, father? Cried the son, grinning. To be sure I do, Tim, when they do tell me somewhat that be worth a man's hearing. They were now joined by Mr. Stubbs, who, seeing Juliet, was happy in the opportunity of renewing her favorite inquiries relative to the agricultural state of the continent. Mr. Gooch, extremely surprised, exclaimed, "Odds heart, why sure such a young lass as that be hadn't been across seas already. Why, I couldn't make out their gibberish, I warrant me, for it be such queer stuff that they do talk, all on, that there's no getting at what they be at, unless one learns to speak after the same guise, like to our boarding-school misses. I've seen 1 or 2 on myself that passed hereabout, but their manner o' talk was so out of the way, I could no make out a word they did say. It might all be Dutch for me, and I found 'em vast ignorant. They knew no more than my horse when land ought to be manured, from when it ought for to lie foul. I did ask 'un a many questions, but I could no answer me, for it to be understood." "But for all that, Master Gooch," said Mr. Stubbs, "my late lord has told me that France is sincerely a fine country, if they knew how to make the most of it. But the wastelands are quite out of reason, for they are such a boggling set of farmers that they grow nothing but what comes, as one may say, of itself." "France a fine country, Maister Stubbs? Well, that be a word I did no count to hear from a man of your sense. Why'n't be as poor a place as ye might wish to set eyes on, all overrun with weeds and frogs and the like. Why, ye be as Frenchified as Tim, making out them monsieurs to be a parcel of Jack the Giant killers, lopping off heads from your play, as a body may say. However, here be one that's come to our hop, that be a finer spark than there be in all France, I warrant me. For I makes a bow as like to a monsieur as if I was twin brother to un, and I was so ready to pay down his money handsomely, I could no but say I'd be welcome to our junket, for es says "A does like such a thing more than all them newfangled balls and concerts." "Oh, and you believe that upon hearsay, do you, father?" cried Tim, sneeringly. "Yes, to be sure I do, Tim. When a man do say a thing that ha' got some sense in it, why should I no believe un, Tim?" Juliet, who, from what had preceded, had concluded the baronet to be gone, earnestly now pressed Mr. Tedman to fulfill his kind engagement, but in vain. Mr. Gooch brought his best silver tankard to insist upon his cousin's drinking success to the new purchase that occasioned the junket, and Tim was outrageous at the proposal of retiring, just as the feats were going to commence. "Before 5 minutes are over," said he, "the pig will begin." "Well," answered Mr. Tedman, "it is but a silly thing, to be sure, things of that sort, and I never give my mind to them. But still, as it's a thing I never saw, put in case you've no objections, we'll just stay for the pig, my dear." Flora, having now gathered that the quality meant Sir Lisle Sycamore, began dancing and singing in a childish ecstasy of delight that showed her already, in idea, Lady Sycamore. Turning to Juliet with sudden and angry recollection, her smiles, gaiety, and capering gave way to a bitter fit of crying, and she exclaimed, "But if he is here, it will be nothing to me, I dare say, if Miss Ellis is here the while, for he won't look at me almost when she is by, will he? For some people play one so false that one might as well be as ugly as the cat almost, when they are in the way." "Don't be fretted, Miss Flora," cried young Gooch soothingly, "for I shall ask Miss Ellis to dance myself, for as I shall begin the hop, because of its being our own, I think I've a good right to choose my partner, so don't be fretted so, Miss Flora, for you'll have the baronet left to you, whether he will or no. But come, don't let's lose time. If you'll follow me, you won't want sport, I can tell you, for the beginning's to be a syllabub under the cow." Flora was not too proud to accept this consolation, but Juliet positively declared that she should not dance, and earnestly entreated that someone might be found to conduct her to Mrs. Pearson's. Flora, recovering her spirits, with the hopes of getting rid of her rival, whispered, "If you're in real right earnest, Miss Ellis, and don't say you want to go only to make a fool of me, which I shall take pretty unkind, I assure you, why I can show you the way so you can't miss it if you'd never so. And I'm sure I shall be glad enough to have you go, if I must needs speak without a compliment. Only don't tell Mamma who's here, for she don't like persons of quality, she says, because of their bad designs. But I'm sure if she was to hear 'em talk as I do, she'd think quite another opinion. Wouldn't she?" Fortunately for the intentions of Juliet, which were instantly to make known to Mrs. Pearson the new danger of her daughter, Flora waited not for any answer to this injunction, but set out, prattling incessantly as they went on, to put the willing Juliet on her way to Lewes. The cry, however, from young Gooch of, "Come, where are the young ladies? The pig's ready," caught the ears of Flora, with charm not to be resisted, and, hastily pointing out a stile to pass into the meadow, and another to pass thence to the high road, she capered briskly back, fearing to miss some of the sport, if not a seat next to the baronet. End of chapter 49. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 50 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 50. Juliet, as earnest to avoid, as Flora felt eager to pursue, the opening feats, hurried from the destined spot, after charging the simple damsel not to make known her departure. Unavailing, however, was the caution, and immaterial alike the prudence or the indiscretion of Flora. Juliet had no sooner crossed the first stile than she perceived Sir Lisle Sycamore sauntering in the meadow. She would promptly have returned to the farm,
but a shout of noisy merriment reached her ears from the company that she was quitting, and pointed out the danger of passing the evening in the midst of such turbulent and vulgar revelry. She hastened therefore on, but neither the lightness of her step, nor the swiftness of her speed, could save her from the quick approach of the baronet. "My angel!" he cried, "whither are you going, and why this prodigious haste? What is it my angel fears? Can she suppose me rascal enough, or fool enough, to make use of any violence? No, my angel, no. I only ask to be regaled from your own sweet lips with the delicious tale of divine partiality that the quaint old knight began revealing. I sigh, I pant to hear confirmed—" "Hold, Sir Lisle," interrupted Juliet. "If Sir Jaspar is the author of this astonishing mistake, I trust he will have the honor to rectify it. When I named you to him, it was but with a view to rescue a credulous young creature from your pursuit, whom I feared it might injure, not to expose to it one whom it never can endanger, however deeply it may offend." Struck and disappointed at the courage and coolness of this explanation, Sir Lisle looked mortified and amazed, but, upon seeing her reach the stile, he sprang over it, and, recovering his usual effrontery, offered her his hand. Juliet knew not whether her risk were greater to proceed or to return, but while she hesitated, a phaeton which was driving by stopped, and an elderly lady, addressing the baronet in a tone of fawning courtesy, inquired after his health, and added, "So you are come to this famous junket, Sir Lisle?" Sir Lisle forced a laugh and bowed low, though he muttered, loud enough for Juliet to hear, "What cursed spies!" Juliet now perceived Mrs. and Miss Brinville, and neither innocence nor contempt of calumny could suppress a rising blush at being surprised by persons already unfavorably disposed towards her, in a situation apparently so suspicious. The countenance of the mother exhibited strong chagrin at the sight of Juliet, while the daughter, in a tone of pique, said, "No doubt but you are well amused, Sir Lisle." They drove on, not however very fast, and with so little self-command as frequently to allow themselves to look back. This indelicacy, however ill adapted to raise them in the esteem of the baronet, at least rescued Juliet from his persecution. Disconcerted himself, he felt the necessity of decency, and quitting her, with affected carelessness, he hummed an air, while grumbling curses, and swinging his switch to and fro, walked off, not more careful that the ladies in the phaeton should see him depart, than assiduous to avoid with them any sort of junction. The relief caused to Juliet by his retreat was cruelly clouded by her terror of the false suggestions to which this meeting made her liable. Neither mother nor daughter would believe it accidental, nor credit it to have been contrived without equal guilt in both parties. "Is there no end, then," she cried, "to the evils of defenseless female youth? And even where actual danger is escaped, must slander lie in wait to misconstrue the most simple actions by surmising the most culpable designs?" Neither to follow the footsteps of Sir Lisle, nor to remain where he might return, she was going back to the farm, when she was met by Flora, who, with a species of hysterical laughter, nearly of kin to crying, called out, "So, ma'am, so, Miss Ellis, I've caught you at last. I've surprised you at last, according with my sweetheart." Pitying her credulous ignorance, Juliet would have cleared up this mistake, but the petulant Flora would not listen. "I'll speak to the gentleman myself," she cried, running forward to the stile, "for I have found out your design, so it's of no use to deny it. I saw you together all the way I came, so you may as well not try to make a ninny of me, Miss Ellis, for it ain't so easy." Catching a glimpse of the baronet as he descended the road, she jumped over the stile to run after him, but seeing him look round, and, though he perceived her, quietly walk on, She stopped, crying bitterly. "Very well, Miss Ellis, very well. You've got your ends. I see that. And I don't thank you for it, I assure you. For I liked him very well, and it isn't so easy to find a man of quality every day. So it isn't doing as you'd be done by. For nobody likes much to be forsaken, no more than I believe, for it isn't so agreeable. And I had rather you had not served me so by half, in particular for a man of quality." Juliet, though vainly, was endeavoring to appease and console her, when a young lady, bending eagerly from the window of a post-chaise which was passing by, ejaculated, "Ellis!" And Juliet, with extreme satisfaction, perceived Elinor. The chaise stopped, and Juliet advanced to it with alacrity. But before she could speak, the impatient Elinor, still looking pale, meagre, and wretched, burst forth, with rapid and trembling energy, into a string of disordered, incoherent, scarcely intelligible interrogatories. "Ellis, what brings you to this spot? Whither is it you go? What project are you forming? What purpose are you fulfilling? Whom are you flying? Whom are you following? What is it you design? What is it you wish? Why are you here alone? Where?" Leaning then, still further out of the window, she fixed, nearly haggard, yet piercing eyes upon those of Juliet, and, in a hollow voice, dictatorially added, "Where, tell me, I charge you, where is Harleigh?" Consternation at sight of her altered countenance, and affright at the impetuosity of her questions, produced a hesitation in the answer of Juliet, that, to the agitated Elinor, seemed the effect of surprised guilt. Her pallid cheeks then burnt with the mixed feelings of triumph and indignation, yet her voice sought to disguise her wounded feelings, and in subdued though broken accents, "'Tis well," she cried. "You no longer at least seek to deceive me, and I thank you." Deaf to explanation or representation, she then hurried her weak frame from the chaise, aided by her foreign lackey, and, directing Juliet to follow, crossed the road to a rising ground upon the downs, seated herself, sent off her assistant, and made Juliet take a place by her side, while Flora returned, crying and alone, to the farm. "Now then," she said, "that you try no more to delude, to cajole, to blind me, tell me now, and in 2 words, where is Harleigh?" "Believe me, madam," Juliet was tremblingly beginning, when Elinor, casting off the little she had assumed of self-command, passionately cried, "Must I again be played upon by freezing caution and duplicity? Must I die without end the lingering death of cold inaction and uncertainty? Breathe forever without living? Where, I demand, is Harleigh? Where have you concealed him? Why will Harleigh, the noble Harleigh, degrade himself by any concealment? Why stoop to the subtlety of circumspection, to spare himself the appearance of destroying one whose head, heart, and vitals all feel the reality of the destruction he inflicts? And yet not he. No, no, 'tis my own ruthless star. He loves me not. He is not responsible for my misery, though he is master of my fate. Where is he? Where is he? You who are the tyrant of his, tell me, and at once." "I solemnly protest to you, madam, with the singleness of the most scrupulous truth," cried Juliet, recovering her presence of mind, "I am entirely ignorant of his abode, his occupations, and his intentions." "And why," she secretly added, "am I not equally unacquainted with his feelings and his wishes?" Unable to discredit the candor with which this was pronounced, and filled with wonder, yet involuntarily consoled, the features of Elinor lost their rigidity, and her eyes their fierceness, and, in milder accents, she replied, "Strange! How strange! Where then can he be? With whom? How employed? Does he fly the whole world as well as Elinor? Has no one his society? No one his confidence? His society which, by contrast, makes all existence without it disgusting. His confidence which, to obtain, I would yet live, though doomed daily to the rack. O Harleigh, love like mine, who has felt? Love like mine, oh, but you,
O matchless Harleigh, ever inspired! Tears now gushed into her eyes. Ashamed and angry with herself, she hastily brushed them off with the back of her hand, and, with forced vivacity, continued, "He thinks perchance to sicken me into the pining end of a lovesick consumption, to avert the kindly bowl or dagger that cut short human misery for the languors, the sufferings, and despair of a loathsome natural death. And for what? To restore, to preserve me? No, I have no share in the arrangement, no interest, no advantage from the plan. Appearances alone are considered. All else is regarded as immaterial or sacrificed. And he, Harleigh, the noblest, the only noble of men, can level himself with the narrowest and most illiberal of his race, to pay coward obeisance to appearances." Again she then repeated her personal interrogatories to Juliet, and demanded whether she should set off immediately for Gretna Green with Lord Melbury, or whether she must wait till he should be of age. "Neither," Juliet solemnly answered, and frankly recounted her recent difficulties, and entreated the advice of Elinor for adopting another plan of life. Elinor, interrupting her, said, "Nay, 'twas your own choice, you know, to live in a garret and hem pocket-handkerchiefs." "Choice, madam? Alas, deprived of all but personal resource, I fixed upon a mode of life that promised me, at least, my mental freedom. I was not then aware how imaginary is the independence that hangs for support upon the uncertain fruits of daily exertions. Independent, indeed, such situations may be deemed from the oppressions of power, or the tyrannies of caprice and ill-humor, but the difficulty of obtaining employment, the irregularity of pay, the dread of want, ah, what is freedom but a name for those who have not an hour at command from the subjection of fearful penury and distress?" "If all this is so," said Elinor, "which, unless you wait for Lord Melbury's majority, is more than incomprehensible, what say you now to an asylum safe, at least, from torments of this sort? Will you commission me, at length, to apply to Mrs. Ireton?" Juliet instinctively recoiled at the very name of that lady, yet a little reflection upon the dangers to which she was now exposed, through unprotected poverty, through the lawless pursuit of Sir Lisle Sycamore, and the vindictive calumnies of the Brinvilles, made the wish of solid safety repress the disgusts of offended sensibility, and, after a painful pause, she recommended herself to the support of Elinor, resolving to accept, for the moment, any proposition that might secure her an honorable refuge from want and misconception. Elinor, looking at her suspiciously, said, "And Harleigh, will he let you submit to such slavery?" Mr. Harleigh, Juliet protested, could have no influence upon her determination. "But you yourself, who a month or two ago could so ill bear her tauntings, how is it you are thus suddenly endued with so much humility?" "Alas, madam, all choice, all taste, all obstacles sink before necessity. When I came over, I had expectations of immediate succor. I knew not that the friend I sought was herself ruined, as well as unhappy. I had hopes, too, of speedy intelligence that might have liberated me from all my difficulties." She stopped. Elinor exclaimed, "From whence? From abroad?" Juliet was silent, and Elinor, after a few passing sallies against secrets and mystery, sarcastically bid her consider, before she adopted this new scheme, that Harleigh never visited at Mrs. Ireton's, having taken, in equal portions, a dose of aversion for the mother and of contempt for the son. Juliet calmly replied that such a circumstance could be but an additional motive to seek the situation, and, hopeless, for the moment, of doing better, seriously begged that proper measures might be taken to accelerate the plan. Elinor, now, from mingled wonder, satisfaction, and scorn, recovered all her wonted vivacity. "You are really, and bona fide, contented, then," she cried, to be shut up as completely from Harleigh, through his horror of that woman's irascible temper, as if you were separated by bolts, bars, dungeons, towers, and bastilles? I applaud your taste, and wish you the full enjoyment of its fruits. Yet what materials you can be made of, to see the first of men at your feet, and voluntarily to fly him, to be trampled under by those of the most odious of women, I cannot divine. 'Tis an exuberance of apathy that surpasses my comprehension. And can he, the spirited Harleigh, love, adore such a composition of ice, of snow, of marble? She could not, however, disguise the elation with which she looked forward to depositing Juliet where information might constantly be procured of her visitors and her actions. They went together to the carriage, and Elinor conveyed her submissive and condemned, yet agonizingly envied rival to Brighthelmstone. In her usually unguarded manner, Elinor, by the way, communicated the various but successless efforts by which she had endeavored to gain intelligence whither Harleigh had rambled. "If I pursue him," she cried, "with the vanity of hope, or with the meanness of flattery, he would do well to shun me. But the pure-minded Harleigh is capable of believing that the moment is over for Elinor to desire to be his, and to sustain at once and show my principles. I never seek his sight, but in presence of her who has blasted even my wishes. Else, thus clamorously to invoke, thus pertinaciously to follow him, might indeed merit avoidance. But Elinor now would be as superior to accepting, as she is to forgetting him. Yet his obdurate seclusion," she continued, "is the only mark I receive that I escape his disdain. It shows me that he fears the event of a meeting. He does not, therefore, utterly deride the pusillanimity of my abortive attempt. Oh, could I justify his good opinion! All others, I doubt not, insult me by the most ludicrous suspicions. They are welcome. They judge me by their little-minded selves. But thou, O Harleigh, could I see thee once more, in thy sight, thy loved sight, could I sink at last, my sorrows and my disgrace to rest, to oblivion, to sleep eternal." Vainly Juliet essayed to plead the cause of religion and the duties of life. Unanswered, unmarked, unheard, she talked but to the air. All that was uttered in return began and ended alike with Harleigh, death, and annihilation. End of Chapter 50. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 51 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny Burney. Chapter 51. Juliet could not but be gratified by a circumstance so important to her reputation with the Brinvilles, and with those among the inhabitants of Brighthelmstone to whom she was known, as that of being brought home by Miss Joddrel, after an adventure that must unavoidably raise curiosity, and that threatened to excite slander. For with, however, just a pride wronged, innocence may disdain injurious aspersions, female fame, like the wife of Caesar, ought never to be suspected. The celerity of the motions of Elinor nearly equaled the quickness of her ideas. Her lackey arrived the next morning, to help to convey Juliet and her baggage immediately to the dwelling of Mrs. Ireton, with a note from his mistress, indicating that Mrs. Ireton was already prepared to take her for a companion. "An humble companion," Elinor wrote. "I need not add. I had nearly said a pitiful one, for who would voluntarily live with such an antidote to all the comforts of life that has spirit, sense, or soul? Oh, envied Ellis! How potent must be the passion, the infatuation, that can make Harleigh view such meanness as grace, and adore it as dignity! Oh, icy Ellis! But the human heart would want strength to support such preeminent horror, were it bestowed upon a mind gifted for its appreciation." Then again, wishing her joy of her taste, she assured her that it was reciprocated,
for Mrs. Ireton was all impatience to display to a new dependent her fortune, her power, and her magnificence. Juliet, with her answer of thanks for this service, wrote a few lines to Mrs. Pearson, which she begged the messenger to deliver. They were to warn the imprudent or deceived mother of the dangerous state of mind in which her daughter still continued, and to give her notice that Sir Lisle Sycamore, who could not be guarded against too carefully, was still in the neighborhood. With a mind revolting from a measure which, while prudence, if not necessity, dictated, choice and feeling opposed, she now quitted her mantua-maker's abode to set out for her new destination, seeking to cheer herself that, at least by this step, she should be secured from the licentious pursuit of Sir Lisle Sycamore, the envenomed shafts of calumny of the enraged Brinvilles, the perpetual terror of debts, and the cruel apprehension of want. She had not far to go, but the mortifications, for which she prepared herself, began by the very sight of the dwelling into which she was to enter. Mrs. Ireton had taken the house of Mrs. Howell, that house in which Juliet had first, after her arrival in England, received consolation in her distresses, been melted by kindness, or animated by approbation. There too, indeed, she had experienced the pain which she had felt the most severely, for there all the soothing consideration, so precious to her sorrows, had abruptly been broken off, to give place to an assault the most shocking upon her intentions, her probity, her character. Here too she had suffered the cruel affront and heartfelt grief of seeing the ingenuous, amiable Lord Melbury forget what was due to the rights of hospitality, to his own character, and to the respect due to his sister. And here she had witnessed his sincere and candid repentance. Here had been softened, touched, and penetrated by the impressive anguish of his humiliation. These remembrances, and the various affecting and interesting ideas by which they were accompanied, gave a dejection to her thoughts, and a sadness to her air, that would have awakened an interest in her favor, in any one whose heart had been open to the feelings of others. But the person under whose protection she was now to place herself was a stranger to every species of sensation that was not personal. And where the calls of self upon sensibility are unremitting, what must be the stock that will gift us also with supply sufficient for our fellow creatures? She found Mrs. Ireton reclining upon a sofa, at the side of which, upon a green velvet cushion, lay a tiny old lapdog, whom a little boy, evidently too wanton to find pleasure but in mischief, was secretly tormenting, by displaying before him the breastbone of a chicken, which he had snatched from the platter of the animal, and which, the moment that he made it touch the mouth of the cur, he hid, with all its fat and its grease, in his own waistcoat pocket. Near to these two almost equally indulged and spoiled animals stood a nursery maid, with a duster and an hearth-broom in her hands, who was evidently incensed beyond her pittance of patience, from clearing away repeatedly their joint litter and dirt. Scared, and keeping humbly aloof near a window-frame, stood also a little girl of 10 or 12 years of age, who, as Juliet afterwards heard from the angry nursery-maid, was an orphan that had been put to a charity school by Mrs. Ireton as her particular protégée, and who was now, for the 8th time, by the direction of her governess, come to solicit the arrears due from the very beginning of her school instruction. Yet another trembler, though not one equally at this moment to be pitied, held the handle of the lock of the door, not having received intelligible orders to advance or to depart. This was a young negro, who was the favorite because the most submissive servant of Mrs. Ireton, and whose trembling was simply from the fear that his lady might remark a grin which he could not repress, as he looked at the child and the dog. Mrs. Ireton herself,
though her restless eye roved incessantly from object to object, in search of various food for her spleen, was ostensibly occupied in examining and decrying the goods of a mercer. But when Juliet, finding herself unnoticed, was retreating, she called out, "Oh, you are there, are you? I did not see you, I protest. But come this way, if you please. I can't possibly speak so far off." The authoritative tone in which this was uttered, joined to what Juliet observed of the general tyranny exercised around her, intimidated and shocked her, and she stood still, nearly confounded. Mrs. Ireton, holding her hand above her eyes, as if to aid her sight, and stretching forward her head, said, "Who is that? Pray, who's there? I imagined it had been a person I had sent for, but I must certainly be mistaken, as she does not come to me. Pray, has anybody here a spying-glass? I really can't see so far off. I beg pardon for having such bad eyes. I hope you'll forgive it. Let me know, however, who it is, I beg." Juliet tried to speak, but felt so confused and disturbed what to answer, that she could not clearly articulate a word. "You won't tell me, then?" continued Mrs. Ireton, lowering her voice nearly to a whisper. "Or is it that I am not heard? Has anybody got a speaking trumpet, or do you think my lungs so capacious and powerful that they may take its place?" Juliet now, though most unwillingly, moved forward, and Mrs. Ireton, surveying her, said, Yes, I see who you are. I recollect you now, Mrs. I forget your name, though I protest. I can't recollect your name, I own. I'm quite ashamed, but I really cannot call it to mind. I must beg a little help. What is it? What is your name, Mrs. Hey? Mrs. what? Coloring and stammering, Juliet answered that she had hoped Miss Joddrell would have saved her this explanation by mentioning that she was called Miss Ellis. "Called?" repeated Mrs. Ireton. "What do you mean by called? Who calls you? What are you called for? Why don't you wait to be called? And where are you called from?" The entire silence of Juliet to these interrogatories gave a moment to the mercer to ask for orders. "You are in haste, sir, are you?" said Mrs. Ireton. "I have your pardon to beg too, have I? I am really very unfortunate this morning. However, pray take your things away, sir, if it's so immensely troublesome to you to exhibit them. Only be so good as to acquaint your chief, whoever he may be, that you had not time to wait for me to make any purchases." The man offered the humblest apologies, which were all disdained, and self-defending excuses, which were all retorted. He was peremptorily ordered to be gone, with an assurance that he should answer for his disrespect to his master, who, she flattered herself, would give him a lesson of better behavior by the loss of his employment. Harassed with apprehension of what she had to expect in this new residence, Juliet would silently have followed him. "Stay, madam, stay!" cried Mrs. Ireton. "Give me leave to ask one question. Whither are you going, Mrs. What's your name?" I feared, madam, that I had come too soon." "Oh, that's it, is it? I have not paid you sufficient attention, perhaps. Nay, it's very likely. I did not run up to receive you, I confess. I did not open my arms to embrace you, I own. It was very wrong of me, certainly. But I am apt to forget myself. I want to flapper prodigiously. I know nothing of life, nothing of manners. Perhaps you will be so good as to become my monitress. 'Twill be vastly kind of you. And who knows but in time you may form me. How happy it will be if you can make something of me." The maid, now, tired of wiping up splash after splash, and rubbing out spot after spot, finding her work always renewed by the mischievous little boy, was sullenly walking to the other end of the room. "Oh, you're departing too, are you?" said Mrs. Ireton. "And pray who dismissed you? Whose commands have you for going? Inform me, I beg, who is it that is so kind as to take the trouble off my hands of ordering my servants? I ought at least to make them my humble acknowledgments. There is nothing so frightful as ingratitude." The maid, not comprehending this irony, grumblingly answered that she had wiped up the grease and the slops till her arms ached, for the little boy made more dirt and nastiness than the cur himself. "The boy? The cur? What's all this?" cried Mrs. Ireton. "Who and what is the woman talking of? The boy? Has the boy no name? The cur? Have you no more respect for your lady's lapdog? Grease too? Nastiness! You turn me sick. I am ready to faint. What horrible images you present to me. Has nobody any salts? Any lavender water? How unfortunate it is to have such nerves, such sensations, when one lives with such mere speaking machines." She then cast her eyes, with a look of silent but pathetic appeal to the sensibility of all who were within sight, against this unheard-of indignity. But her speech was soon restored, from the mingled wrath and surprise, upon perceiving her favourite young negro nearly suffocating with stifled laughter, though thrusting both his knuckles into his capacious mouth to prevent its loud explosion. "So this amuses you, does it, sir? You think it very comical. You are so kind as to be entertained, are you? How happy I am to give you so much pleasure! How proud I ought to be to afford you such diversion! I shall make it my business to show my sense of my good fortune, and to give you a proof, sir, of my desire to contribute to your gaiety. Tomorrow morning I will have you shipped back to the West Indies, and there, that your joy may be complete, I shall issue orders that you may be stripped till you jump, and that you may jump, you little black imp, between every stripe." The foolish mirth of poor Mungo was now converted into the fearfullest dismay. He dropped upon his knees to implore forgiveness, but he was peremptorily ordered to depart, with an assurance that he should keep up his fine spirits upon bread and water for a fortnight. If disgust now was painted upon every feature of the face of Juliet, at this mixture of forced derision with but too natural inhumanity, the feeling which excited that expression was by no means softened by seeing Mrs. Ireton turn next to the timid young orphan, imperiously saying, "And you, ma'am, what may you stand there for, with your hands before you? Have you nothing better to do with them? Can't you find out some way to make them more useful? Or do you hold it more fitting to consider them as only ornamental? They are very pretty, to be sure. I say nothing to the contrary of that. But I should suppose you don't quite intend to reserve them for mere objects of admiration. You don't absolutely mean, I presume, to devote them to the painter's eye, or to destine them to the sculptor's chisel. I should think not, at least. I should imagine not. I beg you to set me right if I am wrong." The poor little girl, staring, and looking every way around to find some meaning for what she did not comprehend, could only utter a faint "Ma'am," in a tone of so much fear and distress that Juliet, unable silently to witness oppression so wanton, came forward to say, "The poor child, ma'am, only wishes to understand your commands, that she may obey them." "Oh, they are not clear, I suppose. They are too abstruse, I imagine," contemptuously replied Mrs. Ireton. "And you, who are kind enough to offer yourself for my companion, who think yourself sufficiently accomplished to amuse, perhaps instruct me. You also have not the wit to find out what a little chit of an ordinary girl can do better with her hands than to stand still pulling her own fingers." Juliet now, believing that she had discovered what was meant, kindly took the little girl by the arm, and pointed to the just overturned water basin of the dog. "But I don't know where to get a cloth, ma'am," said the child. "A cloth in my wardrobe, to be sure," cried Mrs. Ireton. "Amongst my gowns and caps and hats. Where else should there be dirty cloths and dusters and dishclouts? Do you know of any other place where they are likely to be found? Why don't you answer?" "Ma'am?" "You never heard, perhaps, of such a place as a kitchen. You don't know where it is, nor what it means. You have only heard talk of drawing-rooms, dressing-rooms, boudoirs, or perhaps sometimes of a corridor, or a vestibule, or an antechamber, but nothing beyond. A kitchen! Oh, fie, fie! Juliet now hurried the little girl away, to demand a cloth of the housemaid, but the moment that she returned with it, Mrs. Ireton called out, "And what would you do now, ma'am? Make yourself all dirt and filth that you may go back to your school to shew the delicate state of my house? To make your mistress and all her brats believe that I live in a pigsty, or to spread abroad that I have not servants enough to do my work, and that I seize upon you to supply their place? But I beg your pardon. Perhaps that may be your way to show your gratitude, to manifest your sense of my saving you from the workhouse, to reward me for snatching you from beggary and want and starving." The poor little girl burst into tears, but curtsied and quitted the room, while Mrs. Ireton called after her, to desire that she would acquaint the governess that she should certainly be paid the following week. Juliet now stood in scarcely less dismay than she had been witnessing all around her, panic-struck to find herself in the power of a person whose character was so wantonly tyrannic and irascible. The fortunate entrance of some company enabled her, for the present, to retreat, and to demand of one of the servants the way to her chamber. End of chapter 51. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 52 of The Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer by Fanny Burney. Chapter 52. From the heightened disgust which she now conceived against her new patroness, Juliet severely represented the step that she had taken. And if her entrance into the family contributed so little to her contentment, her subsequent introduction into her office was still less calculated to exhilarate her spirits. Her baggage was scarcely deposited in a handsome chamber, of which the hangings and decorations, as of every part of the mansion, were sumptuous for the spectator, but in which there was a dearth of almost everything that constitutes comfort to the immediate dweller, ere she was summoned back by a hasty order to the drawing-room. Mrs. Ireton, who was reading a newspaper, did not for some time raise her head. Through a glance of her eye procured her the satisfaction of seeing that her call had been obeyed. Juliet at first stood modestly waiting for commands, but receiving none, sat down, though at a humble distance, determined to abide by the consequences, be they what they might, of considering herself as at least above a common domestic. This action shortened the term of neglect. Mrs. Ireton, letting the newspaper fall, exclaimed in a tone of affected alarm, "Are you ill, ma'am? Are you disordered? I hope you are not subjected to fits?" Juliet coldly answered no. "I am very glad to hear it indeed. Very happy, upon my word. I was afraid you were going to faint away. But I find that you are only delicate, only fatigued by descending the stairs. I ought indeed to have sent somebody to help you, somebody you could have leant upon as you came along. I was very stupid not to think of that. I hope you'll pardon me?" Juliet looked down, but kept her place. Mrs. Ireton, a little nettled, was silent a few minutes, and then said, "Pray, if I may ask, if it will not be too great a liberty to ask, what have been your pursuits since I had the honor of accompanying you to London? How have you passed your time? I hope you have found something to amuse you?" Juliet sighed a negative. "You have been studying the fine arts, I am told. Painting, drawing, sculpture, or what is it?" "Something of that sort, I am informed. Pray, what is it, Mrs. Thingamy? I am always forgetting your name. Yet you have certainly a name, but I don't know how it is. I can never remember it. I believe I must beg you to write it down." Juliet again only sighed. Perhaps I am making a mistake as to your occupations. Very likely I may be quite in the wrong. Indeed, I think I recollect now. What is it you have been doing? Acting? That's it, is it not? Pray, what stage did you come out upon first? Did you begin wearing your itinerant buskins in England or abroad? Where I begin, madame, I have ended at Mrs. Maple's. And pray, have you kept that same face ever since I saw you in Grosvenor Square? Or have you put it on again, only now, to come back to me? I rather suppose you have made it last the whole time. It would be very expensive, I apprehend, to change it frequently. It can by no means be so costly to keep it only in repair. How do you put on your colors? I have heard of somebody who had learnt the art of enameling their own skin. Is that your method? Waiting vainly for an answer, she went on. Pray, if I may presume so far, how old are you? But I beg pardon for so indiscreet a question. I did not reflect upon what I was saying. Very possibly your age may be indefinable. You may be a person of another century, a wandering Jewess. I never heard that the old Jew had a wife or a mother who partook of his longevity, but very likely I may now have the pleasure of seeing one of his family under my own roof. That red and white that you lay on so happily may just as well hide the wrinkles of 2 or 3 grand climacterics, as if only a poor single 60 or 70 years of age. However, these are secrets that I don't presume to inquire into. Every trade has its mystery. These splenetic witticisms producing no reply, Mrs. Ireton more categorically demanded, Pray, ma'am, pray, Mrs. What's-your-name, will you give me leave to ask what brings you to my house? Miss Jodrell, madame, informed me that you desired my attendance. Yes, but with what view? Disconcerted by this interrogatory, Juliet stammered, but could not devise no answer. To what end? What purpose? What intent, I say, may I owe your honour of your presence? The office pointed out by Elinor of an humble companion now dyed the cheeks of Juliet with shame, but resentment of the palpable desire to hear its mortifying acknowledgment tied her tongue, and though each of the following interrogatories was succeeded by a pause that demanded a reply, she could not bring herself to utter a word. You are hardly come, I should imagine, without some motive. I may be mistaken, to be sure, but I should hardly imagine you would take the trouble to present yourself merely to afford me the pleasure of seeing you. Not but that I ought to be extremely flattered by such a compliment. 'Twould be vastly amiable, certainly. A lady of your indescribable consequence. 'Twould be difficult to me to shew an adequate sense of so high an honour. I am distressed at the very thought of it. But perhaps you may have some other design. You may have the generosity to attend me some improvement. You may come to favour me with some lessons of declamation. Who knows? But you may purpose to make an actress of me, or perhaps to instruct me how to become an adept in your own favourite art of face-daubing. At least, thought Juliet, I need not give you any lessons of the art of ingeniously tormenting. There you are perfect. What? No answer yet? Am I always so unfortunate as to hit upon improper subjects, to ask questions that merit no reply? I am quite confounded at my want of judgment. Excuse it, I entreat, and aid me out of this unprofitable labyrinth of conjecture by telling me at once to what happy inspiration I am indebted for the pleasure of receiving you in my house. Juliet pleaded again in the direction of Miss Jodrell. Miss Jodrell, I told you to come, then only to come, only to shew yourself? Well, you are worth looking at, I acknowledge. To those who have seen you formerly, the transformation must always be curious. I only hope you intend to renew it, from time to time, to keep admiration alive. That pretty face you exhibit at present may lose its charms, if it should become familiar, when shall you put on the other again, that I had the pleasure to see you in first? Fatigued and spiritless, Juliet would have retired, but Mrs. Ireton called after her. "Oh, you are going, are you? Pray, may I take the liberty to ask whither?" Again Juliet was silent. "You mean perhaps to repose yourself, or maybe to pursue your studies, or perhaps you may have some visits upon your hands, and you may only have done me the favor to enter my house to find time to follow your humor. You may think it sufficient honor for me that I may be at the expense of your board, and find you in lodging and furniture, and fire, and candles, and servants. You may hold this ample recompense for such an insignificant person as I am. I ought to be much obliged to Miss Joddrell, upon my word, for bringing me into such distinction. I had understood her, indeed, that you would come to me as my humble companion." Juliet, cruelly shocked, and turned away her head. "And I was stupid enough to suppose that that meant a person who could be of some use, and some agreeability, a person who could read to me when I was tired, and who, when I had nobody else, could talk to me, and find out 1,000 little things for me all day long, coming and going, prating or holding her tongue, doing everything she was bid, and keeping always at hand." Juliet, coloring at this true, however insulting description of what she had undertaken, secretly revolved in her mind how to renounce at once an office which seemed to invite mortification and licensed sarcasm. "But I perceive I was mistaken. I perceive I knew nothing of the matter. It only means a fine lady, a lady that's so delicate it fatigues her to walk downstairs, a lady who is so independent that she retires to her room at pleasure, a lady who disdains to speak, but when she is disposed, for her own satisfaction, to talk, a lady." "A lady who, indeed, madame," said the tired Juliet, "weighed too little what she attempted, when she hoped to find means of obtaining your favor, but who now sees her error, and entreats at once your pardon and dismission." She then curtsied respectfully, but though called back even with vehemence, steadily left the room. Not, however, with triumph did she return on her own. The justice of the sensibility which urged her retreat could not obviate its imprudence, or avert its consequences. She was wholly without friends, without money, without protection, without succor, and the horror of a licentious pursuit, and the mischiefs menaced by calumniating ill-wishers still made a lonely residence as unsafe as when her first terror drove her to acquiesce in the proposition of Elinor. Yet, though she could not exult, she could not repent. How desire, how even support a situation so sordid, a situation not only distressing, but oppressive, not merely cruel, but degrading? She was preparing, therefore, for immediate departure, when she was stopped by a footman, who informed her that Mrs. Ireton demanded to see her without delay. The expectation of reproach made her hesitate whether to obey this order, but a desire not to have the air of meriting it by the defiance of a refusal led her again to the dressing-room. Here, however, to her great surprise, instead of the haughty or taunting upbraidings for which she was prepared, she was received with a gracious inclination of the head, while the footman was told to give her a chair. Mrs. Ireton, then, fixing her eyes upon a pamphlet which she held in her hand, that she might avoid taking any notice of the stiff and decided air with which Juliet stood still, though amazed, and said, "My bookseller has just sent me something to look at, which may serve for a beginning of our readings." Juliet now saw that, however imperiously she had been treated, Mrs. Ireton had no intention to part with her. She saw, too, that that lady was amongst the many, though terrible characters who think superior rank or fortune authorizes perverseness and legitimizes arrogance, who hold the display of ill humor to be the display and mark of power, and who set no other boundary to their pleasure in the art of tormenting than that which, if passed, might endanger their losing its object. She wished, more than ever, to avoid all connection with a nature so wilfully tyrannic, but Mrs. Ireton, who read in her dignified demeanor that a spirit was awakened which threatened the escape of her prey, determined to shun any discussion. Suddenly, therefore, rising and violently ringing the bell, she exclaimed, "I dare say those fools have not placed half the things you want in your chamber, but I shall make Whiteley see immediately that all is arranged as it ought to be." She then gave some parading directions that Miss Ellis should want for nothing, and affecting not to perceive the palpable design of Juliet to decline these tardy attentions, graciously nodded her head, and passed into another room. Juliet, not absolutely softened, yet somewhat appeased, again hesitated. A road seemed open, by some exertion of spirit, for obtaining better treatment, and however ungenial to her feelings was a character whose humour submitted to no restraint, save to ensure their own lengthened indulgence. Still, in appearing more contemptible, it became less tremendous. She began, also, to see her office as less debasing. "Why," she cried, "should I exaggerate my torments by blindly giving into received opinions, without examining whether here, as in all things else, there may not be exceptions to general rules? A sycophant must always be despicable. A parasite must externally deserve scorn. But may there not be a possibility of uniting the affluent with the necessitous upon more equitable terms? May not some medium be hit upon, between oppression on one side and servility on the other? If we are not worthless because indigent, why conclude ourselves abject because dependent? Happiness, indeed, dwells not with the undue subordination, but the exertion of talents in our own service can never in itself be vile. It can only become so where it is mingled and contaminated with flattery, with unfitting obsequiousness, and unworthy submissions. They who simply repay being sustained and protected by a desire to please, a readiness to serve, a wish to instruct, without falsehood in their counsels, without adulation in their civilities, without meanness in their manners and conduct, have at least as just a claim to respect and consideration for their services and their labors, as those who merely through pecuniary retribution reap their fruits. This idea better reconciled her with her condition, and she blessed her happy acquaintance with Mr. Giles Arb, which had strengthened her naturally philosophical turn of mind, by leading her to this simple yet useful style of reasoning. The rest of the day was propitious to her new views. The storms with which it had begun subsided, and a calm ensued, in which Mrs. Ireton set apart her cruellest irascibility, and forbore her contemptuous interrogatories. The servants were ordered not to neglect Miss Ellis, and Miss Ellis received permission to carry to her own apartment any books from off the piano, forte or tables, that might contribute to her amusement. Juliet was not of a character to take advantage of a moment of concession, even in an enemy. The high and grave deportment, therefore, which had thus happily raised alarm, had no sooner answered its purpose than she suffered it to give place to an air of gentleness, more congenial to her native feelings, and the next morning, subduing her resentment, and submitting, with the best grace in her power, to the business of her office, she cheerfully proposed reading, compiled with the first request that was made her to play upon the piano forte and the harp, and even to sing, though not so promptly, for her voice and sensibility were less ductile than her manners. But she determined to leave nothing untried that could prove that it was not more easy to stimulate her pride by indignity than to animate her desire to oblige by mild usage. This resolve on her part, which the fear of losing her, on that of Mrs. Ireton, gave time to operate, brought into play by so many brilliant accomplishments, and opened to her patroness which sources of amusement, that while Juliet began to hope she had found a situation which she might sustain till her suspenses should be over, Mrs. Ireton conceived that she had met with a treasure which might rescue her unoccupied hours from weariness and spleen. End of chapter 52.
Part 2 has ended. Please click on Part 3 to continue listening to the story.